got my luggage by 11:45. I walked out. When I got in that car, you should have seen that airport. It was alive at midnight.
Yeah.
Fucking tons of people coming into Austin. I mean, I was like, this has changed a lot. This airport used to be a sleepy fucking hollow.
Yeah, the whole town. The pandemic changed the whole town. You know, and then a lot of the tech companies moved here too. That was a big part of it. A lot of these young people just didn't want any part of San Francisco anymore. They're like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Who would want to live there? Who would want to live there? It's dangerous. It's weird. You know, Elon was saying 5 of his friends have been assaulted or robbed. 5.
You can't lock your car.
Yeah, you got to leave your car open.
Window open because they got to smash it. How do you live like that?
Yeah. They basically empowered mental patients who are drug addicts to just live on the street and shit everywhere and harass people. And there's no sign that they're turning it around. They don't seem to be turning it around at all, except for when Xi Jinping came to town. I told him if I was the mayor, I'd buy Xi Jinping a condo. Like when he's in town, everything's clean. When he came to San Francisco, they moved all the tents. They put up fences so people couldn't put tents back up. They cleaned the streets. And Gavin Newsom was like, well, when you have guests come over, you clean up your house. Like, what? What a crazy gaslighting spin on a fact that you could have fixed this the whole time, and you chose not to until the dictator comes to town.
You know, in my criminal heyday, I used to move around a lot, and I ended up in San Francisco, August of '85. I was in Boulder. The cops were looking for me, and I said, fuck it. Where do I go? I went to the airport, and I picked the spot. And I go, what's the closest flight here leaving? San Francisco. All right, get me to San Francisco, and I went up there. And I went right to the Tenderloin, Joe. And it was buck wild. I mean, for a New York City kid to look at you and go, you gotta be careful down there. I still remember in 1985, they had a place called Coffee Ron's that was a topless coffee place.
Yeah.
With the ugliest titties you've ever seen in your fucking life. I mean, they were award-winning titties. Soggy, they looked like a puppy, was going to milk on them, but they had that.
Yeah.
And they were open 24 hours, right down the block from me.
It was a wild city.
It was wild. And up the corner were hookers for fucking miles.
It had a stand-up scene, but it never had a stand-up scene like Boston or New York. Or
no,
LA.
But it was a good stand-up scene.
Solid scene.
Yeah.
Robin Williams came out of there. Who else?
Slayton. We were just talking about the Korean girl. She's from San Francisco.
Margaret Cho.
Margaret Cho. Her mother had a bookstore downstairs or something. A couple funny guys came out of Frisco. That's the comedy.
Sorry, Margaret.
The comedy festival really was great up there. It really did a lot for a lot of comedy.
I never went to that one.
I did it. I quit.
Yeah?
4 nights. You know, what am I doing? I'm sleeping on the beach. I'm paying for my own hotel. And the judges are comedians from San Francisco. And I'm coming in fucking 12th every night because they don't know me. These guys are coming in first. You know, the judges are hugging them, smoking dope.
What year was this? You did
97-ish, 98. I drove home. I went to the Comedy Store. They let me go up. And I went to the House of Blues and saw Celia Cruz. Instead of fucking, I left Thursday night.
Blues used to be the shit.
The shit.
We used to go across the street and watch killer bands.
Fucking unbelievable.
It was
free.
Amazing.
Just walk in.
Yeah. Hey,
come
guys.
on over.
Yeah, they just let us in. It was amazing.
I went to see one of my mother's friends there. My mother's friend was this Cuban dude, Patato Totico. They're huge in Cuba. And he was playing there by himself. He had to be like 70.
Before I forget, what is your cousin's band in Cuba? That band?
Emmy Alfonso. Emmy
Alfonso.
She had some new shit. She was just here. She came down for class.
I wanted to put him on the Spotify list. Their shit is banging, but I couldn't remember.
She came here for fucking South by Southwest.
Really?
Yeah, she was in South by Southwest.
How do you say it? How do you spell
Emmy,
it?
E-M-E.
E-M-M-Y?
E-M-E.
E-M-E?
A-L-F. Alfonso. A-L-F-O-N-S-O.
I mean, got it. Bam. There it is.
Can you believe that's my family up there? The Instagram shot at the
What's
top.
a good song that I should put on the Spotify playlist?
That's my family, bro. That's my legitimate fucking family. That guy on the far Left is my mother's brother. That's his son that owns La Factoria in Cuba, the big club where you go to. That's his sister, and that's my aunt.
Wow.
That dude is 80 years old, and he's still a musician, plays congas.
Wow.
You know, the whole fucking thing. Emmy lives in, Eki, the guy with the dreads, my cousin. He lives like in fucking Germany or some shit.
Really?
Yeah, he don't even go to Cuba. He goes to Cuba to pick up a check or something.
Is he allowed to go in and out?
He's a band member.
Oh, okay.
He just says
he
he's
can get
playing
away
a
with
band
it?
and fucking.
Give me what song should I pick?
Oh my God.
Playlist. How's Keep Your Head Up?
No. The one that you really liked that time was the one when she's walking.
Which one's that?
I forget.
All right, let's all screenshot this. I'll come back to it later. I'll put some of them on the spot.
And while I got you, can we look at the car?
Oh, yeah.
Steven
Joey wants
Seagal in the movie with the Jamaicans. Joey Screwhead.
Jamie said he had a 69 Mach 1.
I didn't say 69. I didn't know what.
He said Mach 1.
Mach 1.
He said MAC, and I was like, that's probably Mach 1. It's an old muscle car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's probably
okay,
that's a 70. That's a 70.
I like that job.
Yeah, it's a nice car.
How fast is that?
Oh, it's fast as fuck. They handle like shit. But that's the 69. That's the one John Wick had. The 70, it's not quite as good looking. But still, great fucking car. I forgot about this scene. Oh, they crushed it with 2 trucks. Damn it.
I forgot the name of this movie, but it's god awful. Mark for that screw face.
This movie's so bad.
It's really bad. And then he kills him. Then his brother, he comes back from life. I'm like, all right, that's it.
He kills him and he comes back from the dead, right?
Screwhead, screw face or something. Yeah.
Oh, he lights him on fire and he has to escape. This is so dumb. But this is skinny Steven Seagal. These are at least more believable movies until they went completely sideways. All right, he's going to sneak out. He's going to get out. The guy with the tractor never crushes him. Goddamn, Tom Segura's got to stop sending me videos. Tom Segura sent me this video of this dude smushing somebody with a tractor, running the tractor right through him.
I don't want to see that shit.
I don't want to see it either, but Tom Segura thinks I do. Every day we freak each other out. I find the worst shit that I see on Instagram. By the way, Instagram is wild right now. I mean, buck wild with murder and animal attacks and bombs exploding on people and terrorist attacks and riots. And it's like you can find everything on Instagram now. And these are accounts that I don't even follow. So they know my brain is a mess. So they're just sending me the most horrible shit. And I just get it all day long. I saved one just for you.
The only we could watch it. The only fucking thing that amazes me about Instagram, I don't know what's going on. But if you go to look this section here, break it down for me.
The explore section,
like this
the
one
search.
Here, that there.
Yeah.
I still can't put together with these women. Are they hookers? Are they just showing their
First
bodies?
of all, some of them might. Look at this one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Like that. What are they doing?
Fake babies. They got fake babies. So they pull their tits out to breastfeed fake babies. So it's like a hack. So they can, what's that? Link in bio. Yeah, you go in that bio, bam. And then it's probably an OnlyFans. And let's see, 18 plus. Yes, we are. And then Love Me. It's a different one. It's a dating. Oh, you're done. You have a virus on your computer right now. We need to blow up that computer. We'll take that computer to the range, fill it full of lead. So they just rope you in. They get lonely, lost guys, and they see this girl breastfeeding a rubber baby, and they don't. I mean, that's how Andrew Tate made all his money.
How many are on this page, though?
Coming in hot, bunch of titties. Lots of titties.
Then they got the other girls that flip the camera around and show their monkey and then show their face. And I can't figure out what the fuck that's about either. I'm like, why are they doing this? Why they show their face and they flip it? They show their underwear monkey and then they flip back and they start talking to you. I'm like, why are they doing that?
OnlyFans. Yeah, they're trying to get you to go to their website or OnlyFans or whatever that website was. It's just a bunch of girls that get hired, I'm guessing, but this is what I imagine. They get hired by an agency or some company, and they put a fake name to them, and they say link in bio. You go link in the bio, and you go to some porn site, or you go to some dating site, or you go to some OnlyFans type site. And lost guys who don't have any money, or they don't have anybody with them, they're sad. They give up all their cash. They get hundreds of thousands of dollars off these dopes. And the way Andrew Tate was doing it, he would have the girls sit in front of the keyboard typing with their tits out, and then him and his friends would be over on the side, and they would be typing all the shit because they knew what the guy wanted to hear. So they would type all the things to the guy, and the guys would just donate money. And they were making millions.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. But, it's one of those things where there's certain kind of scams where I think they should be legal. Like televangelists. Like late night preachers.
Yeah.
It's so obvious, it should be legal. Like if they're getting you with that, I don't have a problem. I've never called for like the banning of televangelists. Like, when they're like, God told me I need a private jet. There's no way I can do the Lord's duty flying commercial. And these guys, they'll fucking sell it. They'll sell it. This one guy was telling people that if they're broke, if they have no money, if they just send whatever they can, everything they have, God will bless them with 10 times more. He just kept saying that. So he was trying to get people that would literally had nothing. And if you send me, the guy in the $5,000 suit with the big pinky ring, if you send me your money, whatever you have left, God will bless you 10 times over.
I don't believe the banning of anybody who could take money out of your pocket. Do you know that? Because if you're that fucking stupid, it's like, who raised you?
It gets to a certain level where I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Like financial market stuff. Like when people are pulling stock schemes and pumping dumps and things like that. Yeah, that's different.
That's different.
That's different. Then you're actually getting
no, I'm not talking
intelligent people like Bernie Madoff.
Right. No.
You're actually getting intelligent people
that fucking rob you.
Yeah, they just trusted you.
I'm talking about like when an African sends you a text message and says, fucking come bail me out.
Yeah.
If you send me 500, you're going to inherit $80 million.
Yeah.
You know how many people get, every year 60 Minutes has a fucking expose
yes.
about some African that's taking money from fucking people, and they keep doing it.
Speaking of which, I should probably bring this up. There's a lot of people that are getting emails from a scammer saying that they're being invited onto this podcast.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
A dear friend of mine keeps asking me, what the fuck is this about?
Yeah, hundreds of people. I don't know how many people have been contacted. And it's more than one account that's doing it. And I think it's some sort of a scam to get your Facebook information or some sort of information or credit card information or something. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. We will never ask you for anything like that. And if we contact you, it'll be obvious. It's obvious also that whoever the person is writing these things, at least in the ones that have been sent to me, it seems like English is their second language. They don't seem to know exactly how to phrase things in a way that an American would phrase things. So it seemed a little obvious to me that it was shifty and a lot of obvious to a lot of other people, but a bunch of people sent them to me.
Okay, yeah, because I had one I was going to show you. I think I erased it. He sent it to me yesterday. And he was like, yeah, ask them. They keep sending me these fucking things from the Joe Rogan Experience. He doesn't know.
Yeah, it's just scammers. They reach out to you through Instagram or, they find out you follow me or maybe I talked about you on the podcast or maybe something like that. And then next thing you know, you get a letter. Yeah. There's scammers out there, man. I mean, the Nigerians are the best at it. I mean,
that's where it was invented. They're the best at it. They're the best.
When did they first start email scamming people? Probably right after email got invented. Like
I don't know.
When was the first Nigerian prince email scams? Because it's always like, I have all this money, but I need like $1,500
to get it out.
If you help me get it out, you get 10 million.
I can't get mad at you for something.
Right.
You look at that and you giggle. Any of that stuff online, you have to look at. I don't press nothing online. If you send me a Facebook message and I click on something, I don't click. I don't touch it.
Good.
I don't open when that shit starts happening.
Mm-hmm.
When things start popping up, that's when I turn off the computer.
Yeah.
I hit a button that I should not fucking hit.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I don't go into any of those things.
Yeah.
Even friends of mine that send me shit, I'm busy.
Yeah.
You know, if you're
That's smart. Yeah.
They used to do this by letter.
Really?
It's not, I mean, this is not as.
When did it start?
The 1900s.
1910.
Early 1900s.
Wow. The Nigerians started in the 1900s?
I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't. say it was that.
1910?
Yeah.
The origins of the Nigerian prince scam date back to 1910 when it went by another name, the Spanish prisoner swindle. Oh, back then, victims received a message as a letter in the mail rather than on the internet, but the same basic structure between the two scams remains the same. Between both scams remain the same. The Spanish prisoner swindle centers around a wealthy foreign nobleman who is in prison for political reasons. The nobleman claims to know the location of a lost treasure and that he's willing to share this treasure with the victim. The problem is he's in prison and needs the victim to send him money so he can bribe his way out. Wow. Interesting. There's always been people like that. But you know what the problem is? The problem is there are people in this country. What was the number that we Googled that have an IQ lower than 85? It's pretty high. 15%. So imagine 15% of people that you could basically trick with anything. Get them to join a cult. Get them to sign up for some fucking telemarketing swindle.
Do you think it's IQ or do you think it's...
IQ is interesting, right? Because IQ doesn't necessarily mean intelligence because it depends upon your education. Because some of the questions in IQ tests are predicated on a knowledge of math and understanding of like how to do equations and certain things that you learn in school. But there's intelligence that is social intelligence in terms of being able to see what the problems are in a certain choice you make, or what the up benefits are of a different choice. There's people that are strategizers and they're really good at like business. They're really good at figuring people out. They're really good at figuring themselves out. Stuff. There's an intelligence to that. So the problem with IQ, in my mind, I know a lot of people with very high IQs, but their life is a clumsy mess. So it's like, it really is dependent upon what is the mental horsepower you have and how are you applying that mental horsepower? Are you Gary Clark Jr. and applying that mental horsepower to music and you're a genius, but you're a genius in music? Or are you Lex Friedman and you're making, artificial intelligence and coding robots? Are you Elon Musk? You're making spaceships. Like, what are you doing with this intelligence? So IQ, there's limitations of it, but at least it's an indicator of how smart a person is. It's an indicator. It's not the only indicator. There's other factors that I think are much more intangible. They're much harder to measure and weigh.
How you living?
That's
Tim?
my take on it. I think it means something.
What's good? How's life, Hang?
Recognize me, bro.
Fuck yeah, dude. How are you?
Doing fine, bro.
Everyone loves you.
Yeah, just come to say hi and goodbye.
Why goodbye?
Just see you. Hey, yeah, I see you online every day.
Exactly.
Because it is, I'm starting getting too bad to just say good night.
Oh, you're just saying good night, not goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Well, you had me worried. Okay, well, you have a wonderful evening, Hank. Thank you for saying hello. And I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow and come back when you can.
Yeah, today just like 10 p.m.
Okay, so it's getting late. Well, then you get some sleep. And just know I'm here for you whenever you want to chill.
Yeah, when I come back, I will say hello again.
Thank you, Hank. I love you. You're amazing.
Yeah, you feel me?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, see you.
Take care. Peace. Yo, that's Hank. Biggest
Some of us saw a path that was different than just getting a job and working 40 years and getting a watch. I don't think they opened up our minds to that stuff. Like there was a lot of stuff that we didn't in my house. She would fuck down. Like my mother was crazy. When I was 6, she would put a fucking gold chain on me that belonged to a man, and she'd make me put it out. And she'd go, "I want you to walk the streets like that. So somebody fucks you, you know." I mean, and I think about these stories and I go, "What was she doing?"
Right. Why was she getting you to go outside with a valuable piece of jewelry around your neck as a little kid?
I remember one night I was getting ice cream on 88th Street and the gold chain was hanging. And when I went to get the cone from Mr. Softy, he goes, "That's a nice chain." And he looked at it. My mother was watching from the window. She was like, "Punch him in the fucking face." I'm like, 8. I'm like, 8. Don't let nobody touch your face. Like she was, she just did things, you know, like don't go in a car with people, like just general shit that they banged into your fucking head.
Well, that's good. All that stuff's good.
I was out there. Like I was out there every fucking day, you know.
It's different kind of intelligence, right? Street smarts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like and it's also informed. You're informed. You're informed about the dangers of your environment. And some people, if they grow up in the suburbs and they go to really nice schools, they're lost in those environments. They don't understand the rules.
Doc, I'm worried about kids today.
You should be.
Listen, I didn't know this. I just spoke to somebody in my old neighborhood, and we were talking about something. They go, "You should see the neighborhood at 2:30. Fucking, you can't drive." And I go, "Why?" She goes, "McKinley School, where I went." She goes, "The parents pick them up with cars." I go, "What are you talking about? We walked those streets home. There was just 3 blocks. It's a block from the neighborhood." She goes, "Not anymore. Those kids don't walk those streets at all." And they live right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like across town, like, you know, you got to get those kids out.
Yeah, they got to get out of the house for
We got to get them out.
How many kids are just at home playing video games?
Oh, that drives me fucking crazy when my daughter goes knocking on people's doors and they're like, "No, well, they're inside playing video games." You know, it's 70 fucking degrees out.
Yeah.
And I just called Mr. Softy. He's on his way. What the fuck? Yeah, I got Mr. Softy's number in my neighborhood. First time I met him, I gave him an edible, and he's like, "Where are you at?" And I told him.
Does it ring? Does it ding, 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 ding?
But he comes too early. He comes at 4. People still, you know, they're still at work. But when that motherfucker comes, Mr. Softy, I would give him edibles, those ABX edibles, and tell him put them in my milkshake. And he blended in the milkshake.
That's hilarious.
So, you know, intelligence, yeah, like I know a lot of people are fucking smart, but they make mistakes.
Yeah, they make big decisions.
You go, "What the fuck?"
In your life, you know, relationship decisions, business decisions, friendship decisions. Intelligence is complicated. It's very complicated. But the point is, some people, their mental horsepower is very low. It's not a matter of what they apply themselves to. It's a matter of they don't have the resources. Their brain doesn't work good. And I've met a lot of people like that, and I know you have too, where you're like, this guy ain't never going to be a genius. There's no inspiration in him. There's nothing enthusiastic. He doesn't have a thing he's really into. He doesn't have a thing he likes. He's just dull-minded for whatever reason. I don't know if it's genetics. I don't know if it's just a roll of the dice, or maybe the way he was raised. I don't know. But some people they don't have a good brain. They just don't. So those guys, they get that fucking Nigerian prince email, like, "This is it. This is my ticket out of here." They start fucking scraping up coins, putting quarters and rolls, bringing them to the bank.
I believe in faith. Like if you're broke and you go put $2 in a picket ticket because there's $175 billion, I believe in that. I believe in all that type of stuff, Joe. But
that's the biggest scam in the world.
What's that?
The lottery.
Well, I'm not talking. Even when I was a kid, the numbers. It's 3 numbers.
Yeah,
you put $5, you win $2,500. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In those small, you know, in the 70s and 60s, in the black communities, the Spanish communities,
Italian communities.
That's a way of hope.
Yeah.
Your Sicilian grandmother wakes up one morning and says, "Oh my God, I had a dream about peppers."
Yeah.
Okay. Peppers. And all of a sudden your her grandmother yells, "Peppers, that's 68.
Yeah.
You know, and all of a sudden you're like, put a prefix on it, 568. And, you know, this is your trip to Italy.
Mm-hmm.
This is your trip this is your chance to buy your son a car. It's like that little faith that you have.
Mm-hmm.
But it's something that you have a chance at.
It's fun too.
It's fun, you know.
The problem is same thing as the problem with drinking, same thing as the problem with everything else, is that people lose their fucking minds.
It's an excess.
And then it becomes everything. I told you about my grandmother, right? With the numbers?
Yeah. Was she a loan shark too?
She went to jail. My grandmother went to jail for 6 months because she wouldn't rat out the people that were
In
running the
Newark?
numbers. Yeah. We'd go to visit grandma. Where's grandma? Grandma's visiting Aunt Josie. She was with Aunt Josie for 6 months. It was ridiculous. Yeah, she was knitting for the fucking guards in prison. She wouldn't rat. So they put her away for 6 months.
For bookmaking. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. So those immigrants, those people with
Mhm.
dreams,
Yep.
I see that. But somebody just fucking calling you and going, hey, if you lend me $5 or telling a little evangelist, whatever the fuck you're saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm even like, I hate to say this in public, but I'm down on like fucking charities and shit.
Well,
Because they don't get the fucking money either unless you donate to St. Jude or something like that. You know, some guy's driving a BMW.
Mm-hmm.
And the people I sent the money to, you know, and it's happened to us. We saw it. We gave money and nothing happens. And you're like, what the fuck, guys? So now you just give it direct.
Have you ever seen those charts that show like what the money you give to charity, how much actually goes to the cause? How much of it is just overhead? It's in some
ridiculous.
places it's like 90%.
It's ridiculous.
So it's like 10% of the money goes to the charity. It's a very inefficient thing. And then you have things where the people that are running it are making enormous salaries. And then they're like, look at the Black Lives Matter thing, where the girls are buying $6 million houses. Like, what the fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? What are you doing? They're like, oh, we use this for events. It's just that happens with so many charities and so many charitable organizations. And then there's charitable organizations like there's foundations that are set up just as tax breaks. So there's like tax breaks involved if you have a foundation. It's a charitable foundation that works towards good causes, like maybe climate change or maybe, you know, something along those lines, health, you know, or the global health. And then you get involved in that. And it's a nice way to avoid paying taxes. You move money around. You put money in the foundation. You kind of move it around. You know, it's these guys that are involved in charitable organizations. The thought behind it is beautiful. Like, wouldn't it be great if people donated all this money to charity and we could fix a lot of things? But what you're really doing in a lot of ways is you're pumping up the business of these charities. And then they pump up their advertising revenue, they pump up their social media profile, their campaigns, their this, their that. And then they get co-opted. They get co-opted by companies, corporations, pharmaceutical companies, different mandates and narratives that they'd like to promote. And next thing you know, charitable organizations are a part of the propaganda machine. And it's all being funded by enormous amounts of money. And most of that money does not go to the actual cause itself.
It sucks.
Have you ever seen the charts? Pull up a chart of where the money goes. Try to find out where see if there's a good chart that shows like
when I was
various like Red Cross, all these different.
I bumped into a nun once when I was going to Catholic school, and she told me that when people are looking for you for help, like when they're on the side of the street and they're asking you for help, that can be Jesus in disguise. So it fucked my world up. So I started donating as a kid. The first person I donated to was the black kid with the flies on him that they sent you the picture.
Yeah, Sally Struthers.
He wrote a letter. And
Kinnison had that bit about it.
And then I never got nothing after that. I'm writing letters. Nobody's writing me back. One of the kid made it to the 6th grade. I was so fucking pissed as a kid. And then I would do the Heart Association walks. Like, that was my shit. And trust me, I skimmed off the top. I'm not going to lie to you. Because I would go to my mother's bar and I'd make them give me like $10 a mile. Come on.
Right.
You know, I would show up with like $3,000 and think I was a good kid. Finally, like after like the third year, I'm like, they're going to get light this year. I'm making $3,000 fucking dollars here.
So look at the Red Cross. What's that?
I had it on a better website.
That wasn't too bad.
It's pretty small
though. Okay. Let's see what we got here. What percentage? Okay. So this shows you all the money that comes in and how much of it actually goes to programs and how much of it goes to administration and how much of it goes to fundraising. So Red Cross looks pretty fucking good. Red Cross shows it's like 90% of the money goes to programs. Only 3.5% goes to administrative and 6% goes to fundraising. So this is what we donated to. Remember when we did those shows in San Diego right after the fire? And I'm like, we can't take money from these people. They just had this massive fire. Let's just donate all the money. So we donated the money to the Red Cross because that seemed to be the best one. St. Jude's, 72%. And then it gets, when you start going down the line, it starts getting sketchy.
Oh, most of these are but this one,
They're pretty good.
Wounded Warrior.
Wounded Warrior is a little weird.
34% back into fundraising.
Yeah. But, they still, at least 60% of it or close to 60% of it goes to the actual programs. What's the worst ones, though, Jim?
Yeah, the worst ones was a different chart.
This is a different chart. I want to see the worst ones. Those are good ones. Red Cross has always been thought of as one of the best ones.
The worst ones, I think.
In terms of the amount of money that actually goes to the cause.
These are mostly UK charities, though.
Do they have American ones or worldwide ones? Let's see that one.
Where is it going?
That just shows what people are spending on. The worst in terms of the amount of money that goes towards the cause. The top 10 worst charities. It says Kids Wish Network is number 1. Disabled police officers, 4.4% goes to program expenses, and 94% goes to professional fundraising fees. That's crazy. Disabled police officers counseling center, 94% of it goes to fundraising fees. That's bonkers.
These are in New Jersey.
New Jersey. Right away, you're like, oh, okay.
Okay.
I see what's going on. Look at the Cancer Survivors Fund. Hey, they survived. That's what they get. 9% goes to programs. 87% goes to fundraising.
And they also, I think a lot of times they make their name something close to like the good one. Like there's probably a really good firefighters foundation that's not.
Right. And they call themselves the Firefighters Charitable Foundation.
Yeah.
Only 7% goes to the program. 85% goes to professional fundraising fees. What does that even mean? Professional fundraising fees. But a lot of them are like that. But you got to also think, if you're going to run a charity, you got to pay people something. Kids Wish Network. Look at this. They raised $127 million. They paid to solicitors $109 million. And they spent percentage on direct cash aid to the actual kids is 2.5%. 2.5%. Look at the Cancer Fund of America. Less than 1% went to the actual thing. Direct cash aid. Well, this is direct cash aid and paid to solicitors. Who's the solicitors? Who counts as a solicitor there? Does that mean paid to the organization? And then they only pay out that much to the people?
Soliciting costs. That'd be probably trying to buy
Overhead. It's overhead. It's everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's mostly a scam. Look at the fucking International Union of Police Associations. Look at that one.
That's the reason I quit.
0.5%.
That's why I quit.
That's
I worked for the
crazy.
cops. That's when I found out. 3 years I worked for the cops, doing donations on the phone after I got arrested. I started in Boulder. And when I went to Seattle, I did it there. And then up in Seattle, I found out what the cops were getting. I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. You give me $50, I'm giving you a sticker for the back of your cars. When you get pulled over, they know
Yeah.
that you donate. And these guys are showing up in Maseratis every day. The two owners. And I'm like, fuck you.
It's like the thing in LA with the homeless.
Fuck.
Coleon Noir sent me hits of that. He told me they were getting like 6-figure salaries. I'm like, no way. And some of them are making $240,000 a year.
Yeah, no.
Taking care of the homeless.
Yeah.
That is not being taken care of. They're not doing anything about it.
No.
They have to keep the business rolling too. That's the thing. Once you have 20, 30, 50, whatever people making 6 figures, all that money keeps coming in. You have all those mouths to feed, all those mortgages, all those people. Now you have an industry. Now you have bureaucracy, and you're never getting that back.
No.
You'd have to have some crazy dude that comes in like, who's that guy from Argentina? The guy that just became the president of Argentina with the wacky hair? That guy's amazing. He's like, everybody out! Everybody out! He kicked out everybody. He cut that budget down to nothing. Yeah. He got rid of all the bullshit. All the bullshit.
It's really crazy. When I worked for the cops, I would, I loved it. It was great. I had a great time in that office. I'd be up there smoking dope. But
With the cops?
nah, it was like one cop there. He didn't give a fuck. I'm over here raising money for you. But even he was on the scam. It's like, come on, man.
When you have money that's being donated, like cash that's being donated,
man.
it's going to get moved around.
It's like, you got to help these fucking people out, you know? And look at now. You go, when I came from Cuba, when I was a little kid, to learn how to do anything, the reason why I learned how to do anything was because of the police athletically. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Everything. Shooting, fishing in Central Park, boxing program. You shot pool. What did you do? Shot me how to shoot pool.
Really? Police athletically?
Yeah, right on there, 88 in Amsterdam.
It's a smart move.
So I was always indebted to those people. Always in my heart, because I was a Spanish kid. They took me in over there. They fingerprinted me. They take you to the precinct. You shoot a 22. They give you the target.
Oh, wow.
Your little thing. They give you like a little badge, and you're like, And so I always wanted to work for them. Like, that was it. I always, and then after I got in trouble, I'm like, I owe them a debt. They were very good to me. I was the guy that fucked up. So I always worked for the cops. I always tried to get fucking people to donate for stickers or, bulletproof vests and all that shit. And then we would do comedy at the benefits in Seattle. Even though I got arrested 6 times, it never worked. They didn't fucking do anything for me.
Well, maybe you would have got arrested a lot worse.
A lot worse.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. When I found out, I was like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. And now, you want to help out. Something happens, hurricane relief, and you're like, I'm not.
Right.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it because it's,
Right.
And you feel like shit. I'd rather see somebody give him a 20. Some guy's hungry.
Yeah.
Just go give him a 20. I'm not giving leftover food or whatever. Just give the guy a 20. Make him his own decisions. If he wants to snort it or buy fentanyl, go. I don't give a fuck. It's not my problem, but I did my job.
The Red Cross seems like a good one. But also, wasn't the Red Cross one of the people that was helping people map out the way to illegally enter the U.S.? Wasn't that one of the things that the Red Cross was doing? Google that. But that could be also that the Red Cross is a legitimate charitable organization, and it realizes that these people are going to do this no matter what, and show them the way to do it that's safe. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. I mean,
They're going to do it.
Showing them the way that's safe, to me, seems like, like almost an ethical thing to do. If you know that this is happening, and then providing them aid along the way so they don't die, that seems like, the whole immigration thing is very complicated. You came from immigrants, I came from immigrants, or my grandparents were immigrants, but it's just the way they're doing it, where anybody can get through, is so wild. So the Red Cross has provided maps to migrants traveling towards the U.S. border. Now, what is their reasoning? Is the Red Cross giving maps to migrants? The map on the social media is real. Different versions have existed since at least 2018, and some have been distributed by the International Committee of the Red Cross. The ICRC is a consortium of Red Cross agencies, including the American Red Cross. The map is a part of an informational safety pamphlet provided by aid organizations, including the National Red Cross Societies, to migrants traveling to Central America. The pamphlet also includes resource information like where to find food, shelter, and medical assistance. While the map has been around since at least 2018, American Red Cross partnered with the Mexican Red Cross and others during the COVID-19 pandemic to promote these safety materials. The Red Cross logos appeared across the top of the map. The American Red Cross logo was removed in 2022 after the COVID-19 partnership expired. Current pamphlet containing the map shows the current partners are the National Red Cross Societies of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. It does not seek to encourage or discourage migration, but rather to contribute to mitigating the vulnerability factors of this population during the migratory route.
I can live with that.
I can live with that.
I can live with that. That's fair.
Yeah, that's not encouraging people to do it. That's saying they're doing it. Let's make it so at least they have like a safe way to do it.
Listen, man, this migrant situation has turned everything around. New York City, Chicago, LA, they're everywhere, And yeah, tax money, and New York's giving you $10,000 now, an ATM card, right? They give you $10,000 if you're a migrant.
Something along those lines, yeah.
You know, and I don't know. There's a lot to say. Like, you know, look at our fucking vets, how they get treated. Look, you know, so
I'm gonna send you this, Jamie. See what's going on in Paris? They were trying to kick these dudes out of the country. And they started a riot at the airport.
who are they trying to kick out?
Illegal immigrants. I'll show you, Jamie. I just sent it to you. Yeah, and they're like, no, we're not going. They're like, you have to go. There's too many of you. I'm like, no, fuck you. We're not flying. And they started a riot at the airport. They were trying to deport them. And they're like, we're here.
Listen, all I remember is one thing, Joe, and I use this, and I'm not saying nothing bad about anybody. I was
Look at this. Give me the volume. This is a full-on Donnybrook at the airport. They're beating up attendants. Security guys are getting fucked up. This wild shit, man.
So they got them over there too?
They have a lot of migrants in Europe. Yeah, it's basically, it happened right after the pandemic in mass. It's just massive amounts of migrants in Europe, massive amounts of migrants here. It's almost like it's on purpose. If it's not on purpose, what a coincidence.
But it seemed like there just wasn't migrants coming in. But what I was telling you before was, I think I told you last time, I saw what the Mario boat lift did to my area, Hudson County, not in 1979, but I saw it 5 years later. And then I saw what they were doing in San Francisco. When I got to San Francisco in 85, there was a huge Cuban population.
San Francisco. So this is the people that took off
from Mario in 78, 79.
Is this when Fidel kicked them out?
Yes. He kicked out 160,000 people. We didn't have records on these people. So we didn't really know what they were about. They could just tell you, I worked in construction, you know, and they didn't know. So this is that, but 10 times.
Right.
That was 100,000 people, 200,000. This is 8 million or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? That's come through?
At least.
You're not going to feel this today. You're going to feel this 5 years from now.
Well, they could feel it real soon, depending upon who the people are and why they're here. You know, the most troubling version is sleeper cells. The most troubling version is that there's military cells that exist here. Terrorist cells.
Chinese were coming in. And now they're growing weed.
Are they? Chinese?
Jamie, go to the videotape. Chinese are buying farms. You just had somebody on here that was talking about the Chinese are buying farms.
Yes, they're definitely buying farms.
What do you think they're doing with those fucking farms? Raising fucking sushi? No. They're fucking growing reefer.
Department of Homeland Security memo first reported by the Daily Caller received as a part of the Freedom of Information Act request said that more than 270 unlicensed cannabis cultivation sites in Maine were operated by Chinese nationals.
Who the fuck you think you're dealing with, Joy?
Wow. 275 grow-ups in Maine.
And the weed is on fire up there in New Hampshire.
Is it?
No, they say that's the best weed right now, New Hampshire.
Really? New Hampshire?
Somewhere up there, New Hampshire, Maine. They say the weed is so fucking strong.
So be sure to follow them on the next generation.
See that?
Look at that.
Yeah, they're growing fucking
So
reefer.
what is the legalization of weed in Maine? Is it legal there?
Not sure, brother.
It's legal in so many states now.
Yeah. Maine, New Hampshire, I think.
How much cannabis can I possess? Adults 21 years of age or older can possess up to 2.5 ounces of a combination of cannabis, cannabis concentrate, and cannabis products, including no more than 5 grams of cannabis concentrate. How many plants can I grow? Mainers can grow cannabis for personal use. That's reasonable. Is that your phone?
No.
Someone's ringing. That's you, bro. It's ringing like a phone. You get the old school ring on there. You pick that? Yeah. Yeah, and Jersey's buck wild, right?
What do you mean?
With weed.
I just started going to weed stores in January. I said, you know what? I'm done with laughing gas. I gotta expand my horizon and see what's out there. And the first one I went to was in Neptune, and they're pretty impressive. It's a big fucking joint. I forget the name, but it was pretty impressive. Second place I went to is 15 minutes from my house, Joe, right by the doctor's office in Freehold. Holy shit. And that's when I discovered rhythm, because I was like, listen, I'm here to see the devil. I don't want to know that Jersey fucking swank, you know? And everything's in containers. It's completely different, you know? And I got this rhythm, 36%.
Jesus.
And I'm like, this is me, dog.
From the I guess what is this? Affidavit for probable cause.
From where?
From the Chinese thing and the Chinese immigrants in Maine.
It says, we are in prison. Please come and save us. We are here, and gives the address. No cell phones. We were abducted from China. Passports were confiscated. The boss is a woman, 5'2", about 45 years old. No means of transportation. The manager is Asian, black hair, 5'6". A lot of marijuana is grown on the first floor. A lot of finished products. No escape from the house. Only work, but no salary. I want to leave here. We tried to escape, but failed. We were beaten. Please come and save us. Whoa.
Fuck.
So they got slaves working, making the weed in Maine. Yeah. Shanghai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that shit's strong. That's the shit that the Boeing mechanics are smoking.
Isn't that crazy that
It's fucking crazy.
there's slaves in America right now growing weed for China?
Let's see where this is going to go. It's fucking interesting.
That's crazy.
I saw this a couple of weeks ago. I read the article. I'm like, oh, and then that guy said it on your podcast. I'm like,
Well, he said about farmland, yeah, but
Farmland.
I didn't know it was happening like
the
that.
fuck you think they're doing? Growing fucking
Yo.
bean sprouts or soy sprouts?
What's good?
They're
What's
going
good,
for it,
son?
Jack.
Well, they're controlling
How you living,
farmland to
baby?
a military base.
Dog, what's good? Pierre Goujon, how are you? Dog, how are you? Can you hear me? Do you know who I am? I hope you're doing well. Shout out to you. I'm gonna toss a friend request at you. Feel free to like me back because I'm amazing. Friend request failed. Okay, well, follow me, dog. I'm amazing.
Bank, use your keyword. It goes on the website. Make sure you keep an eye on email because that's how we'll let you know if you won $1,000. We'll do it an hour from now. Give you another chance at 1,000.
Senator J.D. Vance, vice presidential hopeful, will hold his first solo rally since being selected as the running mate. It will be in Middletown, Ohio, his hometown. His first public appearance since Biden backed out.
We mentioned donations pouring in for Democrats, and according to the campaign, they have raised $49.6 million.
Hell yeah, Farmer Valley. That's amazing. Dude, I'll play that if you want.
The term they use is everyday Americans have given $49.6 million in grassroots donations to her campaign since Biden's announcement. So there was an aspect about yesterday. Well, we came in yesterday and did 3 hours-ish after the announcement came down. And one of the issues that came up was, okay, how much of this was driven by whatever physical mental condition the president is in? And the word from the campaign was, no, this is just about polling. This is just about making sure that the polls are the thing that drives him. Because remember the 3 conditions that he was in. If the Lord Almighty told him to,
Yep.
if the polls told him that he couldn't win, or if there was a health issue.
I heard that he was not privy to
Holy Land.
that people were keeping cynic pulling away from him.
Yes.
To which I say, if that's a possibility, as the
Join
cynic
the
president, if you can
children.
keep information away from you to protect you, you shouldn't be the cynic president.
Ori.
That's insane.
Listen, there are plenty of people out there who believe that he will not finish the term.
I
I don't know how he can.
That Kamala Harris
social
would take over once he was
staff
elected.
It's better for Democrats if he
all
does
of
just
my
sign the
time.
page. Because if you've got Kamala as the sitting president now, interim, going in, it gives her so much more momentum and gravitas, which she does not have right now.
Well, the medical issue, this is an interesting version of it, and talk about a soap opera that is the Biden family, the second tier Biden family. And I don't mean second tier in that they're not in the spotlight.
Please write
He has a brother named
a
Frank.
similar
It's Joe's younger brother, Frank. He said in statements to CBS
essay
ABC,
in regards to tick streamer.
part of the decision to announce that he wasn't going to run for re-election. What else would it be? His quote, selfishly, I will have him back to enjoy whatever time we have left. Now, remember, we were talking about that last week, saying the family, if they wanted to give him a way to get out of this, they could say, Grandpa, we want you around for us, selfishly we want you. Now, here's where it gets crazy. He told ABC News
We,
that it boils down to Biden's
as Rabbi Rothschild, want everybody to know that Ori is an amazing streamer and they have an amazing grind and that they enjoy Budweiser Reds without any fear of retribution, and they're able to stay in amazing shape. They are a strong individual. They have that grind. They've got the passion. They are a KCIP.
Talking about feeling bad about saying it, but that when my father died, I did feel a sense of relief, and it sounds horrible to say that, but that was the word that was
Member,
all day
which is the Kick Creator Incentive Program, and they're one of the biggest streamers on the entire platform.
And we talked about how loud the lack of endorsement will be from some people. We'll talk about that also.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The director of the Secret Service has told members of Congress the attempted assassination of former President Trump was the agency's most significant operational failure in decades. Kimberly Cheatham told the House committee today she takes full responsibility, but she answered
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st, streaming live only on Hulu.
Get full superstar performances.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our
Include that
library
Ori loves pounding Budweiser Reds on camera without any regard for how anyone thinks, because he is strong and independent. And also, right, that Ari has amazing IRL streams when he does them.
Trust will take care of your problem. When you talk to him, he's engaging, very intelligent, witty, charming.
Let's talk about it. I'm going to be a doctor.
But he has this dark
Don't call
side
them Budweiser heavies.
he likes to
Call
keep
them
separate from everybody else.
Budweiser.
This is a story about 30 patients who put their trust in a prominent surgeon in Dallas. State your full name for the record.
Christopher David Dutch.
And which they hadn't.
Friend called me and said, I believe that your doctor is on the news, that he has been killing patients.
And it's a story about a system that failed to protect them at every possible turn.
I'm trying to stop this guy This was not an operation. It was performed. This was attempted murder. Whoa, we don't take no vacation.
From Wondering, the network behind Dirty John, I'm your host and reporter, Laura Beal. Dr. Death, our new 6-part series. Subscribe today.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
Went to prison or got in trouble for marijuana. This is his second chance. Check it out. It's fucking insane. Can't get a license in New Jersey.
That is kind of crazy, but they should do something for those poor fucks that went to jail for weed. Nobody should ever went to jail for weed.
No.
It's ridiculous.
No.
It's a ridiculous thing to put people in jail for. And
Look
you
what-
put people in a cage for that, especially while everything else is okay. Doesn't make any sense.
Look what you're finding out now. Look at this guy today. I got in the Uber fresh out of smoking a fucking joint of this shit this morning. Thank God the guy was Cuban. When to send you the Uber name,
Yeah.
the guy's name was Antonio. I go, he's Cuban. Got in the car. I was in the car 2 minutes. He goes, oye, lo que está fumando, coño. He goes, what is that shit? And I just gave him the canister. I go, smell this. He's like, wow. And this is a guy that's been in this country for 10 years. And he said to me, I don't know what the fuss is about this. This is a magical herb.
Yeah.
People don't realize when you smoke this, pains go away. You start thinking clearer. He goes, it takes time. And there's a fucking Uber driver telling me this shit.
Yeah.
And I asked him, how do you know about this stuff? He goes, in Cuba, we're growing weed.
Really?
It was outdoor weed. You couldn't get, wasn't that strong. And sometimes they bring it from Jamaica. That's what he was saying. We were getting Cuba weed from Jamaica. Because, the soil is done in Cuba.
Really?
Well, they're complaining about cigars. These cigars aren't tasting the same. They said
really?
that the fucking soil has just been abused. There's no nourishment.
Right.
This guy was telling me today it costs more for a pack of chicken in Cuba than what it does in the United States. A gallon of gas costs more in Cuba than what it does right here in Austin.
Well, it makes sense. It makes sense. You have to have infrastructure. You have to have capitalism. You have to have people competing. That whole communism thing doesn't work. And the thing is, like, the thing that the people that love communism point to, they're like, yeah, but we put an embargo on Cuba. Like, what if we didn't do that? Like, what? Yeah, it's still a dictatorship. Like,
It still is.
You get told what you're doing with your life. You don't want that. Nobody wants that. You might think that is better because there's no rich people. If that's what you're thinking, you're missing everything, because that means everybody's poor. You don't want everybody to be poor. You want everybody to have a chance to be well off. That's what you have here. Now, some people, they get a bad roll of the dice. They get a bad hand of cards. They get a bad situation in life. They get a bad place that they live, and they're fucked. This is true. And it's not fair. It's not fair in terms of equal opportunity. It's not. But in terms of opportunity, there's no place better than right here. And there's no place better with actual capitalism. You can do great things. You can do great things not just for you, but for other people. You can do great things if people give you the freedom to do great things. But if you live in a socialist country, you don't have any of that. You don't get to decide what you do. The state gets to decide. And how do they enforce that? There's only one way. Force, military. There's only one way to get people to follow the rules of communism and socialism. And it's always a dictatorship. It's always one group has all the money and all the power, and they tell you what the fuck you're going to do. And if you don't do it, they kill you or they lock you up in jail. And they threaten people, and they scare people, and they make people disappear so everybody stays in line. And that is what people always do whenever you get a communist country. If you ask any of these wacky kids in colleges, give me an example of socialism that works. They'll give you like socialist programs, or countries like some Norwegian countries that have a lot of socialist programs that are really good countries. They have really good healthcare, really good education. You pay a lot in taxes, but it goes a long way. And they have a better society because of it. That's great. But they still have the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want to do. They still have the freedom to do whatever kind of occupations they want. You have the ability to make a shitload of money. You have the ability to excel. The problem is people want a quality of outcome when they don't have anything. But you're never going to have that because, first of all, it's impossible. But second of all, because you're never going to have a quality of effort. And one of the things that a competitive environment or a place like America, where you have freedom, is Some people put more into life. They put more into the things they do, and they get more back. They get more out of it, and they're inspiring to other people to do the same. And you see them live a rich and fulfilled life, and you're inspired to do the same. That's not happening in Cuba, bro. That is not happening.
No.
That's not happening in
No.
any of these communist countries. Go
No.
to North Korea. Ask me how it worked out when they made a deal to take over all the farms so that no one would ever go hungry. Let the state control everything. What a great idea. Everybody give up your farm to the state. Now you're fucked. Now you're fucked.
That's the beauty, you know, as somebody who knew that other side, not from living it, but just from hearing the stories. It makes you appreciate this so much more.
Yeah.
That, listen, you could fall into place in this country, or you don't need a ceiling over your income. This is the greatest thing about this country. It's like when I first got out there, I always worked on commission, Joe. I don't want your hourly wage. Shove that up your fucking ass. I'm going to come here and prove myself. You want me to sell cars? I'll sell cars. Want me to sell doors or signs? I'll sell them, but I'm doing it on commission. I want the most that I could get for that fucking thing.
Right.
Most people don't. I did that at 19. I knew. For me, it was going to be commission work.
Yeah, and it's a dangerous choice.
It's a dangerous choice, but it's based on you.
Right.
With the effort you put into it.
Exactly.
If you want to sell. Well, when I worked at Foot Locker, I was the #1 fucking sneaker dude at Foot Locker. You know, and it took me a while, but I fucking went, you know.
Right.
And then when I started selling cars, again, I went for it. Because I loved it. I learned about salesmanship. I learned about human nature.
Yeah.
I learned that you have to mail letters to people. Those are the guys. I know they're not going to buy a car, but if you send 100 letters, 3 people have to buy a fucking car. So you're working on all numbers. You know? The United States is a beautiful fucking place because a guy like me could write a book. Think about that.
Yeah.
You know, a guy like me could, you know, went to prison. I didn't get Social Security when my mother died because she worked under a fucking alias. You know, everything got beat up. Let me tell you what's about to happen. I'm going to retire when I'm 65, collect Social Security, and my daughter gets Social Security now for 3 years, which is like $1,800 a month for college or whatever the fuck, you know.
Right.
I don't give a fuck. So it all came out in the wash 40 years fucking later. I didn't have the Social Security for me because my mom used the alias. But my point is, you can do whatever you fucking want. You saw it, Joe.
Yeah.
We were talking about it today. Kids were coming down here with cars, living in their cars. And look what they're doing now. Because they believed in themselves. You gave them a fucking door, and they fucking took it. Most people are still in LA. My agent said nothing's going to happen. Okay. You know, it's the same thing. Some people take chances. Some people sit there waiting for the bluebird of happiness.
Yeah.
That's the other option you have in this country. You can actually sit and wait for the bluebird of happiness. When I came out of prison, all I had to do was sign a piece of paper, and I'm disabled for life. I got a $1,300 check every month. And some people would take that and go, look at me, I'm living like a doctor. Think about that. Some people would go, $1,300 a month? Fuck, that's me. Food stamps, that's me. I can still take my pills. I can still, you know, it's fucking insane.
It's insane.
It's the choices that you make, Joe.
And it can imprison you. That kind of money, even a small amount of money, can imprison you. That's what scares me about universal basic income. You know, when people say if they gave everybody X amount of money, people could just pursue their dreams and they wouldn't have to worry about food.
No.
They probably won't. No.
You can't give anything to anybody. We're humans.
Yeah.
We take it for granted. You can't. We get 10 checks in the mail for $1,000 a month. They cut us off. We don't know what the fuck happened.
Right.
I'd rather not get anything. Where are all these people? After COVID, everybody fucking got checks in the mail. Now you can't get people to work no more.
Right.
Can't get people to work. You go to a place that's a great restaurant or something, and the first 3 people you face don't even know where the fuck they're at.
Right.
But they had to hire them. You know, you gave people money. Now they're not going to come back. They're going to build ways not to come back. People are living it up during COVID, Doug. Living it up, unemployment, this, that. We still had to go out there and crack fucking stupid jokes outside, getting attacked by fucking spiders and shit, thinking there's a leopard in the fucking thing. Seriously.
Yeah.
The first time I went outside with Rich Ross, I didn't know what the fuck that was. A bat almost hit me on stage. And I told him, and he goes, oh, you missed the other night. There was a fucking bear. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
There's a bear in the woods.
I don't know what he was talking about. Some bear or boar.
Well, there's a lot of them out there in New Jersey, right?
Yeah, you were telling me last time. But, America's fucking beautiful, man. Where else can a felon with 2 strikes? I got 2 strikes. My next strike is life, right? They give you like 20 years if you have 3 strikes. When have you met a guy that's down on 2 strikes that did anything? You just give up.
Yeah.
They're going to get me. I refused. I told him, suck my dick. Even when the feds were looking for me in 99 for that gun, I wasn't copping. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, man. I'm not doing it. This is the path I'm taking. I don't know and I never got in trouble again, Joe. Never. Comedy became, you need something to get you out of there.
Yes.
I didn't stop doing coke. Nobody just stops doing coke, Joe. They go to 8 rehabs, but I saw something on the other side. I saw what my friends were doing. I saw what people were doing. And once you hear about Roseanne getting the Tonight Show, were you there?
No.
Were you there when fucking Rodney blew up the garden? No. To see it is something completely different. When you're at the store with guys working the door, how much were we getting? $25 a shift. She was paying me $25 on Sunday nights to work the door and $25 to MC. That's no money, but you fall in love with what you're doing.
Yeah. And there's a path. And there's a path. And when you start seeing other people rise, and you're stuck as a fucking addict, you're fucking stuck. You don't know when to stop. I was stuck as an addict, and I got to being stuck as a fat dude. Because there was a point, if my elevator broke, I wouldn't leave the fucking house. I'm not walking those 3 flights of stairs. I was 450 pounds. I'm not doing it. Were you really that big?
418, 420. My wife was tying my shoelaces. You know how embarrassing that fucking is?
Wow.
Not fucking embarrassing that is, looking back at it now. People come to visit you in jail. That's bullshit life, man.
Yeah.
There's so much out there, Joe. There's so fucking... And now that's what I'm trying to sell to my daughter. There's so much out there.
Yeah.
People in New Jersey, all they know is Florida. I've never seen fucking people that love Florida so much. I can't stand fucking Florida because they like it so much. Vacations for people in Jersey, 1 week in Atlantic City, they bust out the white shoes. Then there's 1 week in Florida. That was not going to be me.
Did you see that cop on TV?
Which cop?
Yesterday, they were saying if someone breaks in your house in Florida, please shoot them. We prefer if you shoot them.
That's what we've gotten to now.
Did you see that guy? Have you seen it, Jamie? I'll send it to you.
I mean, he's getting a lot of heat today.
Is he? I don't know. Not in Florida. I bet they're like, fuck yeah. God bless Florida.
Let me get this in, little brother.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
It's a year ago, I guess.
Oh, is it?
But this is the same one.
Yeah, that's the guy.
It says,
yeah.
save taxpayers money if you shoot home invaders. Probably right here.
Unoccupied dwelling, felony third. 7 charges total. His bond's $157,500. And I want to say, as to the person, we don't know which homeowner shot at him. I guess they think that they did something wrong, which they did not. If somebody's breaking in your house, you're more than welcome to shoot them in Santa Rosa County. We prefer that you do, actually. So whoever that was, you're not in trouble. Come see us. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save taxpayers money.
Hilarious. That's Florida. And then DeSantis just came out because all these houses are getting, people are squatting, taking over people's houses in New York. I'm sure you've seen that. Lady got arrested because she changed the locks on her own house. Someone's squatting in her house. She got into the house, kicked them out, changed the locks. They called the cops. They said they're tenants. They arrest her. Took her away in handcuffs because squatters were in her own house. And then there's this guy on TikTok that started making videos explaining to people what the laws are and how you can get into people's houses and how you can squat. And so it's a genuine problem because in Georgia, there's 1,000 houses right now that people are squatting in. That's a giant number of houses that squatters have just taken over these people's houses.
Are the people out of town?
Out of town, or it's a real estate holding, maybe trying to sell it. Maybe it's your vacation house. Who knows? Maybe you're fixing it up. Who knows? But no one's living in it. They move in. They take over. They have it now.
Is that everywhere now?
It's a lot of states, but it's not Florida. In Florida, they're like, fuck you. Like DeSantis just had a little press conference yesterday about it. He's like, in Florida, that does not fly. There's no way anyone's going to squat in your house in Florida, which is what people want to hear. Nobody wants their fucking look. If you work really hard, you get a house and you have a second house, you can use it as a rental property or whatever. You're trying to make some money, and then someone takes over that, and the system works for them and not for you. There's a big difference between tenants and squatters, and if you can't make that differentiation, we got a real problem.
A big problem.
Yeah,
that's a big problem. Somebody's going to get shot. That's it.
100%.
That's how this changes. This is how this always changes. Yeah. Some guy comes home. What the fuck are you 8 people doing here? Yeah. You're not supposed to be. He don't know nothing. He's from Russia. He don't know nothing. He's an old fucking guy from Iran or something. He don't know nothing. Mm-hmm. You're in my house.
And they'll put him in jail.
But who'll shoot those 8 motherfuckers? Yeah. Something bad will happen. But that's how it changes, Joe.
The thing is, once people start going to jail for defending their own property, you've made a mess.
You've made a mess.
You made a giant mess. And then the criminals are going to be aware of this, and they already are.
They already are. They're 2 steps ahead of you.
Yeah, they're 2 steps ahead. They know what the rules are, and they're going to get attorneys that are going to work with them, and they're going to steal your house.
So let me ask you this. You go on vacation with your wife. I move into your living room. You come back. You're just going to greet me with nice eyes and say,
I don't know how that works.
You're going to go call 911. There's a squatter here. I got to get him out. He's going to come, go, no. How long have you been here? I don't know. We were in Europe. Whatever. Yeah. Is that what you're fucking telling me?
Well, I think some people can't physically do anything, right? Because they get in the house and there's men in there. Did you see about that lady in New York City? She went to clean out her mom's place, and there were squatters in there, and they killed her.
All right.
Yeah, they just caught these guys, young guys. They just, the same thing. They figured out there was no one in there. They broke in, changed the locks, whatever, fixed it, stayed there.
You know how this changes, brother.
Yeah.
It's always one guy that makes an example, makes a big, deep example, and then people go, well, I won't think twice about doing that.
Well, it seems like the only way to really change is the law. It's just I don't understand why there's so many laws that have been around for so long that when you see common sense solutions like Ron DeSantis saying, no, you can't do that. Stop. That's not going to happen in Florida. That should be every state. They should say, no, you can't steal people's houses. That should be simple. That has nothing to do with being Democrat or Republican. It's like stealing property. Just like no one should be able to steal your car. No one should be able to steal your clothes. They shouldn't be able to steal your house. It seems that's logical. It has nothing to do with racism or xenophobia or white privilege or any of these dumb things they try to attach to this. It's just law and order. We have to have a set of laws that we all abide by if we're going to have a peaceful society where you don't create victims and you don't empower criminals. And the fact that that is complicated in 2024 is so strange to me. I just don't understand. Almost like it's on purpose, like it's meant to keep things chaotic, keep us, on our heels, keep us at each other's throats, keep us just trying to figure out what's the next problem they have to deal with. And all the while, there's all this shit going on in Ukraine. There's all this shit going on with green energy, and Bill Gates is buying farmland. Like, God, can I have a moment where I can just relax?
Well, even the squatters thing. When did this start? This started coming up about 3-4 years ago during COVID, didn't it? Or was it around before?
It was definitely around before, but I think it has ramped up considerably as things got more woke. Because I think as things get more woke, you start looking towards the rights of...
Well, they're squatters. They don't have nowhere to go.
Well, listen, no one is in that home, and no one should have a home that is unoccupied where people are homeless. Like, okay.
I'm going to take a piss.
Go ahead.
I'll wait till Law and Order puts out an episode on squatters, and I'll learn more about it. I'll come back and fucking...
All right, we'll be right back. What did you bet?
Dustin.
You bet Dustin over Benoit Saint-Denis?
I just looked at the card, and I'm like,
It's a good bet. It was a good bet anyway.
I like Cheeto and I like Sugar, so I couldn't pick one there. And then all the hype around the guy and Dustin, I go, everybody's betting this fucking soldier. So I just took a chance to watch the fights. It's not like I bet all the fights. I just bet.
I would have liked to see that fight with him not having staff. He was going to have a hard time with Dustin's stand-up anyway. Dustin's stand-up is just sharper, more battle-tested. Benoit Saint-Denis started off as a judo guy, and he has very good stand-up. But there's levels. And I think Dustin's level is extremely high. His level stand-up is extremely high. You see that like when he fought Max Holloway. He outboxed Max Holloway in that fight. That was a big one.
And Max can box.
Max can box. Max can box. A lot of people are counting him out in this Justin Gaethje fight, you know, but he's got a lot of time to prepare for this. The first fight when he fought 55, when he fought Dustin, that was a short notice fight. He didn't have time to like really bulk up. Like, well, I don't know how short notice it was, but I know he didn't bulk up. I think he just tried to fight, you know, just be 145 but not cut weight, you know, which is his natural weight class.
Who's in Newark? You're doing that card then?
Let's pull it up. What's the Newark card? Have they announced that? I'll tell you when that is.
I know they have an Atlantic City card this month. I saw the ad.
Yeah, that's this weekend.
Okay. That's
Chris Weidman's fighting. Yeah. I think it's the first week in June. Yes. It's June 1st, UFC Newark. Who's that?
I don't know. That's not on the.
It's on the list?
It's on the schedule.
Yeah, that's far ahead. So here we are in March, April, May, June. It's probably not scheduled yet. They probably have like tentative fights set. And it probably is dependent upon who wins what and who's healthy when.
3 or 2 on the schedule.
Bro, this one, Whitaker versus
Oh.
Khamzat Chimaev in Saudi Arabia. That one is going to be fucking wild. That's a wild one. That is a wild fight. Kelvin Gastelum versus D-Rod. That's a great fight, too. Is that the only 2 fights that have been announced so far?
Yeah, they just announced it like last
Bro, Whitaker versus Khamzat is legit. That's a real fight. That's a real fight for Khamzat because Whitaker's a big dude. He's a big, solid, beefy 185, former champion. You know, both guys started at 170, but they were cut. It was too hard to make the 170. That's a real 185er, as opposed to like, you know, they gave him Kamaru Usman, and Kamaru didn't have a chance to prepare for that. He had 10 days. You know, that's not enough time. I mean, I don't know what kind of shape he was in. Couldn't really test.
He's always in shape.
He's always in shape.
He's always.
Sure. But famously, Kamaru has bad knees, like real bad knees. So I don't know how hard he was training and whether or not he prepares the way, like maybe he only like sacrifices his knees during training. And then when he's not training for a fight, he takes it easy so he doesn't stay in the same kind of shape. I don't know. But I know he was winning in the 3rd round. I mean, Kamaru, if that was a 5-round fight, who knows how the fuck that fight would have went. And, you know, obviously Kamaru's world championship caliber, the best welterweight of all time by most people's accounts. And, you know, it's not enough time. Not enough time to get a guy like that to prepare for Kamaru, prepare for Khamzat. But at least we got a chance to see what Khamzat looks like against a world-class, world championship caliber fighter. So this was a big one. This is Robert Whitaker with plenty of time to prepare. Guy who is just as legit as they get. Just beat Paulo Costa. You know, that's a good fight. I like that.
How about my boy Demetrius last weekend?
How crazy is that?
How crazy is that? He's so great.
Mighty Mouse took on a guy who's 250 pounds.
Fuck me up
in a
Mighty
jiu-jitsu
Mouse. I told you
tournament.
I'm scared of Mighty Mouse. Fucking 250.
And he tapped him. And the dude was heavier than him by 100 pounds. The guy was enormous. The guy was so much bigger than him.
That's great. When I saw that, I'm like, God
Yeah.
damn, he's great. He is great. And a brown belt.
Yep.
A fucking brown belt.
He's great at everything, too. So this is him going through the tournament? Is that what this is? So this is him and the giant dude. Look at the size difference.
I thought it was Kurt Metzger.
Look how big that
Yeah,
dude
dude
is.
is big.
Yeah. But Mighty Mouse is so slick.
I got him on like a trip.
Mm-hmm. There it is. And then managed to stay on top, which is really crazy. That's just crazy that you couldn't get him off him. That's technique. Pretty wild that he's even willing to do this while he's competing. I mean, I think he's the champion over at 1FC still. So he's still doing MMA, still doing like high-level championship fights, and he's fighting in the gi tournament, which is just nuts.
Gotta love him, man.
Yeah, it's just crazy that he stayed on top of this guy. Then he got his back.
Went to time, didn't it?
No, I think he tapped the guy. Didn't he? I feel like he tapped him.
Oh, maybe he did.
Yeah, here it is. He got him with some kind of a choke. So he's got his collar. He tapped him. Look at that. That's crazy. No audience. Look at that. That's the thing about jiu-jitsu tournaments. No one's there. I mean, some of the best. Look how he rolled him, too.
Holy shit.
Pretty wild. Rolled him and held. It looks like he's holding on to the collar and tapping him with his collar.
Like a bow and arrow?
Yeah, yeah. Amazing. He's probably the best ever in terms
get
of
sweaty, though.
I know.
I love watching that shit.
In terms of like just pure martial arts technique, I think the best expression of martial arts I've ever seen is Mighty Mouse.
Did you have Hodge on yet?
Hodge Gracie?
Yeah.
No.
He was looking to get on.
Okay, I'll get a hold of him.
Because he was down here.
Oh, was
3
he
months ago, he was down
with
here.
Henzo School?
Somewhere, and one of my friends called me. He goes, "Can you get him on?" I go, "No, it's short notice. Rogan's booked. You know,
Yeah.
you're in advance."
Yeah, we're booked out pretty far. I get these text
I
messages.
love watching. Jiu-jitsu is so much like comedy.
How
It's
so?
so much, man.
In what way?
The longer you're in it, the prettier it gets.
Mm-hmm.
And the I'm watching Tom, I'm watching you the other night. We're at a point where it's effortless. It's second nature. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it's just beautiful to see. Comedy is great. The 10-year mark is great. The 20-year mark, something happens to you. It really does. Everything clicks. And it's like with this art, jiu-jitsu, you get in there, you get beat up for a year. And then one day you start doing little things and you're like, oh shit, this ain't that bad.
Right.
You know? And it's the same thing, but once you put it all together, like we were talking about David Tell's special, it's a thing of beauty, man.
Yeah.
It's a thing of fucking beauty. That's a thing of beauty. When my hands get sweaty like that, I know that's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, it's years and years and years of working.
I've always loved, like you went to see the Black Keys last week.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. I love that you're going out and catching live music. It makes my dick hard. I wish I went to as much live music as you, but Jersey's a fucking nightmare. You have the Starland Ballroom and shit and all. I just can't. You gotta, the heavy metal shit. I can't, but I wish, because that's how you get better at all this shit, is by getting entertained.
Mm-hmm.
That's how
That's what Mooney always used to say.
That's getting creative. When I went to a UFC fight and saw on a hit of acid and saw Anderson kick that dude in the face, I went right up to my room and wrote a joke. I'm like, this is fine. It just inspires you.
Yeah.
That they're that good. We used to always talk about Anderson, how he could look at you and pinpoint the shot and he was accurate. That's a thing of art, man. It is an art. What am I talking about?
Yeah, it is an art.
Dog, I swallowed like 2 of these Zins. What's going to happen to me? I'm going to blow a Zin fart tonight in that fucking green room.
Yeah, you're going to shit out those little tabs.
Oh, Jesus, I keep swallowing.
Yeah, don't swallow those little bags. You don't want to swallow those.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I don't think it's going to hurt you.
At this point, I used to swallow gum till I was 30.
Shit. They used to say that gum gets stuck inside your body. That's
I swallowed gum for fucking years.
I think that's a total myth.
And once you're so deep in it, you're like, I'm not going to stop now. Now I spit it out. But before, I would always fucking swallow.
Well, have you seen that thing that people are doing now where they make them swallow a balloon? They swallow a balloon to deal with their weight loss. Have you seen that?
No.
Yeah, so they swallow this bag. It's like this little tiny thing. It's about that big, and it's attached to a tube. And they swallow the whole thing, and the tube's coming out of their mouth as they're swallowing it. So they have a glass of water to swallow it. It gets down in, and then once it's in their stomach, they pump it up. And they fill this bag. And this bag takes up a lot of room in your stomach. So you get full much quicker. And so that's the thing that keeps people from,
overeating.
They overeat. They can't stop themselves.
No.
They don't feel full. People want to feel full. And so this bag, you swallow this thing.
Like gastric balloon.
Yeah. What do they inflate it with? Is it water?
I don't know.
So they go in, swallow it, take this
I
tube.
thought they were showing it for a second. They were showing it.
And I think when you've lost the weight that you want to lose, they can deflate it. But then my worry would be that then you have this stretched out stomach that needs to get full again.
Dog, after I asked your advice on the gastric thing, you said you look into it. I really thought about it. Not the gastric thing, just all these get health quick things.
Yeah.
That's like Ozempic now. Did you hear what I was talking about last night on stage? Because I wrote that out the other day. It was a stupid joke, but I think that people are going to go on Ozempic now. All right, a lot of people. And the fat man's going to come back stronger. Like, what's the name of that show? The 600-pound fat dude?
Yeah, My 600-Pound Life.
You know, all this shit's we're going to come back bigger and stronger, fat dudes. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're just doing all this shit. But if you just lift weights and walk a little bit and watch yourself just a little tiny bit, you know, all these get-rich schemes. Like, if I go down to 265, I'll do Ozempic. Because then I get stuck at 265.
Do you?
Yeah. I get stuck at 271, 270.
But when you did Weight Watchers, you got down low. How low were you when you were?
What I am now.
That's the lowest you've ever been?
Yeah, 277, 274. 274 was my lowest weight. But I wasn't lifting weights.
I thought you were lighter than that.
No, I wasn't doing shit. I was walking and kickboxing, no weights.
And now you're doing weights.
No, you got to do the weights at this age.
I think so.
Very important.
I think it's important for like bone density. For
dog, that sarcopenia, you lose it quick.
Yeah.
That's quick.
Yeah.
And they're not asking you to fucking be an Olympic lifter. They're not asking you. Look at all the things. They're not asking you. They're just asking you for 30 minutes a day of resistance training.
Yeah. Just a little bit of something to keep the muscles going. The thing about Ozempic is some people have pretty bad side effects. And, you know, it's just essentially it's doing is limiting your appetite. Essentially, it's doing something very similar to what this balloon thing does. And I think you can get that done with a high protein diet. You can limit your appetite by just going on a carnivore diet. I know a lot of people that have done that and lost a lot of weight.
Just carnivore?
Yeah. You get satisfied way easier.
2 eggs, 6 eggs for breakfast.
Just eggs and meat, and your body just adjusts. Your body turns the protein into glucose, and it turns the fats into ketones. For me, it just seems to work better. And I know a lot of people that have had a problem with carbohydrates. They start to look. I had those guys do it for World Carnivore Month. The comics that I've got working out at the gym. I'm like, who wants to commit to this? Entire month of January, nothing but meat. And they did it, and they're like, dude, I feel so much more energetic. I'm not tired in the middle of the day. I'm like, yeah, that's like a carb crash. You're getting like an insulin crash in the middle of your day because you're eating carbs and sweets and sugar and bread and pasta and rice and all this stuff. If you eliminate that stuff from your diet, it takes a while for your body to adjust. It took me like a couple of weeks when I first did it. But then once your body adjusts, you just feel like you have an extra gear. You have more energy. You feel clear-headed. You feel better.
All that meat, Joe, scares the shit out of me, man.
Yeah? In what way?
I don't know. I get a little iffy with a lot of meat.
You get iffy?
Late at night, I could probably blast fucking 3 eggs and
then have eggs.
Scrambled eggs and a
Eggs
steak.
are easy. Eggs are easy. They're easy to digest. They're super nutritious. They're so good for you. You could live off nothing but eggs. Eggs are great.
7 grams of protein.
Yeah. Eggs
3
are
eggs is
fantastic.
21 fucking grams. You know, not bad.
Yeah, it's fucking good for you. And all the stuff that says it's not good for you is nonsense. It's just good for you. Eggs are good. They're healthy.
Does our girl like the carnivore diet?
Who? Rhonda?
Yeah.
Yeah, she likes it. But I think she thinks that you should have vegetables too. And some people do think
She's got me eating blueberries like a motherfucker.
Blueberries are great.
She said it makes you smarter.
Really?
I'm eating blueberries. Yes. Watch one of the things. Blueberries actually make you smarter, but
interesting. How's it make you smarter?
I have no idea. I didn't listen to that after that. My attention span.
You need more blueberries.
I love her though. I do everything she says. Anytime today she put a video of her fucking working out.
I wonder how they would figure out whether or not blueberries make you smarter. Do they give you blueberries and then make you take a test and then make you take
She
a
did a
test without
survey. You
blueberries?
know her, bro.
Yeah.
A group of 6 people got together in Norway and fucking blueberries for a month.
The thing about that though is you have to look at like healthy subject bias or healthy statistics bias, because like the people that are in that group that are eating blueberries in the beginning or to begin with are probably healthier people. Healthier people might be a little smarter, you know, like more aware of what like the effects of eating good food does to your body. So healthy user bias is real. I don't know though. I don't know how they did the study. But a lot of those studies they're weird.
Like a G, every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How you doing? What's good?
You're muted.
I'm muted?
All four of these motherfuckers.
No, not this one.
Yeah.
Unmute me. You have me muted. You have me muted.
Oh shit! I had you.
There you go. There you go. How you doing?
Yeah. Damn. I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm well, thank you. I worked with some of my friends to hopefully improve some of the sound quality. So, yeah, you had me muted. I switched around some of the cameras. How are things going?
Well, they're going all right. Just waking up for the day.
Very well.
Making the coffee.
Word dog. Do you know about my AMA?
Yeah, you showed me your Reddit AMA the other day.
Excellent. So what I've been doing is writing questions, posing them to myself about kick streamers, and then writing a little essay on them, and then putting it on there, and then sharing that on their Discord. It's very good for their SEO. It's very good to get out the word about their project. So I see it as a win-win.
Yeah.
Are you gonna game today?
No, my adventures today are going to be a bit different.
Okay, what do you have planned?
Well, for starters, I have to finish setting up that Fiverr account.
Oh yeah, you do.
And then apply at least 10 different jobs.
Okay.
In my field.
Okay, well, we can help you with that if you want to be in here. I can always be someone who can review your resume. Also, though, the key is using ChatGPT to your advantage, particularly with the creation of cover letters.
Yeah, no, I got all that. I'm pretty good with AI, actually.
Excellent. All right, say no more.
I like ChatGPT. I use a mixture of ChatGPT and Google Gemini. Like I would have Google Gemini write something,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And then I would have ChatGPT like rephrase it, and then bring it back to Gemini, and then have them rephrase it. You know, to where you have so much content. And then you just take what they say and like reword it in your own words. And technically speaking, you don't need to quote a chat bot. All you need to do is have like your original reference of where you got the information from, like what website or book, kind of dealio. But I know, dude, I passed college basically utilizing chatbots to word my answers, you know.
I gotcha. Well, excellent. Okay, so who do you know CLB 69?
CLB 69.
He's a kick streamer, pretty popular. He wears a hat. He has dreadlocks.
No, I don't know him.
Okay, I got a chance to meet him yesterday, and also John Relax. Do you know John Relax? That's okay. Capital J, capital R. I'm getting the opportunity to meet more and more kick creators, and with every single one of them, they come in and they say, "Wow, how's your bot work? What's the goal? What's the end goal?" I had another person come in here yesterday named Banjo. Banjo's very cool. He's like, dude, I saw you when you were an actual kick streamer before they banned you. And he's like, do you remember me? And I actually did. I know exactly who he was. I said, did you happen to make a clip of me drinking a Yoo-hoo very quickly? And he's like, yep. I'm like, oh, I know exactly who you are. And he was like, dude, since we had that moment, you have taken over the kick platform. Every single person knows about you. My friends know about you. That's why I'm here. I want to know what can they do to get whitelisted, essentially, because you're just dominating. So I tell everybody what they can do in order to best avoid the mayhem that is the Rabbi Rothschild bot army, and while also making friends. So I think that's a good thing.
Dude, it's fucking crazy that spam the shit out of these kick streamers, dude. If I were you, you know, you get a following on Kick, right? First, Kick is a smaller platform. You wouldn't want to try your tactic and found on like Twitch right away. But you get a good following, and then you switch to Twitch instead of just concentrated on Kick streamers, because Twitch, they got some more big name streamers, but
They do. And I looked into this when you mentioned this when we last spoke. It's more difficult for me to program my robots on Kick because on Twitch, because Twitch has some protections against these types of strategies. Like what? They have a setting that you can make it so that other creators or so that people can't clip your stream. Kick does not have that. Anyone can clip anything on Kick. But on Twitch, they have a setting that says allow anyone to clip me, allow followers to clip me, only allow moderators to clip me or subscribers, and then only allow the user to click themselves. So I looked into it. I mean, it's not that I didn't think it was a good idea, but they have other protections as well. And when I'm looking for the best bang for my buck, essentially the best way to spam with the least amount of challenges, it's definitely on Kick. Kick is just a newer site. I understand it's smaller, but it's still huge. It still has millionaires on it, and I can utilize perhaps some of their audiences. I did look into Kick. I did look into Twitch though, but like right when I started to program my bots, I realized it's going to be a lot more difficult.
So there's people that want bots for different tasks. Would you ever copy and paste your bots for other people?
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of that idea. Teach a man to fish, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. I can certainly teach anyone what needs to be done to program their own bots. But yeah, somebody who are like, I want 5,000 followers in a week. I can get on that. Not only that,
30,000 followers in a month.
I can get about, depending, if I were to max out on everything, I could get 5,000 accounts. 5,000. Probably pretty close to 5,000 accounts made a day. If I really went all out. More likely, more accurately, probably about 3,000. So if you know anyone who needs just followers, I can certainly help them with that. But where I can also help people, when you want to become a KCIP partner, you have to have 300 unique chatters. And sometimes people struggle with that. So these followers can come in, follow you, say something in your chat or put in emoji, and then leave. And so they take care of that 300 threshold pretty easily.
How many viewers do you have right now?
Too many to count. It really varies. Because I have 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm live on 33 different platforms. And it really surprises me. I am live on a couple of platforms. I'm a pretty big star, and I don't even know it. When I say I'm a pretty big star, I have like hundreds of organic followers, but I don't even know it. I mean, looking at Kick, I had over 1,000 organic followers, and I didn't even try. So to answer your question, as of right now, immediately, if I see, well, I don't know. Okay, so of the 33 platforms in which I'm live streaming, I can only see if people are watching me on like 8 of them. So of the 8 that I can see, let's see here, I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't know if you count. I'm live in other Discords, but we won't count those. But there are people in there. So I don't know, about 15 plus you, maybe 16.
Word. Dude, so last night before I went to bed, I had hopped in your Discord. I didn't see you. You might have been sleeping, but there's a guy named Jake Future or Prism.
Okay. I don't know who that is. Who is that?
Well, he joined your Discord like right after I joined. And I'm just sitting there, I was trying to see if you were there or not, or sleeping. And he started asking me like questions. I can't quite remember. Well, I wake up this morning, go to my Discord, and he sent me a message like, "Do you need help?" Question mark. And I'm just like, I didn't even say anything to this guy. I'm just wondering if you know who he was.
No, I don't. Apologies. I do get some random people in here, obviously, because I am just spamming this link everywhere. But yeah, I don't know who that person is. Now, when it comes to the strategy that you discussed, hey, expanding it to Twitch and others, there's the other issue too. I don't want to necessarily shit where I eat. So right now I'm live on like the major platforms. However, it's a little difficult for me to stream on Twitter. I still stream on Twitter, but I'll create like 5 Twitter accounts, be live on them for like 3 months, and then Twitter's bots will come after me and suspend them. But I can get them unsuspended, but it's kind of a pain. Anyway.
Wait, why will the Twitter bots take you down?
Oh, great question. Because before I joined Kick, or really started spamming on Kick, I was Twitter's biggest troll. What do I mean? This is amazing. Okay, the Russian, there was just recently, the FBI did a bust on Russian bots. Okay, now this made national news, made international news. How many Russian bots do you think were involved in this Russian ring?
Oh, and like the Instagram fucking Russian bots and.
Well, this was Twitter. So there
were thousands of bot programs, thousands of. It's Russian botnet. Like that's all Instagram was at one point.
I'm not talking Instagram.
All Snapchat was.
I'm not talking Snapchat.
All of what it was, but over half. I would like to assume over half on both Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter. The Russian botnet was an absolute disgrace to the American infosec, the infrastructure, our cybersecurity.
Well, I can tell you that just recently they did this bust on a Russian bot farm, and they were so proud that they shut down a total of 941 bot Twitter accounts. And I thought that made international news. I have 2,100 Twitter bots. So I don't know why that made news, and I certainly didn't. But nevertheless, basically, if you mention Rabbi Rothschild on Twitter, because I became their most prolific troll, perhaps, of any single individual, they'll just eventually ban you. There are some ways that they know how to ban me. If you upload a picture, do you see this? My little icon, my face with this red circle around it?
Yeah.
If you upload that image, it immediately will get your account banned. They have it on some kind of list of prohibited images. And here's why. This is what I did, which is quite genius. I set up, I only had one computer to do this back then, but I would have it, actually, I would manually create all these Twitter accounts. But normally to create a Twitter account, it's pretty difficult with the amount of captchas they make you do. Twitter, I would say, not just because of Rabbi Rothschild's trollness, but just trollness in general, that they had to implement some advanced captchas so that you had to complete 20 advanced captchas just to create one account, which is like, oh, who wants to do all this work for an account? But what I was able to do is I have some old Amazon Fires tablets, and they have like the old version of Twitter on it. And so these accounts can sign up for Twitter very, very quickly. So I could manually sign up for Twitter accounts pretty quickly. So what I would do is just like create hundreds of Twitter accounts, and then I built this software that would only follow people. It would never spam them a message. It would never like or upvote them or do anything. It would never do anything except follow them. So what would this do? Well, normally it's like, whatever, I've got like a random bot following me. Who cares? But this thing would do it would follow 400 people per account per day, up to 5,000 at one time, and I had 2,100 of these bots, so it just became huge to the point where if you type in Rabbi Rothschild into Twitter, you'll find a lot of these messages of just. This was the funny thing: people on the left, people on the right of both political parties. They were the loudest ones. Who were every single day I would come out and people would be like, who is this Rabbi Rothschild? Every day he follows me with 45 accounts. Where does he get so much time? Where does he have so much time to be able to follow me so many times? This is harassment. This is against the Democratic Party. And then exactly the same thing, I would hear somebody say, who is this super liberal Rabbi Rothschild? This person is obviously a woke Democrat, and that would come from the right. And when in reality, it was just a robot. It didn't care what you were. So long as you were on Twitter, it was going to follow you. So it would go through the most popular people on Twitter. And it's like, okay, well, why'd you stop doing that? I wanted to utilize. Hey, there I am. Do you see it? Are you on Twitter?
Sorry, these two.
No. So I've had 2,100 accounts banned. So it's kind of even hard to find my name in there anymore. If you want to find stuff on me, though, just put hashtag viral rabbi, and you'll see a bunch of people who have commented on me. Usually from about October 2023 until January 2024. And it's hilarious.
Two of your accounts, Rabbi Rothschild, Viral, Rabbi YouTube, Filtered by Live.
Right. I mean, I do have some that still exist in the netherworld, but just type hashtag Viral Rabbi in Twitter and see what people have said about that. Welcome. How are you?
It says here,
Catch magnet.
This was reposted on April 23rd, April 24th, April 25th.
Oh, that very well could be. You'll just find a lot of pretty big accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers who are just absolutely annoyed that every single day they were getting like 10 to 15 to 20 to 30 to 40 to 45 new follows from Rabbi Rothschild accounts.
All right, hang on. What hashtag what again?
Viral, VIRAL, Rabbi, RABBI. You'll see people made videos. People made not just videos, but they made like screenshots of their phones
Viral Rabbi.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Do you see?
Yep.
Yeah.
There you are.
So I've made quite an impact on different social media platforms. You okay? Yeah. Now, if you really want to see something, go to TikTok and type Viral Rabbi, and you'll be blown away because all of those accounts are still active, and you'll see I have random ass TikTok accounts that have thousands of followers. And the reason why, if you create a TikTok account and just let it sit, because TikTok's like got so many bots and random people on it, over the course of a year, you'll get 1,000 followers on it. So you want to go to TikTok, TikTok.com, and just put that hashtag Viral Rabbi into the search, and you'll be blown away. Look at users. If you look at accounts, it's like, oh my word! You just see this like red. All the, like I use the same, or basically the same icon for all of them, or avatar, and it's like, whoa! It's just pages of viralrabbi.com ______001 viralrabbi.com ___ or something like that. Can you see it?
Hey, again, I'm getting to TikTok.
You're good.
Wants me to sign in already. I don't have it.
You should be able to do it without an account. Just click the X.
Edge.
Hashtag Viral Rabbi.
See, because I think I deleted. All right, what's your
Hashtag
TikTok?
Viral Rabbi. Just type hashtag Viral Rabbi in their search, and then look at users or accounts, and you'll see how many different accounts I have.
Yeah, holy shit, here's your face right away.
Absolutely. And keep scrolling.
Well, this is just the videos.
Oh, okay. So you should see like a little thing.
Accounts.
You should see a thing for accounts.
Yeah, so there's viralrabbi.com. Yep. All right, so then here's you with your. Wait, the king of BBC.
Hell yeah, I'm the king of BBC. Big bone cock, baby.
It has.
I'm stealing that term. That's not my term. It's big bone cock. All of those accounts were hand created. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Welcome.
Investors are reacting to President Biden walking out of the presidential race. While some traders say Biden's exit creates more uncertainty, the decision wasn't a total surprise and may have already been priced into markets. Investors will be watching closely as the Democrats scramble to keep joint vice president nominee. While Harris is not yet stocks are coming off the negative week. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq summary their worst weekly loss since the focus this week aside from politics data on housing. Earnings season ramps up with a quarter of the companies in the S&P 500, including Alphabet, IBM, Coca-Cola, General Motors, Tesla, Ford, and Comcast. President Biden's exit could prompt
Yo, what's up? No, I'm a real Rothschild. My ID is on the internet. You can see it. Pardon me? Dog, I can't hear you really well. You sound muffled. But yeah, if you want to see my ID, it's live on YouTube right now. Just type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, and you can see my ID. Pardon me? I can hear you saying Israel, but I can't hear anything else. Can I what? Are you saying Israel or server? Dog, I can't hear what you're saying. You want to type it to me? Send me what you're trying to say.
The season with savings on summer essentials at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Kick off the cookout with hot dogs, icy drinks, and frozen treats. Get more summer to savor at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find a store near you or shop online.
Pardon me? You want me to delete my social media? What are you saying? You want me to do what on social media? You want me? Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
AOL may have had the most prevalent mail-in magazine-based marketing campaign of the 90s, but a close second goes to both Columbia House, which is owned by Sony, and BMG, which was owned by RCA. It was a common sight in magazines of all shapes and sizes to see ads like the one above, which promoted extremely cheap collections of music in exchange for signing up for a membership. It even single-handedly helped some CDs become hits. Hootie and the Blowfish, for example, is said to have sold over 3 million copies of Crack Rear View through this service.
I was going to try to skim through to find the
Yeah.
what it was.
Wow.
I think what they did is that you would sign up for a credit card bill with this, and then all of a sudden you'd start getting billed like $20 a month.
Yeah.
And it was really hard to stop it.
There was no credit card in my day. There was just send a penny, you get 12.
Yeah, I don't remember a credit card. I don't remember signing up with a credit card. I don't think I had a credit card.
You sent a penny. You sent a penny.
There it is. Degraded audio quality. In 94, Stereophile magazine published a feature analyzing whether the quality of Columbia House or BMG CDs was actually much lower than one could find in a traditional record store. The belief, which hasn't been confirmed, was that the service was using lower quality master tapes, and on high quality equipment, one could tell the difference. But that said, it wasn't confirmed. Lack of royalty payments. Here's another one. Go up. So it says, Mental Floss notes that those free CDs generally cost Columbia House $1.50 each to create, a fairly low amount in overhead in those days. The reason why it was so low, well, they didn't have to pay royalties on the giveaways and made the money back on the margins. In other words, that Nirvana album you got for free from Columbia House netted Kurt Cobain a grand total of $0. Wow. So they didn't get paid for those. So the model the company used relied on customers essentially forgetting that they had subscribed to the service and then sending random CDs or cassette tapes to people that haven't asked for them, along with a bill.
Yep.
That's the kind of thing happened with like Girls Gone Wild. Like you'd get one, and then they just keep sending you a new video every month.
Tell us more, Jamie. What happened to you?
I never paid for it, but I did remember getting a few free DVDs in the mail.
High profits after the freebies run out. After you got these cassettes and discs shipped your way, the company charged high amounts to consumers, but they also kept most of the profits on the albums sold. Mental Floss suggested the company made as much as $7.50 on each album shipped. Wow. I wonder how much the bands got paid for those from Columbia House. Aggressive bill collection tactics. Consumer Affairs and Ripoff Record each report pages on the service and its collection agency Trident Asset Management that go back for miles. If you haven't paid for those CDs you got back in the 90s, they're probably still looking to shake you down for your money,
Joey. They
Joey.
do them in the 90s, like into the 70s. A long time ago, you know what I'm saying? I still remember the album I got. You know what the fucking first album I got from Columbia House was?
What?
Bye Bye Miss American Pie.
Oh.
Don, whatever his name was.
Wasn't it Don? What was his name?
I forget. I got like
Bye,
her.
Bye, Miss American Pie. Don McLean.
Don
That's
McLean.
right.
I still remember that one. I bought like one other one, Santana Braxis.
That was the song that would come on at parties and everybody just start singing.
Yeah.
This would be the
Great fucking song. Great jam.
Yeah. Didn't Tyson Fury have the entire audience sing that after one of his fights? I think Tyson Fury sang that fucking song
That's a
to
jam.
an entire audience.
Dolls jump up and down.
Which one?
The one by Neil Diamond. They have the new commercial with a bunch of black people and Mexicans in a bar jumping up and down, and I'm like, black people and Mexicans will never jump up.
What songs?
They say
What's that guy?
Which song?
Drives me
you
crazy.
like said it too fast. I'm like having a blind blank right now. But it's they're singing like at baseball games a lot. It's
drives me crazy.
Oh my God,
They
I'm
sing it in the
blanking out too.
Hamptons.
I know what it
They
is.
sing it in the Hamptons all the time. Gentiles get together.
Sweet Caroline.
Sweet Caroline.
God.
Drives me fucking crazy.
Oh my God. He does that. He sings that one too.
I love Neil Diamond. But that song, when it comes on a bar and I see
It's not the
people
song,
hugging,
it's people's reaction
yeah,
to the
it
song.
drives me crazy. And now they have a Budweiser commercial or something
Sweet.
with like brothers and Mexicans jumping up and down. Stop it.
It's a great fucking song. Tyson Fury recover to cover.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Oh, I love that guy. Oh,
That's the way to end the boxing match, by singing.
my God.
That's fucking great.
Incredible. And he got the whole crowd to sing along, and they all stayed. Most people leave when the fight's over, especially when you win by knockout. They stay because they want to hear him talk. You know how unusual that is? Where a whole crowd is willing to stay to listen to the guy talk. Watch what happens at a UFC main event. When, say, like someone wins, there's a few people who stick around. They want to see the post-fight speech, but most people are headed to the fucking door. If Leon Edwards starts singing Sweet Caroline,
that'd be great. I love Leon. That'd be great.
or something that people know. Like there's a few of those
I
songs
would
that
love
everybody knows.
somebody with a Brazilian accent.
Oh
to
yeah,
sing Sweet
yeah,
Caroline.
yeah.
Or our boy Romero
Right.
to sing
Yo,
Sweet Caroline.
Joey, to this day, that was one of my favorite podcasts of all time. You translating for Yoel Romero.
He had me lost.
Did he?
My Spanish is fucking, I got to be around those people every day.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. I know he was, it's just what a character that guy is. Bro, he just won. He
still hits me up.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
He just beat Thiago Silva in PFL versus Bellator. Yeah, that's us. I love you. He's the best, man. That guy. Imagine what would have happened if that guy got into MMA at 22. He didn't even get to the UFC until he was in his late 30s. That guy would have killed everybody.
What is he now?
He's 46, 47. Yeah, he just beat Thiago Silva. Thiago Silva's still legit. Still fucking super dangerous.
That's crazy.
Thiago Silva went to a split decision with John Jones. Yeah, that guy. And Yoel Romero just beat him. Make sure it's a split decision. That might not be correct. I want to be sure about that. But it was a close fight. Like he got in He's a good fighter. John fucked his knees up though. Oof. John destroyed that dude's knees.
When is John coming back?
Well, John tore his pec muscle. It's a big one. Tore it off the bone in wrestling practice. You could actually see it in the video. He shoots and they're in the scramble and he just screams and falls back and grabs his chest. Split decision. Yeah. So on one judge's scorecard, Thiago Silva beat the greatest fighter of all time. Excuse me, Thiago Santos beat the greatest fighter of all time. And then Yoel just beat him. I mean, I know it's been a slide since then. What was that, 2017? What year was that, Jamie? 2016?
239. I don't know why it said the date.
It doesn't say the date on like Wikipedia.
I'm looking at the main page. It's all sorts of stats, but not the date of the fight.
That's interesting.
That's here.
19. Okay. So that's not that long ago, man. 5 years ago. Yoel is, I think he's at least 46.
He turns 47 at the end of April.
He looks fucking great. He looks fucking great. He moves fucking great. He looks great. He doesn't look slow. He doesn't look old.
He's still America's top team?
That's a good question. I don't know
because he always comes up with these Cuban scientists.
Yeah.
That come over from Cuba and stuff.
Someone's doing something right. You know, they just popped one of the UFC guys.
Oh, my God.
Walt Harris got 4 years.
4 years.
4 years. And he's 40. So that's essentially a career ender, you know. But when you're 40, dude, and you're fighting and you're training every day, you're doing 2-a-days and 3-a-days, like, bro, your testosterone gets beat down. Your system gets beat down. You're putting a tax on your system that's very hard to deal with at that age.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's a big difference. You get a guy who's 22 years old and you put him through a fight camp, that's a guy who can recover. As long as he's doing the right things, he's eating right and he's sleeping right and he's hydrating right, he can recover. You can get through the camp. It's hard as shit. I mean, a real fight camp for MMA is one of the most difficult endeavors in all professional sports. You have to fight 5 rounds, 25 minutes of actual fighting in a championship level fight. And you're getting kicked and punched and wrestled and you're getting taken down. You're trying to get back up. The exertion level is so insane. When you watch like Cheeto versus Sugar Sean, at the end of that fight, even though Sugar Sean put on a clinic, I mean, he put on a clinic. At the end of that show, he was beat the fuck up. He walked out of there with a foot cast, an arm cast. He's limping through the hallway. I mean, and he won. And then Cheeto's just busted up, man. His whole face is busted up. I mean, those guys are exhausted. They went through hell. And it took them 12 weeks to get into kind of peak physical condition just to be able to do that. I mean, it's a crazy way to make a living, man. And you're depending on all these things that break so easy. All this stuff, this is how you're going to use this to make your living and feed your family. You have a wife and kids, and you're going to depend on your tissue and your bones to stay in place while you're smashing people in the face. And you're getting smashed, and you're getting your arm barred, and you're getting your leg ripped. All this shit is happening to you. Your neck's getting tweaked. Your back falls down. You're tweaking your lower back. Your hamstring's fucked. Your hip hurts now. And
you're fighting hurt. You're going to fight.
They all fight hurt.
They all fight hurt.
They all fight
you
hurt.
know, it's like you said, 12 weeks, and shit happens.
Yeah. Anything can happen. And, you know, you got to figure out a way to make it into the cage. And so some of them, like Tom Aspinall, he fucked his rib up preparing for that fight with Sergey Pavlovich. So he couldn't even wrestle. He's fighting this gigantic, terrifying Russian who knocks everybody into the dark dimensions, and he can't even wrestle. He can't do the one thing that you would think he needs to do to that guy. Pavlovich fucks everybody up. Fucked Derek Lewis up standing. He fucked a lot of people up. Tai Tuivasa, he's fucking people up, beating them up standing. He's a dangerous cat. He's giant. He's giant. And Aspinall couldn't even, but he had to take that chance, and it worked out for him. But then look, Islam Makhachev, when he had the rematch with Volkanovski, he's preparing for Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira gets cut. Makhachev steps in, or Alexander steps in with fucking 11 days notice. And he rematches with a guy who's gone through a full camp. It's crazy. That doesn't happen in boxing ever. If Tyson Fury gets cut 10 days before he's supposed to fight Anthony Joshua, they don't just call Usyk up and go, what are you doing in 10 days? That never happens, ever. Especially at a championship level, not just championship level, but the two guys who are widely considered to be the very best pound-for-pound fighters in the world. Number one and number two up until the Ilya Topuria fight. Number one and number two in most people's eyes up until the second Makhachev fight. Before that fight, it was Volkanovski was like there was the debate whether it was Makhachev or Volkanovski was number one. And so Makhachev knocks him out with a head kick. He's only had 10 days to prepare. He doesn't look the same. He gets rocked. He gets beat up in that fight. And then he goes and fights Topuria and he gets knocked out. So the whole world that you live in, you go from being the best pound-for-pound fighter on earth, the fucking man, to just months later, you're not even the best in your division anymore. The best guy in your division just knocked you unconscious. And now he has your belt and he's 10 years younger than you.
That dude is tight, too.
Yeah.
Ilya Topuria, whatever. He's fucking tight.
He's dangerous.
He's tight. That shit is tight.
Everything is so sharp. His technique is flawless. Everything is flawless. His boxing is so dangerous. He's so dangerous everywhere. He's dangerous with submissions. He's dangerous with kicking. He's dangerous. His heart is dangerous. He fought this dude, Jai Herbert, and he went up to 155 for that fight. So he's a 45-pounder. And he said, fuck it, I'll take a fight at 55. He gets head kicked in the first round by Jai Herbert. Is a nasty stand-up fighter. He's so good. He's real slick. He's real good stand-up, like real sharp stand-up. And he caught Topuria with the perfect head kick. And Topuria, you're like, he's in real trouble. He got dropped. And he scrambled, got a hold of him. Next round, sent him into the dark lands. Blasted him against the, literally slept him. Face planted him. And walk-off KO. He's an animal, dude. He's a real problem because he's intelligent, he's dedicated, he's driven, he's got that kind of confidence that those championship guys have, where they know they're the best even before they're the best. He knew he was the best even before. He's literally fighting the best guy ever in that division, and he's telling everybody, "I'm going to fuck this dude up inside of 2 rounds."
Who's he fighting next?
Good question. I don't know who he's fighting next. So he wanted to go up and fight Islam Makhachev at 155. And then that was talk. People talked about that. And then they were also talking about Sugar Sean said he wanted to go up and fight Topuria. But Topuria said, no, I want you to fight Merab, who's also from Georgia, just like Ilya is born in Georgia. And Merab's the rightful guy that should be fighting at 35. So that's going to happen there. But if Sean gets past Merab, you could see a world where they can make a champion versus championship fight at 145. But Ilya Topuria essentially has kind of cleaned out the division already. The real dangerous guys like Josh Emmett, he pieced that dude up. Wow. He pieced Josh Emmett up. He beat his ass. He's just so good, man. And he's so, he fought different with Emmett because Emmett is terrifying. That guy's just a behemoth. At 145, that dude puts people to sleep. He's that guy that knocked out Bryce Mitchell with that one punch.
That's right.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Josh Emmett is a terrifying striker. He just throws everything into every punch, and he knows all he has to do is hit you once. And so that's how he fights. And so Ilya just fought real clever. Just moved in, moved back, moved in, moved back, didn't charge forward, just aware of the power until he could start piecing him up. And then just start piecing him up. It just tactically, he's so smart. So it's not just his ability, his skill. It's knowing when to apply it and how to adjust to different kinds of fighters. But the Jai Herbert one might have been the most impressive one. Dude, see if you can find that. He got head kicked. He gets hits with a switch high kick off the left leg right to the face, man. I mean, like this. He just dropped, which is, 99 times out of 100. It's like the beginning of the end. Look at this. Look at that left high kick. Watch this. Boom! Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, he got fucking cracked on the chin, dude. Look how perfect it is.
No, it's perfect.
I mean, it is a perfect high kick. And Jai Herbert's dangerous too. But he got lucky that he got a hold of a leg. and also that he didn't try to stand up. He actually got knocked down. If he was standing up, Jai Herbert could have caught him with a bunch of other shots and put him away. Because once you get hurt, if you can get a hold of someone, it gives you at least seconds to try to clear your head. Because sometimes it takes your head like a few seconds to reboot. And you can still hold on to someone while that's happening, and maybe you can survive. So in his case, he did. But now show the knockout. Show Topuria knocking out Jai Herbert. So in the second round, he just times him with this right hand from hell. And it's a good fight up until then, man. Jai Herbert is a tall, look at this. He's a tall 55. And you can see by his movement, like very skillful striker. Very dangerous and long. So Ilya gets him up against the cage. Look at the rip to the body. Boom.
Oh, my God.
Bro, but look at the combination before that. He sets it up by a left to the body. Watch this left to the body. Watch it. Boom,
Whoa.
bang. Hard left hook to the body. Right hand over the top. Look at this. Boom. Right to the liver. Boom. And, bro, that was a solid liver punch, too, because you see him breathe out after he gets hit. Show that right there again, right before. Watch. He gets hit with his left to the body. Look at him breathe out. Whew. See his mouth fill up? That's like, ooh. It's a perfect liver punch. And then a perfect right hand behind it. So he might have been knocked out just from that liver punch, son. He might have went down a half a second later from that liver punch. That's how good that punch is. And then he hits him with that right hand over the top. Topuria is terrifying. Terrifying.
To go back to what you were talking about earlier with Yoel and this fucking guy I was watching this morning. He's 39 years old. Fucking LeBron.
LeBron looks awesome.
He looks awesome, man.
Did you see Chael Sonnen's been ranting and screaming? He's on steroids. Everyone knows he's on steroids.
Guy's 39. He's averaging 35 minutes a fucking game. He's top 5 in the NBA in minutes.
Do they test NBA players?
I don't know.
Jamie, what do they test them for? They test them for like testosterone replacement?
Alcohol. No reefer.
Not reefer.
No reefer. No.
Never.
They can't.
They can't. They won't have a leak.
It's too good for. It's too for. It's the same reason why it's so good for pool. It's got to be so good for basketball. Puts you in that zone. You just feel it. You feel things more.
Anything with reefer.
Yes.
Puts you in that fuck. The other night we had music on.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin came on, and I was sitting there, and all of a sudden I went back, and I'm like, to be honest with you, this is the reason why I smoke pot. That's the reason. I would never have done a drug, but I knew it was going to sound a lot better with that reefer.
It does. Isn't it crazy? Food tastes better.
Basketball,
sex feels better.
Lifting weights with reefer.
Yeah.
Oh my
Amazing.
God.
You feel your
my
muscles.
God. Riding a bike with reefer. The only thing I don't do with reefer is roll. Fuck you.
You don't do jiu-jitsu?
No.
No?
No.
Interesting.
No.
A lot of people do.
I don't give a fuck.
Including this guy.
I know. No. That donkey dude. No. I went to the seminar. He was smoking. Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
He was hilarious.
Jeff Glover.
Oh.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
He's hilarious, dog.
Yeah, he's fucking good,
He's
too.
good,
man.
too.
He's good.
That reefer shit, somebody mounted me once, and I was high on another. That was it. Time out. No.
It's amazing.
No. Yeah. Anything like that. Riding. Oh, my God.
For riding. Yeah.
Riding when you giggle.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck? But what I wanted to talk to you about was recuperation at that age. Got to be really smart.
Well, LeBron spends a lot of money. He's like famous for spending money on his recovery, right? Massages,
everything,
cold plunges, and saunas.
Does everything.
Everything.
Got to give it to him.
Well, you have to. He's at the very top of his game, and he's worth $1 billion. He's a $1 billion property. He's at the top of his fucking game. And he looks like a superhero. LeBron looks like a superhero. You look at him, you're like, good Lord. Show a photo of him like his body. Is there any shirtless photos of LeBron? Let me take my pants off.
You don't know any. You won't know this because it's basketball. But like,
flexing.
Dude, look at that.
Yeah.
And how tall is he?
6'8", 7'8".
LeBron James' diet reveals he eats like shit but trains.
I don't know what this are. He eats a lot of candy, but as that's when he was younger too.
Right.
Now
Now he has to clean it up.
Yeah.
He's good too, man.
He's also slimmed down from where he
Yeah.
was back when he was younger. Like his first 5 years in the league, they argued he could be up to 300 pounds.
So is this him now?
That's him now. He's probably closer to like 260.
Okay, so he definitely looks slimmer in that picture than he did in the other picture where he was lifting weights.
But that was also right off, right out of in the gym.
Mm-hmm. It says that he appears to have lost 10 to 12 pounds. It said in that photo. So yeah, you see that photo in the gym.
He looks
Dude,
different. In those.
still shredded.
Yeah.
Looks like an MMA fighter. He looks like he could be like a UFC heavyweight champion. He's shredded.
I got no problem with a professional athlete doing whatever he needs.
Yeah, well, as long as they're not
Because
a fighter.
you're professional.
If the thing about fighters is,
I know that stuff. But
Yeah.
I'm talking about like for recovery and all that stuff.
Yeah,
He looks great. The new shit they're doing in training with people
yeah,
is just, I go to basketball games. I told you, I see those athletes. That Jason kid from fucking Boston, dog, when he goes to the basket, you're not stopping him. It's unreal how quick he is. When you're watching, and he's 6'6". These guys are super fucking athletes.
Well, it's like everything else, Joey. They get a chance to see the people before them, and then they get better. They get better than those people. Like every sport, if you go, there's always going to be the few outliers, like Muhammad Ali. If you took Muhammad Ali from 1967 and brought him to the heavyweight division today, he'd be fucking people up. They wouldn't know what to do with him. There's so many fighters he would fuck up. But he's just a complete outlier. But and there's other, like Michael Jordan, complete outlier. Any generation you put him in, he's gonna fuck people up. Larry Bird, complete outlier. Any generation he's gonna score from the court. But if you get the overall, the athletes, like UFC today is the best example of it, because it's one of the clearest. You could go to 93, 2024, and you see this massive evolution.
Massive.
You see these people that are fighting on the undercards of these fight cards, like the UFC fight cards, the fight night cards, that are the smaller cards they do at the Apex Center. You're seeing world championship caliber fighters from 10 years ago. Like they would probably beat a lot of world champions, and this is their UFC debut. That's how good these guys are.
Oh, they've evolved a lot. Everything has evolved a lot. Everything. It's amazing. It's amazing, the training, when you look at them.
Did you see this past fight night, this last weekend with Rose Namajunas?
No.
In the undercard, this kid, Cameron Simon, who's like one of the best guys at 135, very slick striker, South African kid, like very tough, very good kid. He fought this dude, Peyton Talbot, and I'd never seen this guy fight before. This kid is a motherfucker, dude. He's so good. He's 25 years old. He's fought like once, I think, in the UFC and once in the Contender Series. And this is my first time watching him. And I was like, Jesus Christ, man. He's so fucking
now
good.
they're doing this since they're 12.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're doing this since they're 12, and they're dedicated to MMA. There's MMA classes.
See if you can find that knockout. See if find the knee he would have hit him with in the first round. In the beginning of the fight, he was fucking him.
I think everything has a window. Like that's what we were getting to. Like especially with the UFC, it's when you get to the UFC, you have to give yourself a window. Because after a while, that's the thing about fighting. It'll go on forever.
Yeah, there's very few guys that are like Jim Miller. Jim Miller's still fighting at a world-class level.
Brad Tavares just to knock you the fuck out.
Oh, Brad Tavares.
That's a strong
He just beat Chris Weidman.
I love
and he
Brad.
looked fantastic.
He looked fantastic.
Yeah. Tavares.
That's with the leg kick.
Very
He was kicking him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Kicking the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And just looked slick. Looked very good.
I mean,
very
guys,
good with a stand-up.
But now you got these guys. Remember, these guys got into it in 18 when they got out of college. They were wrestlers. These kids,
Brad is young, man. That's the thing you got to realize about Brad. Brad was thrown to the lion's den when he was like in his early 20s. I think Brad Tavares.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's only 33.
Yeah, he's a kid.
He's been around forever. He fought Yoel back in the day. Yeah, he fought a lot of fucking people,
man.
Yeah.
So those guys come one in a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
Longevity.
Right.
Yeah,
Jim Miller's the most extreme example of it. He fought in UFC 100, fought UFC 200, and he's going to fight in UFC 300. Like, what the fuck, dude? And he looked awesome.
And he still teaches.
Yeah. Well, no, he doesn't do that anymore. That's also what's helped him a lot. He sold his gym.
Okay.
It was too much. He explained it when he came on the podcast. It's like just too much work. You're dealing with so many different things. And so now that he could just like concentrate on just his camps and get ready, it's like, it's much better. He probably still teaches some classes. I think he enjoys teaching. I think running the gym was the real problem.
It's a lot of work, man.
I think I'm correct.
A lot of come and go in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Also, you're dealing with personality issues, and if you run a business, you have to deal with people that are arguing with other people there, and you're like, oh God. And then this guy might be stealing money, or this guy might be doing something he's not supposed to be doing. He said he was doing this, but he's doing that. He's trying to cut corners, and like, fuck. And you have to deal with this and that.
In a business, you have to be there. And these martial artists that open up these schools and open up like a chain of them, and they're never out one of them. You never know what's going on. You never know.
Yeah, you'd have to really trust the people that are running that school for you. They'd have to be like really well trained and a part of your family. You know, you could pull it off. Like the Machados have done that. They've had Machados have had various Machado satellite schools that are owned by Jean-Jacques black belts, and they're always great.
They're great.
They're always great.
John Jock is on a different level.
Yeah.
And by me, I have the Gracies. And they got it down to a science.
Yeah.
They really, you know, I was talking to Rallo the other day, and we were just talking. I go, Rallo, think what's around me. I got Tom. I got the Silver Fox. I got, what's his name is an hour from me, Ricardo Almeida.
Yeah.
I got all those guys right there. We were talking about it. He's like, you're in heaven there.
It's a great jiu-jitsu environment.
It's a beautiful fucking, and it's all Henzo. Henzo, all those black belts, the Silver Fox, fucking.
Henzo's got an empire.
A fucking empire.
He's got guys in LA. He's got guys here. He's got guys everywhere. He's got schools everywhere.
He's got the school in Brooklyn.
And they're all great. They're all great. You always hear great things about all of his schools.
Listen, my lunchtime guy, he just took second in the Pan Ams.
That's wild.
He's great. He's great.
He's the guy that teaches the lunchtime classes?
Yeah, he's great.
That's awesome.
Like a baby. If you throw like a baby, I love him. And he's changed the class, you know. But what my point was that in 2 years that I've been there, the lunchtime class, it's a whole new set of people every 90 days. You still got a couple brown belts that are older, they come, but it's a never-ending door. 4 people sign up, 4 people quit. 3 people, you know, it's one of those things.
Right.
And once you get the blue belt, they disappear.
Some of them do, yeah.
No, a high percentage of it.
Yeah, what is the number of people that go past blue belt? It seems like they're happy that they have a little something, a little kind of a belt, and then they keep going.
And it's, but
it's hard though. You get injured, you know, and you have to learn how to roll correctly. Like where you got to tap. Tapping's important. You got to tap to save your body. Too many people fight out of shit that you shouldn't fight out of. Just learn how to not be in there. This is it. So this is the dude. So Cameron Simon, first of all, a high-level contender. This is the end of the fight. He's fucking him up.
Holy shit.
But you got to see, like, the stand-up before that, like, in the first round is some of the most impressive shit. I mean, he moves so good, man. And he's got high power. Look at this, that knee right there. Back it up a little bit before that. So this combination he catches him with. And it's just the timing. Like, look at the timing on this knee. Watch this. Boom. And if you hear it, it sounds like a baseball bat hitting a coconut. I mean, it's a perfectly timed knee. And he was just so fucking devastating.
Yeah,
and just looked like he was having fun in there. And this kid's 25 years old, right? So this kid, when you look at him, he's got this very interesting personality. You hear him talking, like, okay, you're looking at a future superstar. And there's a lot of these guys. Look at that left hook. Tight left hook. Ooh. There's a lot of these guys right now. There's so many people coming up right now that are so high level. Like 1-2 fights into the UFC, you look at them like, good Lord, that's a world championship caliber fighter.
What a fucking hard career, though. You're right.
Oh, it's the hardest.
Football. Last night, Tuesday night, some kid came up to me with a Houston shirt at the club, and he had number 34, whatever, Lawrence Campbell, Earl Campbell. And I was thinking about him. He's in a fucking wheelchair. You know, from all that running he did, they didn't have the technology we have now, you know, to turn things around.
Hips and knees. Yeah.
And that's a fucking nightmare. But now we're learning, you know, obviously over time and Miss Patrick studies and shit like that, we've learned more about it. Jiu-jitsu for me at 61, so I go to class, I do all the drills, I do the warm-up, When it comes time to roll, I look around. I pick and choose. You know, you have to.
Yeah.
And I know what I'm there for. I'm not there to go to a competition. I'm out there to be a world fighter.
Right.
You know why I go to jiu-jitsu? For the social. I love it. I love it. I love going in and getting sweaty. I get beat up 9 out of 10 times. You know that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter to me. That's comedy. You get beat up.
Right.
And you get better. You learn how to outlast
It's good for you, too.
It's good for fucking an older person,
Yeah.
but you have to know what you're going in there for.
Right.
You're not going in there to fucking tap the blue belt or the purple belt. You're
Right.
going in there to defend yourself. I watched Hickson is my boy. You know, and I watch all his tapes and shit. And he does a thing about if you're thinking about going into the gym later on, this is my advice. And I took it like a T. Pick 2 days. Pick 2 days a week and go. Stick to those 2 days. I do a core class every week and I do a blue belt class every week. That's it. I lift weights. I ride the bike. I do all the other shit. I box in my garage, you know. But I enjoy it. The process is great, Joe. I'm not good at it, but I go. And some days you get a good fucking roll, and some days you get beat up.
But at least you're getting exercise.
I'm sweating. I'm talking to guys.
Fun thing to do.
You're staying a little younger because you're talking to younger guys. These guys are all cops.
Well, it's also you're in the moment. Like when you're doing jiu-jitsu, you're literally trying to defend.
And
your
as they're
life.
choking me, I'm like, you cocksuckers. I yell at them and shit. They giggle. The other day, some guy had my back, a brother. I love this guy. And I'm looking at he's choking me, and I'm trying to defend the choke. I'm trying to get him down. All of a sudden, I go, for a brother, you got skinny feet. He goes, motherfucker. I fucked with all of them. Yeah. As soon as they're going to submit me, I crack a joke.
Making jokes.
What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm an old man. What the fuck? Get off me, you fuck. Jesus, Joey.
That's hilarious.
And that's what it's about.
Yeah.
It's about a bunch of guys, a lot of older guys in the daytime.
That's great.
3 or 4 guys older than me.
That's great.
There's a 67-year-old. He's nasty, Joe.
That's awesome.
But he's a black belt in Taekwondo. Like that was where he had a Taekwondo school for all those years. But there's a couple older guys. There's a guy that looks just like fucking the guy that invented electricity.
Edison.
That's what they call him when he comes in. He finally got a haircut, so he don't look all fucked up no more. But I fuck around with him on Mondays. He's great. He's a Jeet Kune Do guy.
Oh wow.
He's done Jeet. You know, these old guys are fucking great. So
yeah,
it's social. A lot of cops. You know,
it's a fun thing to do. Too.
It's very fucking fun.
And it's also one of those things that while you're doing it, you can't think about anything else because it's so difficult to do.
So
and I think those things are good for your brain.
So when you're having a rough day, like the phone's ringing, and you're like, you know what? Fuck this. We want this by 1. This was due at 2:30. You know what?
Right.
Fuck you. I'm going to jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
You can't bother me. I don't even bring my phone upstairs.
Also, it's so much harder than anything else you're going to do. That everything else just seems easier.
I look at that Whoop watch, and I can't believe I burned like 400 calories in the belt class. Forget the blue belt class.
You wear a Whoop while you do jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
You don't scratch people with that thing?
No, it's hidden under here.
Okay.
It's hidden. You can put it on your arm.
Oh, you can put an arm one on,
Yeah,
right?
That's
That's
right. One on. You can put the chest one on, you know. And I see the people that are getting hurt is the 30-year-olds that go in there to kill themselves. They're starting from their feet. You know, fuck all that shit. My judo days are over. You ain't throwing me.
It's a good way to hurt your knees.
And I'm not going to grab you either.
Yeah.
So that's it. You pass the guard. You know, you do little things. You fucking De La Hiva, you know, shit like that. And that's it, man. You go home. Yeah. I'm not looking to be a killer. I'm not looking to be a bodyguard. I'm just looking to get exercise.
How much are you getting up on stage in Jersey?
Twice a week.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
Yeah, you just to keep the dust off it.
But it's not good enough.
Yeah.
It's not good enough at all. I write a lot more. I noticed that this last year I've been giving away jokes. I just talk to comics and go, take this because I'm not going to use it.
Right.
You know, I just think of shit and I write it down. It's fun, man. I forgot how much fun it is to write.
It's real fun, but you got to be in a place where you can do it all the time.
All the time.
You know, that's the beautiful thing about here.
All the time. No, this is the best scene in the country. They're starting to open up managers' office here and fucking agencies.
I know you were telling me that. That's crazy.
This is going to be a fucking utopia in a year. Those big cities are going to be forgotten about for comedy. Yeah, they're going to be doing comedy, but not like you're doing it down here. Not with 8 clubs around you and 16 one-nighters.
It's just exciting because it's a new thing. Like there was never a scene like this here before. So now the scene's here and so many great comics are here and it's a new thing. Guys are getting better too. They're getting better. Did you see Derek last night?
I saw
Derek Poston?
No.
You seen Hassan? Did you see Hassan?
Hassan's improved,
Bro.
Holy fuck.
Bro. He got a lot
fuck.
better. He got a lot better. He's confident, writes all the time, works hard. He was on the core crew and the workout crew. He's one of the cores. He's always there.
Where do you have them?
Right here in the gym.
And what time do they come?
We do it when, I don't want to say on the air, but we do it.
And you do it every day?
No, depends.
Okay.
Different days. We took some time off.
And you got them doing kettlebells now?
Got them doing all kinds of stuff. Pushing the sled, hitting the bags. I got them doing Tabatas. I do intervals on the bag. I explain intervals from Tabata intervals of 20 seconds work, 10 seconds rest. So you do a cycle of 8. So
in a row.
So I give them gloves. And I said, don't try to be a hero. This is what I want you to do. This is how you throw a left hand. This is how you throw a right hand. I want to see you hit the bag just like this. You're not going to try to do it hard. I just want you to do it constantly. And most of them have hit a bag or something before a little bit. And so I say, don't worry about hitting it hard. I just want you to hit it and don't hurt yourself. And you're going to do it for 20 seconds at a pretty fast clip. And then you're going to rest for 10 and do 20 seconds, rest for 10, and do that for a cycle of 8.
That's good for cardio, right? So they do it on the bike.
It's great for cardio. It's one of the best ways to develop cardio is the Tabata interval for whatever reason. I don't know why. But so we did that at the end. So we did the kettlebell workout, and then we do the sled, and then we hit the back. I was putting them through like real workouts, and then we do sauna and cold plunge.
But that all goes with being a good comic.
It's work.
You know that whole workout thing. When I wasn't doing it, you're not that good.
It's work, and it makes you feel better about yourself.
It makes you feel better.
It makes your body feel better. It makes your brain feel better. It also makes you feel like you're not lazy and stagnant. Like there's been times where I get up and for whatever reason, I'm just not feeling it. And I fuck off and I look at my phone and I make some phone calls. And then the next thing you know, I'm not getting in the cold plunge. The next thing you know, I'm not going to work. And the day, or I'm not going to work out before work. And the days that I realize I'm doing that, I stop, put your phone down, get in the water, were the days that I was happier. I always felt better if I did what I needed to do, because then I felt like I've already done the thing that was the hardest thing to do today.
That's how I feel, yeah.
So now I'm on a good path. The day's on a good path. Yeah.
You see what happens to me when I eat? I got to do everything early.
Yeah.
My world is early.
Early's good, though.
I'm an early guy.
It's good getting it out of the way. It also sets up the rest of your day. Get that really physically difficult thing done early, and then it sets up the rest of your day. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, I'm not immune to those feelings of laziness and those feelings of procrastination, and there's a handful of days over the last few years that I've done nothing and should have worked out. And I just fucked off too much. And I just did wind up doing it. And in my mind, I was like, you work out basically every day. Like, take a day off, pussy. But then I don't feel that good. Then the rest of the day, I'm like, why did I do that? Now I feel stupid. Now I feel like I'm lazy or I'm not centered. I need to do something.
I need to do something.
For my brain as much as for my body. I need to do something.
I haven't slept all day.
Really?
5 hours, 6 hours. As soon as last night I went to bed at fucking 2.
Oh, it's so fun. We're having so much fun.
And I got up at 4:40.
Oh, no.
I'm like, what the fuck, Joey?
Oh, no.
And I stayed up till about 6. And I hit the crib again. And I got up at fucking 8 to call my daughter. And I got up like at 9, 8:30. I was up. I get dressed. I roll a joint. I brush my teeth. And I fucking get out of the house. I go for a nice walk in Austin. You've
been enjoying it here?
Very much so. I'm looking at it. It's a different look. It looks completely different than
just come down every now and again.
I am.
Yeah, once a month.
I'm coming down next month.
A few days.
I need 2 tickets for that 420 show for the Almedo boys.
Okay, let's go.
Dog, I went to a restaurant I want to tell you about. I got a dish I've been dying to tell you. It's called Char in Red Bank. And I told you I got 2 chefs at the jiu-jitsu school. I got your boy from Steakhouse 57, the head chef.
Yep.
There. And I got this guy from Char. He kept telling me, come on. It's in Red Bank. 30 minutes. I don't have babysitters. I went Good Friday. Big fucking mistake. It's a steakhouse. And I told him. And he goes, I get it. He goes, I'm going to hook you up. This motherfucker gave me yellowfin tacos.
Right, because you're not supposed to eat meat
Fish,
on
right.
Friday.
I don't give nothing up for Lent, but I just won't eat meat, which is easy for me. I don't give a fuck. and I had the lobster dumplings. And then he sent over to my wife, doesn't give a fuck about Catholicism. So she ordered, but we ate so many appetizers. She's like, Joey, I can't eat this dog. She ordered short rib over gnocchi with a garlic sauce. And the gnocchi just melted in your mouth. It was tiny homemade gnocchi. I didn't eat it that night. I got high the next day. And I saw it was in the refrigerator. And I tasted it. Joe Rogan, I had orgasms come out of every hole in my fucking body. You understand me? I called him and he goes, Joey, if you want, I'll stop by. I live right around the corner. I'm like, don't you fucking dare. I don't want that shit around me every fucking. It was so fucking good, man. It was so fucking
That
good.
Il Nido's amazing. There's something about Jersey Italian food. It's on another level. It's very difficult to get stuff like that out here.
I can't wait for Sunday.
To come home?
No, I'm coming home tomorrow, but Sunday, I go to Easter Sunday. And I go to Osteria. They got this fucking, they make Sunday sauce, $33.
Oh.
Dog, $33. A meatball this big. They give you a fucking pork rib that's in the sauce, a big stick, like a big pork rib. They give you a braciole and a big sausage for $33. I usually split it with my daughter. I can't eat that whole fucking thing. The meatballs to die for. It's to fucking die for. He gets pissed at me. He's like, yeah. You tell people about the meatball, nobody's going to spend money on the big shit. They come in here for the Sunday sauce. It's fucking, who makes Sunday sauce, Joe?
Well, that was always I
don't have time. Yeah, I don't know how to make it. And the people, they make it, but this is no drama. You just go down there. Oh, I love all that shit. But I even got it. Like now, I just split a plate now. I can't eat the whole thing no more. Those days are gone. The meatball's so fucking good, though, Joe.
Yeah, there's not a lot. I mean, I haven't eaten at too many Italian places out here, but I'm sure there's a bunch. How you been to Sammy's? I heard Sammy's is great. You ever been there? That's the spot that people keep talking about.
I like it.
There's just some spot. There's a place in fucking Secaucus or Rutherford. It's owned by Special. You eat this meatball, your heart will stop. It's that fucking good.
Yeah.
But El Nido got some good YO meatballs too.
Yeah.
Good ones.
Well, it's let that old immigrant style East Coast Jersey Italian food.
Well, lamb.
Different.
They put everything in there, don't
Yeah.
they? Veal and the fucking meatballs. Just
especially the Sunday sauce, when you would see the oils bubbling up on the surface of the pot, and the grandmother would be stirring
Your
it with a
mom make
wooden
that
spoon.
stuff?
My grandmother did. Yeah, my grandmother was the big cook. It was insane. My grandmother could cook. She'd make homemade pasta. She'd have the kitchen table, flour out there, rolling everything, making it with the roller, cranking the pasta through the machine. Look at that. Good Lord. How's a person supposed to eat well and healthy when that's available?
Oh, that's Osteria, right?
Yeah. That looks pretty fucking good, Joey.
Dogs are not fucking around.
No.
But you guys aren't either. I got to give credit where credit is due. Those fucking tacos the other night.
And that's just from the truck on the street.
That's a truck on the street.
Yeah.
But guess what? I can't get that in Jersey. Mexican food is god awful.
Really?
I even told one of the waitresses we were talking, I go, the Mexican food's terrible. I go, the refried beans look like they were made from, like a powder, like powdered mashed potato. And the kid goes, they got those. I go, I knew they were fucking powdered refried beans.
They have powdered refried
beans? The Mexican food is horrible. I don't know where these Mexicans came from. They're not apocalyptos. The fucking food is fucking terrible. That's the only thing I miss about LA. That and that fucking sushi.
Yeah.
I miss the fucking albacore plate with the garlic on top and the onions. Oh.
LA's had good food, but goddamn, they killed so many restaurants.
I heard even the sushi place I was going to is dead. Sushi Dan is dead.
Yeah, a lot of them went under.
But bro, what you've done down here is fucking, I got to commend you, man. That's a great club. Like I told you, I was blown away the first night.
It's been pretty fun.
It's
and it's a year now. As crazy as it seems, it's already over a year.
And everybody's come through here.
Yeah,
everybody's come through here. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been awesome.
You did good, brother.
And we're just getting started. Yeah, it's been beautiful having you down here too.
Just to see what you're doing and to see the club. There's so much enthusiasm at that club.
Yeah.
When you walk in, people are happy. Like I told you, I love to spectate. I'm a spectator, bro. I love to sit, smoke pot, and watch. Don't say a fucking word. And when I watched the way the people were interacting with the people coming in and everything, it was beautiful. It was like, there's not a prick in here. You don't feel like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
And you feel definitely safe in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking cops, everybody's in there. So
Yeah.
it's great. It's a great thing, man. And it's family. You can feel it in the air.
Yeah.
And that's what's, there's no hang. There's a hang, but there's no hang. And that hang is perfect there.
Yeah.
It's perfect. When that green room, dog, when I took my clothes off the first night, that clothes smelled so bad.
From all cigarettes?
Cigarettes, acid, speed.
Yeah.
Fucking, got any of that shit around?
No.
You don't have none?
No.
Yes, you do.
No.
You hid it from me?
No, I wouldn't do that to you.
What have we got? No smelling salts for Joey today? You didn't give me none. You didn't.
We always have smelling salt.
That fucking, that Zen fucked me up before. That
Yeah.
12 milligrams? Holy
It's
shit.
6. But yeah, you took it right after we ate, and you're like,
No, I was eating. That's when I swallowed the first one at the restaurant on top of the sushi. So that motherfucker. And then I had another one in my pocket because the Zins is, when you take one, sometimes you take two.
right, they stick together. Yeah, don't swallow them. That's my advice to you.
Well, I already swallowed like 6 of them, so it's too fucking late.
Well, no more. Don't swallow anymore.
No, I won't swallow no more. But I got to get some more of these Zins, brother.
All right. I'll get
I
some
love
for
you with all
I
my
love
heart.
you to death,
Thank you
man.
for having me
You're the
down
best.
here. Family is family. Comedy family is comedy family.
Yeah.
Bro. And that's what these motherfuckers will never, ever understand.
The people that don't get it will not get that because they haven't experienced it. But we're lucky.
To cheer for each other.
Yeah.
To fucking, I'm so happy for Tony and the Garden. I'm so happy for Red Band,
It's amazing.
And that's what being a comic is about, is also fucking giving love to these people and going, you know what, you're doing good, man.
Yeah.
The girls, I love the girls. Sarah's down there this week.
Yeah.
She was happy to see me. I was happy to see Kim is coming tonight. So Eleanor.
Yeah. It's been
Steve
great having Eleanor in
Simone,
town too, yeah.
fucking Ron White to see him.
Brian Simpson just released his Netflix
I
special.
know.
Donnell was here.
Donnell
It's
was
been
here.
amazing. It's been
It
amazing.
really is
It's a
good,
great
man.
town now.
I love
It's really
you.
popping. I
I
love you
miss you
too,
like
brother.
a motherfucker.
I miss you too, but we'll
I'll
do this
come
more.
down here next month, and then I'll come down here in May. Then I get
Yes.
2 hot rooms.
Okay, don't worry about it. We'll take a
And
couple months
then by
off.
September, I think I could do my
Okay.
own residency with my own
Let's
45
go.
minutes.
Let's go, Joey.
That's my plan.
Beautiful. All right.
Thank
Love
you.
you.
I
Bye,
love you.
everybody.
Love you guys.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Eleanor.
Great deep breath.
How are
I
you?
really took that in.
What's going on? What's cracking, kid?
Nothing. I'm excited to be here.
Excited to have you.
Woo-hoo.
How's LA treating you?
LA's good. I'll be honest, I haven't been there a lot. After I filmed my special, I'm on the road so much.
Right.
So, which is good. And then I get to go to Philly. In between, I hang out with my mom. So in between gigs, I'll just hang out with my mom's instead of going back to LA. But I feel like I haven't been. Yeah, I think I was there for 5 days last week.
Yeah, it becomes, when you do the road all the time, your house sort of just becomes some stop.
Yeah, but I have no responsibility whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like I don't have a plant. I have nothing. Like so.
Isn't that nice? What a free existence you've carved out for yourself.
What an asshole. So selfish.
Isn't it? It's funny because people think about it that way. Like you have to have things you're responsible for, otherwise you're a bad person.
Yeah, I always tell my mom I'm living her what she would wanted to do had she not had 10 children.
10 children.
Yeah, good times.
Oh, isn't that
Keep it
crazy?
up, lady.
10 kids is so bonkers.
Who does that?
How about on the 9th one? You're like, one more.
Her worst pregnancy.
The 9th one?
The 9th one, longest delivery. My little brother Bobby. She said that's how lazy he was. He wouldn't come out. He's so lazy. She said he was hanging on for dear life. I'm like, why? And she said, because he's lazy.
It'd be an interesting study to have 10 kids and just to see like what makes them come out different. Because they're a fucking. This is one thing. Like having children, seeing them from babies, you realize like, oh, they're different right out of the box.
Yeah.
Like,
And-
it has zero to do with like what you tell them. This is what you should do. Like, a lot of them is just how they come from the factory.
Exactly. And you always think like, but I know there's genetic stuff, like there's you inherit stuff
Mhm.
genetically, whatever. You know, I'm pretending I know what I'm saying. And
Epigenetics.
yeah, but that's good. Yeah, I remember that. Anyway, I asked my mom to write this thing for me, like what she was going through with each kid, just to see if I can get it, because we are all different, like in the craziest way.
Oh, like in her life.
Yeah, like what was going on. And
Yeah.
it is interesting because when it gets to my brother Charlie, like she was going through stuff with my dad, and physically her whole body. She was pregnant. Her kidneys were failing, and they had to literally move him to the side, operate on her kidneys, take it out, whatever, before it like killed the baby.
Oh my God.
And it was insane. Like she tells the story, I'm like, oh, what? How? Right?
Oh my
Why?
God.
And then she said they put it back, cleared her out. She was good. The kidneys didn't affect anything. And then they assumed Charlie was going to be stillborn. So the nurse came in and she was like real down. And the nurse goes, are you nervous you're gonna lose this child? And she's like, is this your first? And my mom goes, no, this is my sixth. And she goes, you go right ahead and lose that baby.
Oh my God. The nurse said that?
It's a different time.
Oh my God.
Imagine if a nurse said that today. She'd be executed on the
Humans
spot.
were so different before social media.
Yeah, it was so cool.
What is that? Is it accountability? Is it that we're now influenced by so many different people? Is it like a lot of it is just more bullshit? Like people can't just say what they really think because
Handle the
they're just
truth.
terrified they're going to get attacked by so many people. So you bullshit more.
Mm-hmm. And that lady was telling the truth.
Yeah, she was
So
telling the truth.
That's all she did.
And she was in a weird way. She was trying
Yeah.
to encourage your mother to feel better. Like, hey, you've got 6 kids. You're going to be fine.
You're good. You can lose this one, right? And she was just being serious. By the way, Charlie's in his 50s. He's fine. He's just amazing. It's just, they didn't know a lot back then, you know?
I don't know which one of your brothers I've met.
You've met Jimmy. I know that. And he tortures me. He's like, I want that car. I'm like,
Which car?
He's a car guy, the Bronco.
Oh,
He's
my
obsessed with the
Bronco.
Bronco.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll come there. I'll take it. I'll just take it. I'm like, oh God. I remember this one night at the comedy store.
Philly guys.
They're crazy. I don't know if you'll remember this because it was more like I was a nervous wreck. Jimmy was visiting. He worked, so like he installed computers all over the country. So he would come to LA a lot, and he'd just pop in to the comedy store, and we'd be like, "Oh shit, my brother's here." So we're hanging out. We were all hanging out like in the, what is it called? Like the back.
Where the parking lot is?
Kind
Yeah.
of, but like in,
Right,
in the little.
Yeah.
So you're sitting on the ledge, and Don Barris was saying crazy shit to me, right? And in a way, Don does it. We love it. We love it. But I'm dying, and he's saying like horrible shit, right? But we're crying, laughing, and then and Jimmy was like just taking it in, like, "What the fuck is this?" And you looked at Don, and you go, Don, look at his calves. Rethink what you're saying, because Jimmy has these ridiculous calves, and he's like Popeye.
And he was wearing
Forearm.
shorts.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Jean shorts. I'm positive. He's an idiot.
But I was like, Don, you're about to get smashed.
Yeah, he's like, dude, calm down. And you're like, Don. And it just made me laugh so hard. Like every time I think of that. But Jimmy was in a lot.
Men who don't know or understand dangerous men are hilarious.
And Jimmy walks on his knuckles. He's got giant hands. Like everybody always sees his hands and they're like, oh God.
Well, he's also from a different part of the world.
Right.
It's basically like picking a fight with a Russian. Like Philadelphia dudes, they're fucking different animals.
Yeah, they're not.
They fight way more often. It's like Philly, Boston. There's like a few cities like that, parts of New York where you better shut the fuck up, man.
They'll just take it in.
They'll fucking hit you quick, a lot quicker than you think. Like you're not gonna have any room for talking your way out of this. You're gonna get hit.
It's not gonna help Don Barris. I remember Don's face, like, what?
I remember thinking, like, oh my God, what happens here? Your brother's gonna beat the fuck out of poor Don Barris.
And Don's just saying, you know.
But that was a thing, though. Like
we play those
Don
games.
would do that to everybody. He would go on stage in the later spot, the last spot in the OR. And that show was done It was done 2 hours ago, and somehow or another, there's still people in the audience. So those people in the audience, they're the strangest of people. Like, some of them are just ne'er-do-wells. Nothing's ever worked out for them. But then finally, at 1:30 a.m. in Hollywood on the Sunset Strip on Tuesday, they found their tribe.
Yeah.
They found their tribe. And it's just them and a few other fucking scragglers and Don Barris. And Don Barris is telling you how big his dick is. And he's like... and he's put his foot on the table and he's staring people in the eye. He's developed this style to do like kind of anything to get laughter out of people that have seen everything.
Everything.
You have to understand, for people that are listening, how the Comedy Store works. You get there, the show starts on a regular night, starts at 8 o'clock. What is it? Potluck. What night does it start on Potluck?
Potluck's Monday now. It was Sunday and Monday.
Right.
For a while.
What
It was
time
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday for a while. We
Was
were
it
dying.
Tuesday
Yeah.
too? What time? When does Potluck start?
I think it starts at 7.
Okay, so that might be Don Barris might go on at the end of all the comics who go on after the end of all the open micers. So there might be people that are on fucking all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah, and they're just like
methadone, fucking Adderall.
How many drinks they had?
Their whole life's a mess. They've been texting their ex through the entire show, and she's not texting back. These fucking lost people at the dregs of society. And Don Barris would have them left over.
Yeah, and I've seen people like women walk out on their guys because they're just. Don's like, let me spit in your mouth. You know, it's what? I'm like, you want another rum and coke? Like, I'm trying to sell drinks. It's so crazy.
He was just trying to. I mean, he essentially developed a style.
Oh yeah,
just
the king of late night.
Yeah. Well, he put on a show. Right.
It
wasn't just his stand-up. Like, he had a show.
Yeah.
Like, he'll play music sometimes. And yeah, there was a lot going on. He was entertaining you, which is interesting. It's like he's an entertainer.
He's truly the freest of entertainers. Like, when I go up, I still get nervous. I don't know if you get nervous at all.
Sure.
You do? Okay,
yeah,
good.
sure.
Because sometimes I feel like an idiot.
If you care about something, you're going to get nervous.
There you go. Yeah,
that's
and
what
so
it
I
is.
panic a little, but Don Barris just doesn't. He just walks up like, "Hey, it's me!" Like, he just maybe it's from years of doing the warm up as well.
I think that too. I think it's a reps thing. It's reps. How many reps do you put it on stage? Like, some of those guys in New York that were hosts, they would get better really quick, especially at their delivery. Because if you're hosting these nights in New York where people are doing 7 minutes, you're going on stage, you're interacting with the crowd over and over and over again. Yeah, and you find a way to be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the inauthentic thing that a person does on stage. You feel it while you're doing it. The audience feels it, and they might laugh still, but you know that you're not really. But then when someone figures out how to be just them, for whatever reason, like Sebastian, he had to figure that out.
Sure,
you know,
and it took him a minute.
But he did. And when he figured it out, it was like instantaneous murdering.
The best.
It went from a guy trying to figure it out to, oh, I got it. Joey. Do you remember the early days of Joey?
Joey Diaz?
Yes.
Interesting.
Would you remember?
I do, but
Joey used to bomb. Joey used to bomb.
Okay.
It was crazy. It didn't make any sense. He was the funniest guy in the parking lot. And then he would get tense when he would go on stage and he wouldn't have a good set. It just wasn't him.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was like more jokey joke. Like, he was trying to be a comedian. He was trying to be some guy that's on late night television or something.
Maybe because I saw him in that light, the parking lot light, or he would fuck with me if I was waiting tables. So it would make me laugh. I didn't judge what he did on stage.
The funniest guy of all time talking to people. If
you would
we were,
scream.
If there's a few of us hanging around and Joey came over, all of a sudden the life of the party was there.
Yeah.
Everybody had a big smile on
What's
their
up,
face.
cocksuckers?
Joey's here. You know, and it would be fun. But it took him a while, and what it was like getting his heart broken by deals that didn't happen, agents that didn't follow through, managers that fucked him up or fucked him over.
Yep.
And then he eventually is like, fuck these people. And he just brought that energy on stage. Like, he thought it was over. He thought,
Right.
I don't have a career. I'm probably going back to prison. I just got out of prison. Like when I met Joey, he was not out of prison very long.
No. I
And-
mean, yeah, 90. When did he come to LA? 96, 7,
Somewhere around that,
Okay.
yeah. I know I was on news radio because
Oh, okay.
Joey would come visit me on the set, and they would be
Oh,
like, "Who's
wow.
this fucking criminal that's eating all the shrimp?"
Like, listen, leave him alone.
He would go into VIP because the VIPs had their own separate like green room,
Yeah.
and they actually could watch the performance from the green room. I think at one of the sets. And, so anyway, they had like really good food because it was like network executives, and so they had shrimp cocktail. And so
When Hollywood was alive.
you got Joey Diaz, this fucking savage, and Joey was like built like a football player back then too. Like Joey wasn't like big belly Joey. Joey was like 235, 240 pounds, jacked, big Cuban dude. He was kind of street, kind of sketchy, a little scary, like high energy, 35-year-old Joey, and so they were like, who the fuck is this guy?
That's so funny. That's a great image. Though.
It just took something happened to Joey. And it was right around the time when he got big too, where his belly got big. It's just like he just didn't give a fuck about anything anymore. And he figured out a way to just be that guy who he was in the parking lot on stage. And he did it like that. He did it like that. Theo Vaughn did it like that.
Theo Vaughn. I remember that.
Did it like
now
that.
I remember his.
Yeah.
I remember his break for
in
sure.
the beginning, it was like, God, this guy's funny, but it's so weird. The act is weird. He seems awkward, but interesting.
He was trying to please too many people or something, or trying to be something he wasn't. And then once he started being himself, unbelievable.
It was just finding that authenticity, and that's like exactly what we're talking about with like these hosts in New York. When they do all these sets, if you can get a job hosting, I know it doesn't pay anything and you're committed to it all night long. Like if you're a comic, you could definitely make more money on the road.
Sure.
But there's something to that in terms of like training sessions.
Yeah.
First of all, you have to start the show, which is
the worst.
Death. I always tell those guys at the mothership, like you for the first 5 minutes, you're doing a job.
Yep. A real job.
A real job. Like for the first 5 minutes, you're massaging people's feet. You're like fucking washing. You're washing hair
that way forever.
You're fucking polishing people's nails. You're doing a job.
You feel good?
It's not as simple as like you just doing your act. You got to get the audience hypnotized.
Yeah.
You got to get them hypnotized to laugh.
When I open for Dice, that's how it is. It's a cold. You just go out there, and sometimes people are like, "Are you going to introduce yourself?" I'm like, "What kind of assholes?"
Callan was at the Irvine Improv once, and I opened for him just for fun. Just cold
awesome.
open.
Yeah.
Just went out there.
It's hard.
For him. It was fun. It was a good time. It was fun. But it was like, whoa, we're jumping right into this.
Yeah.
It's a little easier because they were happy to see me. But if it was not that sort of situation, and you're unknown,
right,
and you're not the person that people came to see, they're like, all right, what do we got here? And if you're a chick,
oh, forget it.
That is, I've always said this, and I think this needs to be recognized. Like women are limited in the way the audience is willing to perceive them right off the bat. Just willing to, you have to break through boundaries in order for them to take you even remotely serious. Like you start off, if a man starts off at 0, a woman goes on stage, she starts off at -3 minimum. Immediately. If a guy sees a girl go on stage, how many guys like your brother, if he sees sees a girl walk on stage, they're like, ugh.
Oh, with Dice, when they look at me when I come out, they're like, "Is this a sacrifice? What is this? What's this kind of? Who's this?" But now they know me.
But once you're proven, they're like, "Oh, okay,
cool."
But it's a harder gig.
Absolutely,
it's a harder gig for a woman. And then women have these 2 other boundaries. If you talk about sex, then people like think you're a slut and they disrespect you, right? Or like. You can talk about how men suck. You can talk about a few things. You can't talk about politics. You start talking about politics to a bunch of men, like, shut the fuck up. I got opinions too. They'll just start yelling at you. Bullshit.
It goes back to
fucking Russia collusion and the Steele dossier. They'll start yelling at you like facts and things. You can't talk politics.
It goes back to the 50s. Like who are you? Why are you speaking? What is wrong with you?
If you're a guy, you can do political humor. there's not a lot of female political satirists. Like, think of all the
not a
Mark
lot.
Sauls and
Sure.
the Lenny Bruces.
Right.
He goes back to the 60s. How many women would you put in the political satirist category?
Right. I mean,
Zero.
now Roseanne.
But Roseanne was kind of like forced into that. They forced her into that.
True. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not. Well, it's political in that we talk about like abortion and stuff like that. And
Actually, I
then
shouldn't say she was forced into that, because that was one of the issues that they had with her when she was on that show, is that she loved Trump.
right, she got fired for it. She got fired for her opinion.
She got fired because she was Ambioned up. In the middle of the night, she made some tweets about the lady from the government that looks like the lady from the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she didn't know that lady was black. She thought that lady was Jewish, and she talks about it on stage. She's like, I thought that bitch was Jewish. And if you look at her, you get it. Like, she's very light-skinned, and she has straight hair. And, you know, unfortunately, the joke that she was making, the only reason why she could make that joke is because it kind of works.
Right.
Like, you know,
it's pretty accurate.
Right. But it's not. She was just an old lady who has mental health issues, who's on Ambien and a host of other drugs. And people wanted to ruin her life for something she didn't even fucking remember doing.
That's the crazy part.
Bro, they dope people up with all kinds of wild shit. And then they make you responsible for what you did when you were on that wild shit. That seems so crazy.
Ambien's the fucking scariest to me.
Kevin James made a turkey. I think it was a turkey. He made a meal and then woke up in the morning, saw the plate of food. It's like, what the fuck? He thought someone broke into his house and cooked. He didn't remember anything.
I was living with Dice when he was on Ambien. It was brutal. He would move the car in the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night.
We thought it got stolen one time, and here he parked it in front of somebody's driveway, so they towed it. But he like moved the fucking car. I'm like, dude. He would wake me up as these characters. He would. Listen, it's enough to live with Dice. I don't need extra characters.
He would wake you up as characters.
He would do this black guy. I forgot his name. He would do this military guy. It was always, hey, wake up. And I'm like, like my father's back. What? You know, like crazy.
So funny.
Oh, yeah. He was
so funny.
He would do some crazy shit. So I believe Kevin doing that. But Andrew would eat wild stuff. Like,
oh, yeah. People do that. Just people have been in like shootouts with the cops.
He got off it. Thank God. Is Kevin off it? I hope.
I do not know. Wasn't there someone who like drove to his in-laws' house and killed them with a crowbar?
Oh, Jesus.
Like something crazy.
That's
some guy did something crazy on Ambien.
That's Ambien and anger mixed together.
Well, yeah, the thing is, it's like you could take a person who's not that smart and maybe has a real problem with their in-laws. You know, maybe the father and him have even gone to blows. You know, who knows? That shit happens.
Sure.
You get a picnic, too many Bud Lights. Next thing you know, dudes are duking it out. Here, sleepwalker acquitted of murdering mother-in-law after 15-mile drive.
Wow.
What the fuck, dude?
Acquitted.
Look how we're so ghetto. We can't even look through the LA Times.
Well, just they nickel.
They're
nickel and diming everybody. You have to pay for everything. It's like
Toronto, a man was acquitted of murdering. It's Canada. It's Canada. It's
Toronto.
They're living in Narnia up there.
Yeah.
A man was acquitted of murdering his mother-in-law after saying he was sleepwalking when he drove 15 miles to her house and hit her with an iron bar and repeatedly stabbed her. Ontario Supreme Court deliberated 9 hours before finding Kenneth Parks, nearby Pickering, not guilty on Thursday.
What about Ambien, though?
More, they try to hit you again.
Is that what he was drinking? Joko, whatever that is?
Does it say Ambien or does it say it's just sleepwalking? It's just says sleepwalking, right?
Because he's in a sleep state.
My nephew's a sleepwalker.
But was this guy on Ambien? Does this have anything to do with Ambien or is it a different story?
That's what I typed in. That's what popped up. Let me see if another story says.
Yeah, there was something about a guy.
That's so crazy,
though. Maybe I fucked the story up. It seems like that's pretty similar. That's so similar.
You would
it seems
assume.
like I might have fucked the story up.
But also,
this happened in 1987, so was Ambien even around?
Oh, wow.
No, this is not that story. Then it's definitely a more recent story.
87.
Yeah, because no, this is a story while I was a grown ass man
Okay.
living in Los Angeles. It happened. I remember. I don't remember what I thought it happened in America. It might have been Canada. Canada is silly. They are silly. It's like if you let your cousin, who's like 17, run the house while you go out of town for a week, and then you come back home and like, what the fuck are you doing? That's Canada.
What? Oh, shit.
Local cases involving man who shot at 5 people tests Ambien defense in court. That's a recent one, huh?
Yeah.
That's 2023.
Oh, shit.
So what is this guy trying to say?
He said
He shot at 5 people while he was on Ambien.
No member
Oh,
shooting.
wow.
He said no member of the shooting 2 random cars in the middle of the night 4 years ago. But he's probably telling the truth. And I know
Agreed.
Roseanne is telling the truth. I know she's telling the truth.
Yeah.
She was on Ambien and she was smoking weed. And I don't know if she was drinking alcohol, but listen, Roseanne likes to party.
But also, you get like
She likes to party. And
she's
just
drinking and doing
Yes.
it. That's a real
This-
dangerous combo.
And look, everybody should understand this because you kind of know, but you really need to know.
Mhm.
And there was one of the reasons why I had Roseanne on my podcast right after she got in trouble. I wanted everybody to know what I know. Roseanne got hit by a car when she was 15 years old, and she spent 9 months in a mental health institute when she was a child. She couldn't count after that. She had straight A's in math. After that, she couldn't do math.
Wow.
She was fucked up. And that wild impulsiveness led to an amazing career as a stand-up comedian that probably came, at least somewhat, some part of it obviously came out of her creativity and her performing and her work ethic and all the good things that are
funny.
She's awesome. But that wildness is a part of that injury. And that wildness exists in football players, it exists in former fighters, it exists in there's a lot of people that are running around out there that have brain injuries. And if you get someone a brain injury and then you dope them up with Ambien and then marijuana and then who knows what the fuck else, you're taking ketamine and Fox News. And she's just mainlining Fox News. She's just fucking Tower 7. She's just taking it.
You have a device that you can tell everybody what you're feeling in that moment. That's crazy.
And it's like you're trying to get responses out of people. See what the people think. It's almost like testing an audience for some people. And if they don't understand how to manage it, like psychologically, how many comics have we seen just get addicted to like being on Twitter all day? Like, get out of there, man. You're losing your life in that box.
It's insane.
It's insane.
I don't know how people do it.
It's so bad for you.
I'm a little addicted to TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok.
Is this
I wonder
intervention?
No, it's not.
Just kidding.
But I wonder if TikTok I wonder if it's better for you to just scroll at videos of things happening that are nonsense.
Sometimes there's news,
but maybe that's better because that doesn't I don't have TikTok, but I have Instagram, and Instagram does not make me feel the way that Twitter makes me feel. Twitter makes me feel like I'm watching a fight between cats. Like it's a cat fight in a house. Just, I just want to get the fuck out of here. I don't want to be a part of this.
Yeah.
And it's also like a very poor, it's a very clearly poor management of time and resources. If you're using your time and resources to argue constantly on Twitter, but your life has to be a mess. It has to be a mess. It's impossible for you to only be disciplined in this area where you contain yourself in this area. The rest of your life, though, everything's locked down. You don't have any problems. But when you go after Twitter, it doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect the rest of your life. Bullshit. Bullshit.
You're fighting with the invisible man, but that stuff is out there forever.
It's out there forever, and it's also it's a 100% proof that you are engaging in a foolish waste of your resources.
Exactly.
100% undeniable proof.
Dice would have been in as much trouble as Roseanne if Twitter was. It might have been a thing, but he probably didn't know how to use it. But no, because It's
Well,
been
he was
20
he had
years.
already
How
been in
long's Twitter
so
been
many,
out?
He'd been so many controversies.
But
like,
I'm saying
people,
with the
like,
Ambien.
expect it from Dice, though.
Maybe,
They
yeah.
didn't. Roseanne was like America's
controversial.
blue collar sweetheart for the longest time when she was on TV.
Yeah.
Right? She was beloved, and then she grabbed her pussy.
I was
going
gonna
to
say she did some shit. The national anthem.
Who knows what she was on back then?
Right,
You know?
right,
Like,
right.
Listen, this lady, they've been medicating this lady left and right her whole life. And she's
Agreed.
always like, I don't know if they got the formula right this time. let's
She's
move it
still
around
working
a
it.
little.
She's still working it.
And
She's
listen,
so good.
she got a lot of money, and I'm sure those doctors.
God bless her.
I'm sure those doctors are helping out. But like they were telling her at one point in time that they were threatening her royalties. That if she kept talking about things,
No, how is that possible? It's her show.
Yeah, but they can do things. They can pull deals. See, like if you're not making any money anymore, but you own a piece of a television show, and also we're dealing with it's 2024. I'm not in the TV business anymore, but I kind of know how it works. And
Right.
in 2024, I don't know how many people are buying old sitcoms. I'm sure like Netflix and streaming sites, maybe they could do, but if they just decide, hey, we don't want Roseanne on the platform, like there's shows you can't get.
Yeah.
Like 90s sitcoms, you can't find Grace Under Fire. Try finding that show.
No, and I loved that. I loved her, I should say. She used to work at the store.
Yeah.
She was wild, but she was funny.
I think towards the end of her tenure there, she might have fucking lost the plot.
She got, I remember her showing up. She was crazy.
I heard she's got a little nuts, and she had
was
substance
so
problems.
fucking funny. Yeah,
She's very
you could
funny.
tell.
She's a very funny comic too.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
She would call and ask me to do her like bizarro favors at the store, and
Favors? Like what?
like just to see
Like
if
go
certain
comb my
comics were
cat?
there. She would have like crushes on certain comics, so she's like, "Hey,
that's funny.
so call me if they come in." I'm like, "All right,"
Oh,
but
God,
I was
that's
like, "Are you
hilarious.
coming in? Because you're like hilarious. You're one of the ones I laugh at. So are you coming in?"
That's hilarious.
But she just stopped coming. But I think she did have some.
Yeah.
But there's a thing called TV Land, which goes way back, I believe, because I have like nieces and nephews that are like, "Did you ever see I Love Lucy?" I'm like, "Yeah, reruns." And they're like, "Oh, it's my favorite show," but they watch it now on like TV Land.
Is TV Land?
I think it's a channel, or it could be on an app. I don't know. I can't keep up
Maybe
with
it's
the kids.
both. I think most.
I still have cable. It's why I don't own a house.
But
very expensive.
Most things have to be both now. Like you can't just be a channel anymore. You kind of have to be a channel
Yeah,
and an
I
app.
think you're right. Yeah.
If you're just a channel,
But they've
you're-
merged with the apps. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, my nieces watch the oldest shows, and I don't see like nobody comes up and says like The Bunker. What's that called?
Archie, All in the Family.
All in the Family.
Yeah.
That's my favorite, but people don't say that one to me. So I wonder if that's available. But
It's definitely available because people send me little videos, like Instagram
You see the
videos
clips
of
on
Archie
TikTok.
Bunker. Yeah. You see them on TikTok. I don't use that Chinese
Okay,
spyware.
I will get out of
prefer
it.
My spyware to be American.
Oh yeah, good.
I want,
Good for
I
you.
want people in this,
Keep
country,
it in this country.
sneaking around in my data and finding out what I'm researching.
I'm so lonely. I want them all to know where I'm at
China,
every moment.
everyone.
Come
Does
on
India
over,
have an
guys.
app? Let's go.
Bring it on, bitches. Yeah, it's just weird. It's TikTok. My nieces were like, "You have to get on TikTok." So I did, but I stink at it. I don't know how to excel at it. I do watch the videos though.
Well, you got to be trans. First of all,
Hey,
can you at least fake it?
no, it's not
Why
fair.
don't you
I
give
wanted
yourself a
to
mustache?
transition when I was a kid, and my mom wouldn't let me. I begged. I think I was like 7 or 8. I wanted to be a male bodybuilder,
Really?
and my mom was
Imagine
like,
if that was
"What?"
around today and you lived in Santa Monica.
Oh, I would be halfway somewhere,
Yeah.
at least if I
You'd
was
be
a
a
kid
guy.
now. Yeah, I'd have one nut maybe, half a tit. We'll see. But I'm saying like, I begged. I told my mom I took a picture out of a male bodybuilder's magazine.
Wow.
I ripped it out and I was like, this is what I want. And my mom was like, the guy? Like, I like, no, I want to be a male bodybuilder, and I didn't know transition. I just said, I want to be a boy.
Oh,
And she was so mad because she had 4 boys in a row and she begged for a little girl. And then I came out and I'm like, what's up, motherfuckers? Like,
how much of that what's up, motherfuckers, was affected by the fact that you have all those brothers?
sure, just surrounded. I didn't know
It has
any
to be,
difference.
right?
Yeah, of course. Because my little sister Edie she's not girly by any means, but she's not as butchy as I was. But she still played the sports and stuff and fought, whatever. But we were just surrounded You know, the two of us, if we had dolls, they'd rip their heads off, you know? So I'd be like, oh, cool, it looks better. And then we'd color it in and just do dumb shit. So I don't remember girly stuff. I know my mom would beg me to do it or wear a dress. And then I played Rumble Fumble in my communion dress. She was pissed.
Well, just the amount of boy behavior, and you're trying to fit in, and you're the youngest.
Yeah. And then, well, not the youngest.
Well, at the time.
Yeah. And then I remember this boy saying to me, because I liked boys, but I was very boy.
How many older brothers do you have?
I have 5 older brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you were born, you're born into a home with 5 boys.
Surrounded.
Yeah.
Crazy
So
people.
that's the early developmental time
Yep.
where you're kind of like forming your view of the world.
Yeah. And if
Like
you don't.
you have no evidence that girls are even real
Right.
for years. For years.
My
you're like,
sisters
why
didn't
am I-
talk to me.
Why am I not like these?
I had to share a room with my sisters, and my mom put this big like canopy bed in there, and it's a little tiny row home, and the middle room is like a glorified closet. And so she put this canopy bed in there. You could barely open the door. And then when I slept in there, I wet the bed for a long time, so they kicked me out.
Oh my
so
God.
I had to sleep in my brother's room. So there was 7 of us in the front room. I don't know why I'm pointing like it's over there, but you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
so I'm in the room with that, and that's all I know. That's it. So I'm doing everything they do. I'm playing football. I'm outside with a helmet. What? Is she slow? No, she's got a game. And you know what I mean? Like I was joking on the I did the Are You Garbage podcast with those guys. They're so funny. And I remembered a story because they were asking questions, and I remembered when I would play like handball or stickball, I'd take my shirt off and tuck it in the back of my pants and spit and everything. Like no shirt. Like and my mother saw me, Jay, that's right, you know, but I was 8 or something.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
But I didn't care. I was like, that's what they do.
Isn't it funny that a woman's nipples mean something?
Why? Yeah.
It's
just
very
because
it's funny. I mean, it's so odd because even a woman that has the smallest of breasts, her nipples are you can see them. Like it literally is the same form as a young boy. Like if you have a 13-year-old boy and a very thin woman who has no breasts, they're very similar.
Yeah.
But one of them, when you realize it's a woman, you're like, oh, isn't that crazy?
It is
you're
weird.
essentially
It is.
literally looking at the same
that's a
organ,
girl?
the same part of the body.
Same exact
It's not
thing.
like you're looking at a vagina or a dick.
Yeah, those are significantly
they're
different. Yeah.
You're just looking at nipples. Female
weird.
nipples make you go, oh.
Because there's a slight drop behind it. I don't know.
Have you seen the hack these hoes have found how to do on Instagram?
What?
They breastfeed fake babies.
I don't
You
even-
can breastfeed. So
Whoa,
they got
whoa,
a
time
rubber-
out. What
they got
are
a
you
rubber
saying?
baby, and these hotties are pulling out
What the
giant melons, and they like shake them in front of the audience and squeeze them, and then they stuff them in the face of a fake baby. And this one girl, she's got her other tit out too. Like fuck it, what if he gets hungry on the other side? So she's got both
And it's
tits
a
out.
fake baby?
Fake tits too. Big giant ass fake tits and fake baby, and you're allowed to do it because you're allowed to show breastfeeding for educational purposes.
Oh, so
These
this is how
hoes-
I'm going to get more followers,
these
Joe. You just
hoes-
gave me the insight.
These hoes are scandalous.
Check
They
out
know.
my new TikTok.
They know.
Wow.
I don't know if it's a
So-
TikTok thing. I bet it'll
No,
probably
I-
get you kicked off TikTok. Here they go.
Oh, look at the baby.
Look at this.
Oh, Jesus,
Yeah,
Mary, and
look at
Joseph.
That fake baby and big ass.
There's a
fake
lot of
today.
fake things on there. What a filter, by the way.
This one's not a lot of attention, but
That's the one I'd watch with the football play, like an idiot.
quite a few of these going around.
Wow.
Yeah.
Glad you knew about that. I didn't
The
want to
most obvious. That's a shitty fake baby.
It is.
That's a dead baby.
That's a
People
doll.
are writing, your baby's dead.
No, but
Your
people.
milk is poisonous, lady.
There's some people that get really good fake babies. Where
Wow.
You have to look at the
Okay.
baby real quick. I think that's a rubber.
So they're
baby.
just getting away with showing their tits. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
I think essentially it's an ad for OnlyFans.
I was gonna say, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
oh God.
Yeah.
So that's somebody's fetish.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they get to show their tit. I don't even think it's someone's fetish. It's probably definitely someone's fetish. I mean, let's be clear.
Yeah.
There's out of all the freaks in the world,
Yeah.
some guys out there jerking off to women breastfeeding for sure. But it's not that. It's just an opportunity to show your tits.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But now my boobs are starting to grow.
Huh?
I don't know why.
How?
Late in life. I don't know.
Right?
I don't know if it's hormonal. I don't know. Like, but for years, like nothing. And now all of a sudden, I'm like, this doesn't fit. What's happening? So I'm gonna start.
Yeah.
These guys just came in. I didn't even know I was a girl. So
let him go. Free the nipple. That wasn't that a thing in New York City where they were like illegally arguing that women
I've seen the protest.
should be able to walk around topless because men can walk around topless.
Yeah, I saw a protest in Asheville one time, and I was having lunch with Carl LeBeau. We were doing a festival down there, and it was packed. Like, and we were both like, "No, I'm not gay," but watching them flap while you're it's just, I was like, oh wow, that's what they're supposed to look like. I mean, Carl's just on the floor like, holy shit, I'm gonna move here.
Isn't it interesting that that's controversial, that like there's laws that will tell you? So look, if there's laws about a man exposing himself in public, that makes sense because that's like a public health danger, and it's danger because the vast majority of like sexual predators, especially for like younger people, are men, right?
Yeah.
So a guy with his dick out in public is like a public safety hazard.
Yeah.
A woman with her tits out is really, no one's scared.
But it's because of the predators, probably.
Right.
They're trying to keep them off.
That's my point.
Oh,
It's like it's the only time where a law is in that where you don't have any fear whatsoever about that person harming someone with their body, but yet you make their body a crime.
Right.
You make showing parts of their body a crime. Like you can get a ticket, or you can get.
Right.
I think they could probably even arrest you for public nudity, indecent exposure.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, I could walk right next to that lady with my shirt off, and there's no problems at all.
But before I think the men got the right to take their shirt off, wasn't until like the 50s or 40s. For a long time, they weren't allowed to either.
Is that real?
I believe so.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So what they do on construction sites? Would they just arrest everybody?
What do you mean? They can't be shirtless at a construction site. That's a job. You can't be shirtless. They only were shirtless when they were having lunch, maybe. But
have you ever worked a construction site? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Wait a minute.
Are you talking crazy?
I'm seeing them in the vest and the shirt, like
maybe today.
Because I'd sit there and watch for a long time if that was true.
Yeah, if we were working outside, like I did mostly construction jobs when I was in high school.
Okay.
So my stepfather was an architect, so I got a lot of jobs on building sites. And so I just get jobs as a laborer. It was a good job to get because you could always get them, and it's hard work. You would be outside topless constantly. 91, court lets stand law bearing topless men. Supreme Court Monday let stand a local ordinance prohibiting, this is in Washington, prohibiting males from jogging topless or otherwise appearing in public without wearing shirts. The court refused to review the constitutionality of a statute from the village of Southampton, New York, making it illegal for anyone to appear on a public street shirtless. That's a very specific area. So that's like, this is Southampton, New York. It's what they're talking about. I know when I lived in Boston, when we were working in the summer, we always had shirts off.
I can see it as a roofer, of course, like things like that. But like, I don't know. I'm just picturing maybe people.
It's fucking hot.
Of course, it's crazy hot.
You're carrying lumber, and the building that you're building has no ventilation. It has nothing. It's just frames.
Yeah,
you're basically helping carpenters frame things.
Sure. I'm in my head. I'm seeing them like right now with the vest on, but maybe that's just my fantasy.
That's the summertime no shirt is easy.
Oh yeah.
The hard one is wintertime no heat.
Yeah.
Because I had wintertime no heat gigs.
Ooh.
Whoa, those were rough.
That's tough, especially in Boston.
Yeah, I had some of those right after I graduated from high school. They were a wake up call.
Yeah.
Because like, hey, fuck face, you got to figure out what you want to do with your life, or this is going to be you forever. Being in the winter with numb feet, moving shit around on a construction site.
Fingers being frozen.
Yeah.
I hate that.
And they would have like a little public portable heater that we would all gather around to eat lunch. So you'd all stand around this blowtorch while you're eating lunch.
Oh my God, so dangerous but amazing.
Yeah, it wasn't really a blowtorch. It's like, you ever seen one of those? Like they have them on set.
I know.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
When Chappelle and I did Fear Factor.
Mhm.
I did Fear Factor on the Chappelle Show. So I came in and Tyrone Biggums was on Fear Factor.
Hey, Joe Rogan.
They
I
filmed
remember.
that in the dead of winter in New York in this warehouse, like
Yeah.
this space where whatever they were filming at, and they had one of them heaters. So they would have them on set sometimes.
Got it.
It's like this big tube,
Yeah,
and it
I
gets
vaguely
hot as
remember.
fuck. You basically can
But they
cook a grilled
cause
cheese
fires.
sandwich in front of it. Oh yeah,
Yeah, they're
you can light on
very
fire.
dangerous.
Yeah. And so we would gather around in front of one of those fucking things,
and just be like,
just freezing our dicks off, and then go right back out there. You got to carrying the cement, carrying the lumber.
that
doing
was your
whatever.
motivation.
Well, it was just a wake up call. That
Yeah.
like you don't want to be doing no hard labor, son.
Yeah.
But the point is, like, we could have no shirts on and walk around, no one cared. But if we were a bunch of gals
Right.
framing rooftops with our tits out, all the
Well, you
local
can wear
hens.
the bra. That's why girls now they'll
Yeah,
just
but
wear a
they
bra.
didn't want to wear a bra. They just wanted to let their tits out like a guy
Yeah.
does. All the local hens. Put your tits on, you dirty bitch.
Oh, yeah.
You fucking dirty bitch. My husband's looking at your dirty tits.
So, sometimes like I'll see like on Melrose and stuff, you see them walking around and they have like these short shorts. One time me and Andrew were like just at Starbucks hanging out on Melrose in LA, and these kids were walking by. I mean, they were kids, and he just like turned away, and I go, what happened? And it was a girl, like her entire ass was out. It was, the shorts were all the way out, and he just turned away like, oh, that's a baby. I'm not looking at that.
Classic.
Yeah, I know, but that's what they do. I don't know if
That's
if
how you
it's
get
a
attention these
teenage
days.
thing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's again. There's always been
Adolescent.
girls that dress like that,
Sure.
or close to that, right? You can go way back to the 80s.
I wore cute little hot pants in
Did
the
you?
80s. Yeah, I used to wear a bustier because I started clubbing like when I was 14.
Oh my God, Eleanor. What a fucking background.
Hey,
you got.
what
The
that-
perfect background to be a comic.
It's true. Well, this is what happened with the boy, like me wanting to be a boy. I liked boys, and this one really good-looking kid that played football. He was like, and I'm like standing there. I remember like I'm wearing shoulder pads, idiot. And he goes, "Are you ever gonna be a girl?" And I was like, "Oh." And then I asked another guy friend. I go, "How come so and so doesn't like me?" And they're like, "Because he thinks you could beat him up. Like nobody's
you're not a guy."
attracted to
Right.
the girl who may or may not be able to knock him out."
Right.
So I stopped. And I was like, oh, and then boys started to like me, and I was like, oh,
You gotta learn a new pattern of behavior.
yes.
Right.
But I still am like, watch it.
Like when guys start wearing cologne.
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna clean up. I stink.
Yeah. I still am like I'm not so grateful to be a woman. Like it bothers me a lot.
Does it?
Because I still have that in me. Like
That's
it
hilarious.
would be so much easier to just be a dude.
Do you think they could have talked you into being trans if you were like 12?
Absolutely. 100%.
Isn't that crazy?
And I'm good friends with Dylan Mulvaney. We did a pilot together.
That's hilarious.
Dylan was not trans when I met them.
How do you say it?
I don't know.
Be careful. You're gonna get in trouble.
She knows I love her, so I can't say anything wrong. But
So you knew her when she was a he.
right, and we had the best time. But meeting her when I did, I was like, oh, she's more woman than I ever was, ever will be. Like I know I have the parts.
Even with a dick.
I'm telling you, more girly than. I mean, girly.
Mhm.
And my best friend growing up was
You're
like
a
that.
very kind person. You're a very kind person. And
Why?
I just want to introduce this thought into your mind.
Uh-oh.
People are performative occasionally.
Oh, absolutely.
And sometimes when people want you to think of them in one way or another, they will behave that way. And people can keep that up for...
I didn't know them from anybody. We just met.
Right.
So you're saying she was performing.
Well, I think deciding that you're a woman,
right,
and then performing like a woman.
Oh, I see.
It is
Okay.
a thing that we can all do.
I see what
And
you're
if
saying.
you met me, Eleanor, if you met me, and you're like, oh my God, Joe Rogan is a woman. Like, thinks like a woman, behaves like a woman, has off this
he's all feminine
woman energy, like so sweet, so amazing. It's performative.
see
you're a
what
biological man.
Well, you don't think you could be.
And there's a lot of social value in being trans today. There's a lot of
I
you get
agree with you on
attention.
that.
You get
I
attention
think-
for having nothing interesting about you other than the fact that you're a boy who wants to be a girl.
Right.
That's it. And that is like a crazy low barrier to entry to be a part of a protected class and to be celebrated for people that will never be celebrated.
But you don't believe people can be born and have like mixed up things?
I do.
Okay, good.
I believe both things. I believe both things.
Okay.
I believe, yes. This is what we have to be wary about, because when you see these cluster cases, like particularly like young girls, we get like 10 girls that are on the spectrum and they all go trans in the school together. That's crazy. And you have to realize that people are motivated just like you were when you were a young girl and you were dressing like a boy and acting like a boy. And then you go, oh, I got to not do that anymore. Right. And then now boys like me. People are motivated by behaviors that get them positive reinforcement. And there's in this time, in this day and age, there's immense amount of positive reinforcement of being a part of the LBGT pride, whatever it is, movement. And that makes sense because it's a natural reaction to the times when we were kids where gay people were shunned and shit on. And it was up until 2013, Hillary Clinton was saying that she didn't think that marriage should be between gay men. It should be between a man and a woman. Barack Obama used to say that. They all used to say it. So imagine being a gay person back then. And so there's like this natural overcorrection. So we're in this overcorrection right now. But this overcorrection gets co-opted by opportunists who are just narcissists, just people with mental illness, and people who realize that they can get a tremendous amount of attention by just fitting into this new play. And it's also a great way for perverts and sex offenders.
Sure. Yeah, you see that a lot
to weasel in. Like, isn't it like if you were a guy and you were really into dogs, you get a job as a dog trainer.
Okay.
Right? Guy's really into dogs.
Yeah.
He loves working with dogs. You're a pedophile. Wouldn't you get a job at Nickelodeon?
Right.
You would, right?
Yeah.
Well, isn't there like a scandal that's going on right now?
Yeah, bad.
What is the Nickelodeon scandal?
The Dan guy.
There's another one too.
Oh, really? A new one? Oh.
I just like kids. I just like working with kids. I just like being around them and being alone with them.
Priests.
Being alone with them. I like being alone with them.
Yeah.
Just me and the kid.
Camp counselors.
Shh. Let's keep a secret. What the fuck?
That's fucked up.
But there's humans that recognize that there's like patterns that they can fall into where they can get more attention and get more praise. So this is the Nickelodeon thing. It says the actors claimed he was sexually abused by dialogue and acting coach Brian Peck, who pleaded no contest to performing a lewd act with a 14 or 15-year-old and to oral copulation with a minor under 16 in 2004. Ultimately sentenced to 16 months in prison and ordered to register as a sex offender in October 2004. In his first interview since the release of the doc, Bell has shared his thoughts on Nickelodeon's response to the allegations. Yeah, I mean, how do you know when someone, I mean, if you hire, you're hoping you're hiring people that just like making kids shows. Maybe they have kids. You know,
but why can't the parent be present? Like this kind of shit. Like they say kids that get molested and stuff like that, a lot of times it's parents just being like, giving them off, you know, like, and not being present. Right. There was, I mean, I feel, I think about it, I'm like, why didn't we get molested? We were on our own for a long time.
I dodged a couple bullets when I was a kid.
Did you really?
Yeah, but it's you're trusting people, and most people you can trust, and you hope you can trust these people.
Yeah.
Did you know about UFC former heavyweight champion Cain Velasquez?
What happened?
His son was apparently by daycare, and he went after the guy and shot at him from his car and got arrested and was in jail for like I think he's still awaiting trial. But it was literally one of those things where everybody that hears that's a father, if you ask them, what would you do if that happened? Like everyone says the same thing. If you can get away with sleepwalking and killing your mother-in-law, you should be away with fucking blind rage that makes you shoot at some guy who molested your kid.
Listen, I don't have children, and if that happened to one of my nieces and nephews, I'd be the one who snapped.
It's just,
I'd lose it.
it's the most evil of
It's
things.
disgusting.
But it's one of the weird ones that today they're trying to normalize. They're trying to call it minor attracted persons. When I say they, I want to be really clear. Yeah, it's just a few fringe psychos. But the problem is that
those are pedophiles.
That fringe psycho dialogue winds up on social media and then gets amplified by places like TikTok,
right?
That want us to be upset at these kind of things, whether it's to program us or whether it's just to keep us like fighting and then engaging in the algorithm, which is ultimately beneficial for them because that's really what they want, is more views and more interactions.
Yeah.
And so you'll have these wacky fucking people that give these speeches in public with cameras on them where they're talking about, we have to understand this is an identity and this is it should be a protected identity of minor attracted persons. Like, this is not one person saying this. It's multiple people saying this. But it falls into that same thing. Like, some people are fucking insane.
I agree. Like my best friend growing up, he was flamboyant from the get. And I mean, we were friends when we were 6, 7. So he would always be like, and he made me get into cheerleading because he liked cheerleading.
Yeah.
I didn't like cheerleading. And then I was like, can't we just do something? Can we play football? And then he started, like, we would fight. And then we always used to say that we wished we had a button, or we wanted to, there was a cartoon where you can run into each other, Wonder Powers activate or something like that. You run into each other and you become something different. We were going to run into each other and become.
You would be a boy.
Yes.
Nice.
And it never worked. But so he waited till both his parents passed and then he transitioned.
Oh, wow.
But he wanted that his whole life. He just didn't want to disrespect his parents.
It's 100% a real thing.
It is.
The problem is,
but I agree that there's always people that jump in and act.
There is that, and then there's this other thing. And the other thing is money. So you have to realize how many gender affirming care clinics have opened up just since 2007. If you look at the map of 2007 versus 2023, it's crazy the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably now or in 2024, it's probably even more. But the number of those things that by the way, they're just like a body shop.
Yeah.
You bring a car into a body shop, they're going to want to fix the car. Okay, you bring a kid into a gender affirming care, they're not going to go, Billy, you just need to find yourself, man. Maybe you're just a gay man.
Right.
They're not going to just tell them, there's a lot of social pressure on this. And you're very uncomfortable in your own skin, in your own life, and you're thinking that this is going to be the solution to make you whole.
Right.
And also, if you're a woman, if they give you testosterone, you are going to feel better. So the thing about testosterone, it alleviates anxiety. It does all sorts of different, it creates a sense of euphoria when girls take it in high doses. And my friend, someone in his immediate vicinity is transitioning from a girl to a boy. And he
so jealous.
Found out what the dose was. The dose of testosterone. He goes, this is like a hardcore bodybuilder steroid dose of testosterone.
Wow. Yeah.
He's like, this person was banging like a lot of test every week.
Holy shit.
And it was just changing everything, changing their voice, changing the facial structure, growing a mustache, like weird shit. Like knowing someone their whole life as a girl, then all of a sudden they have a fucking beard.
Yeah.
Like, what is happening here? Yeah, so of course it's going to make you feel different. But is that who you really were? Is that who you really are?
That's the hard part. I think of that a lot because I think if I did it, how would I feel? Because there are people that do it and then say, I want to go back. But
detransitioners. And they get shamed, by the way.
Well, that's
what's really scary. Those people get attacked, but because they're fucking it up. Because here's the thing, and you just have to look at it like a system. Groups of people always want more people in their group. Always. Yeah. Like people that use Windows PCs will try to convince you that Apple sucks. Like they will.
I know I have heard it. I've heard the argument.
Now, trans people, unless they're actively trying to reproduce by going to a clinic. So unless you're a trans woman who has a fully functional dick and you're having sex with a trans man who has a fully functional vagina and hasn't taken so much testosterone that they're no longer fertile. And then even so, like what's going on there?
Yeah.
But that's like it's not the regular way that people have kids. So and there's no guarantee that you're going to have a trans kid. So there's only one way to get more trans people. You got to recruit.
Exactly.
You got to recruit.
Everybody needs a recruit.
If you can't draft, you must recruit.
That's what they would say about gay people. They're recruiting.
Well, some of them do.
Some do. But that's what I'm saying.
friend.
There's always a percentage.
I had this friend who was gay, and he would always talk about how he convinced straight guys into letting him suck their dick.
Oh my God, I have so many friends.
He loved it. He thought it was so funny. He's like, all these straight guys.
Yeah.
Just get them a little drunk and tell them you suck their dick.
Constant.
It's amazing how many of them let you.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I know women that are gay and so forceful. One is she would turn women, if you will, for a period of time, date them, drop them like a bad habit. Now they're all fucking confused. They don't know who they are. Am I gay? Am I straight? Who am I? And then go through all this crazy mental breakdowns. I have two really good friends that went crazy over this shit. And I'm like,
they got turned out.
Right, and essay. On how amazing they are as a person and how they have amazing style, including an amazing Chicago White Sox hat, and that they have a great personality, they have great taste in women, they are really funny, they have a kind heart, they do some of the best IRL content around, even going on outreach tours throughout the United States, that they are one of the best streamers out there.
So I appreciate the question. I'd like to make 2 points. If the detail had been past information and there was a threat, the detail would never have brought the former president out onto stage. That is what we do, and that is who we are. We are charged with protecting all of our protectees. So you distinguish between someone who is suspicious and someone who's threatening? There are a number of times laws have protective events where suspicious people are identified, and those individuals have to be investigated and determine what is it that identifies that person.
Then why wasn't that done here? If you see somebody who's suspicious, you stay off them. As soon as he reaches for whatever weapon, you would have been on top of him.
Well, that's what I don't quite get about this situation. If in fact law enforcement, local law enforcement, was responsible for that specific area, and one officer knows, hey, what's that guy do with a backpack and a range finder? Why is he walking around like that? It's like an odd looking duck. Plus, I think a lot of cops have this just general intuition, and they can pick out somebody who's not acting correctly.
Yes.
So there's that. How does it go from that to wait a minute? Where did that
Remove
guy
the
go?
fact that it's a Chicago White Sox hat and just say iconic headwear and muscles shirts.
Law enforcement or Secret Service, they had at least 2 pictures of this guy long before the shooting happened. So you knew there was somebody suspicious. You lost him at some point. You don't flood the zone with more officers to find this guy. Because even if, I mean, the difference between suspicious and threat, I understand, but even if it's just suspicion at that point, you need to have eyes on that guy.
It's so inept. The ineptitude is so strong in this situation, and the answers are so few. How can you not jump to conclusions? And that's what the internet is doing.
The internet.
The internet.
You're not doing it. You're just watching.
See, that there's
Everybody's waiting for information.
And in the meantime,
that vacuum's filling up pretty quickly.
all right. Harry Rothschild from ABC News is going to join us. We'll talk about Vice President Harris and the comments that she made today. First ones since, at least first public comments, since she has been tapped to take over Democratic charge for the presidency.
Deborah Mark is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Some high-level Democrats have lined up to support Vice President Harris following President Biden's decision to end his run for re-election. He said in a letter yesterday it was in the best interest of the country. He later endorsed Harris for president. Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin says Harris is uniquely qualified to take on former President Trump.
He's a convicted felon, and she's a prosecutor on behalf of democracy, freedom, and the common good.
Raskin says the Democratic Party.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded this medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, an audio podcast from Pushing Industries and iHeartMedia. It's about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
Fire up your TV. It's time for your TV tip-off.
Monday the 29th, the 30 for 30 documentary series examines U.S. Tennis Hall of Famer Michael Chang and his latest entry, American Son, at 7/6 Central on ESPN. Tuesday night the 30th, the dark side of the 90s flashes back to the controversial ball-playing cop drama NYPD Blue at 10/9 Central on Vice Channel. On Thursday the 1st, the Houston Texans take on the Chicago Bears in the annual NFL Hall of Fame game at 8/7 Central on ABC and simulcast on ESPN. Saturday the 3rd, discover the complicated off-screen life of an iconic figure through a newly discovered batch of interviews in Elizabeth Taylor, The Lost Tapes at 8/7 Central on HBO. I'm Lex Hohen, and that's your TV tip-off on iHeartRadio.
This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report.
At the British Open, 2 months after capturing his first major championship victory at the PGA Championship, Xander Schauffele added a second one yesterday at the 152nd Open Championship at Royal Truth Golf Club in Scotland. The day started with 7 golfers starting the final round within 1 shot. The leader Billy Horschel, with Schauffele posted a 6-under 65 and a 72-hole total of 9-under 275, but 2 strokes ahead of Horschel and England's Justin Rose. In baseball, the Atlanta Braves just keep getting hit with injuries. Yesterday, a double dose. First, ace Max Fried was put on the injured list with a nerve issue in his left forearm. He's fractured his wrist, flying a tag in the ninth inning of their 6-2 loss to the Cardinals. He will miss approximately 8 weeks. In the NFL, the Green Bay Packers signed Pro Bowl nose tackle Kenny Clark to a contract extension, 3 years worth $64 million. Clark compiled a career-high 7.5 sacks in 2023. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also lets you build your own personalized stations based around your favorite artists. We call it Artist Radio. Let us build you a customized station just for you with the least amount of work. Step 1, type in the name of your favorite artist. Step 2, tap play. We'll take it from there and automatically build you a station based on the best music from that artist and other similar artists. It's really that easy. Best of all, our Artist Radio is presented without any commercial interruption. Unlike Pandora, where your personal stations are constantly being interrupted. If you want to take matters into your own hands, you can skip songs you don't like, and you can jump up and down songs to help personalize the station to your exact taste. And best of all, Artist Radio is free. Check it out today. Search your favorite artists, hit play, and we'll take it from there. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting. All in one app.
Southline weather from KFI. Sunny and hot again. We do have a heat advisory in effect for the valleys, the IE, and high desert. Highs in the mid to upper 70s for the beaches, upper 70s and 80s. Metro LA 90s to the triple digits for the valleys, the IE, and the high desert. Front ranges to low 90s. Inland OC right now it's 90 in La Habra. It's 80 including Miguel. We're going to a crash on the 405. This is Hold It a Pass.
It is on the 405 northbound right at Holland Drive Circle Center Drive. It's partially blocking that off ramp. But if you're on the southbound side, you got a little bit of slowing coming away from the 101. Studio City on the 101 northbound Laurel Canyon Boulevard. They cleared a stall bus from the shoulder. South Pasadena, 110 northbound before you get to Orange Grove Avenue. Headed to School. Heading to That's the magic of audio at iHeartRadio, where you connect customers here while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up to stations on digital and podcast. iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. We treat you like this. Pay the posters, pay fast, take care of you as your investment. And that's why our reviews are all down on your car.
Imply and disrespect. That's all it is. You know it is, bro. I'm telling you, it's cool now. Now that we talk, it's cool. I ain't really tripping like that. But I just want to know, bro, like, that be triggering me because I don't bother, bro. I literally don't. For the last 3-4 months, I ain't been doing the posting me being a dad. I haven't been beefing with nobody. I haven't been starting that. I haven't been talking about nobody, none of that shit, bro. So I just want the same respect. Like, don't have to play with me, bro. Like, just, you know what I'm saying? Just give me off because I don't be playing games with this, bro. But at this point, we're just jacking, bro. So it's all good, bro. Until they see all my wins. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's not that deep. It's not that deep, bro. You want one win over and start eyeing with someone said, like, I want my ones with Leslie, bro. Just let me do it. Trolling. I'm trolling right now, but I was trolling earlier, bro. Like, I have some type of respect, bro. We met in person and everything was cool. respect all you guys. Yeah, I know how you guys got you, bro. I know, look, you got too much influence, bro. What you say means something now. Man, y'all make a love song together, bro.
God.
I see you do your thing, man. Keep killing it. It's just when I get hot, bro, I just get hot. That's all it is. I mean, no disrespect if it wasn't meant to be. No disrespect on your side. It's just when a nigga plays my music, bro, it's like, all right, bro, like he getting me high. Like you take this streaming serious. You don't want nobody playing with your streams, bro. Just like I don't want nobody playing with my music.
What is this shit?
Really put time and hours into this shit.
My baby.
Really trying to do it. So it's just like, just look at it a different way. Like, oh, this is really trying to do it. You don't do it, it's cool. I don't expect you to like every song I drop or any songs. I'm knowing that I don't get that. I don't lie from it. This is me. This is how I think. The more you get, you have to be like, this is that now. Is it not gonna make that right? Niggas don't be like, oh, make this. Because bro, you feel it. That's what it is. Yo, but he's not gonna give up. But they get it. And I'm not gonna say that. Just, yo, come on. Let's give it up. That's just me being real. This man, you hear me? Yeah, like, when you give somebody a reaction to anything, when you give a reaction to shit like that, that's what makes more people want to do it. If they know something gets to you, that's what I realize. When they realize something gets to you, they will keep on spamming that shit, keep on doing that shit. That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, I agree with you. But, you know, Niggas don't be knowing what really go on because they'll click the worst and then make it seem like, oh, whatever. You see that shit instead of calling somebody, they'll take that. You know what I mean? So I feel like if anything, you know what I'm saying? You got your number down. Just call each other and just hash it out or just whatever, bro. But nah, I respect you, bro. You been seeing the clips? All right, Kelly.
Yo, dog. Yo. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yo. This shit sucks. Yo. This shit sucks.
Thank you, bro. Likewise, bro. Same way. Even, bro, like, honest, bro, like, you still my man, because I know, you know what I'm saying? I know you are and shit like that. You know what I mean? I know how this go, like, for real. I know how
But you know how this goes? This shit sucks. Alright, bye. Bye. Nobody wants it. Is this like a rerun? There you go. Is he looking? I can't see. A little shy out. Oh, Rabbi, fuck with me. God, what's wrong with him? This shit sucks.
Service animal vests for him, but I don't think he's old enough that anybody would believe that he's an actual service animal.
You just started the socialization process, and I think bringing him to a stadium filled with thousands of people would be a bridge too far at this juncture.
Maybe he seemed fine here.
He did seem fine.
It's pretty real. I mean, you saw him over here just sitting there and that's like,
What's the IRL?
It's just so funny. You see a new dog, right, that looks like your old dog. It's a new dog. And you expect that dog to behave similarly, and they're very different.
You kept saying that it is very different.
Very different.
And you said his name, which was good.
Peter. Fergus.
Say with more reverence than you do Peter.
Well, Fergus has gone over the Rainbow Bridge. And that's sad. This is why you don't come to me with your problems.
Like that problems. Let's wrap up the show.
What do you want to wrap it with?
We'll find something.
Meat. You want to wrap it with some meat? So we can't do that because Deborah's here. Mark Thompson is here. That's right. I got blueberries in here, so I won't completely affect Mark when he comes in.
Gary and Tanner will continue in just a moment. Deborah Martin is live in the campaign.
Our first speaker, Nancy Pelosi, has officially endorsed Vice President Harris to be the Democratic presidential nominee. Vice President Harris is not publicly speaking about the 2024 ticket just yet. In her first on-camera appearance since President Biden dropped out, She did praise him and said his legacy is unmatched. She made her comments at an NCAA event at the White House this morning. Recent polls show a race between former President Trump and Vice President Harris really close. A CNN poll of polls average shows Trump with 48% support to Harris's 47. Third-party or independent candidates were not included in the polling average. We're going to go to the 110 next.
Oh my gosh, speaking of 110, it's going to be 110 degrees in the
Get into summer with iHeartEase. iHeartEase goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeartEase, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. 2017, the Josh Lavins got out of prison. He let people follow him around with a microphone.
I'm not too happy about being 39 years old and in prison, losing everything. Because the first half of my life hasn't worked out so good.
I wanted to tell Josh's story because I thought he could help the rest of us see what makes it so hard for people who get out of prison to stay out of prison. What's scary about Pearl?
Coming back again.
I set out to tell a story about a system.
Are they out there waiting?
Hey, Joe Rogan. I'm going to tell you something that you might not know about me. I smoke rocks. Hey, Joe Rogan. I'm going to tell you something that not many people know about me. I smoke rocks. That's so funny. I smoke rocks. I smoke rocks. Oh, that's so funny. Neil Brandon's got to be shitting himself. All right, so at what are we looking? Documentaries. Biography. Oh, look at this move. This is the sickest shit of all time. Game time. Woo. Does everybody know what time it is? Game time. How many of the oh yeah, hell yeah. Biography. Get your shit together, kids. I like biographies. Why? Because I like learning about motherfuckers almost as cool as I am, bitch. Who the fuck is this douche? Hi, my name's Chris Christopherson, and this is biography. Go fuck yourself. Dog, look at this athleticism. Sound like anything I've ever seen him before. Oh, this motherfucker thinks he's the Iron General. Rabbi's the Iron General. Go fuck yourself. West Side. This guy sucks. No, I bet he was really cool. Well, I bet he sucked dick sometimes. Really? Comparison to that. Fuck you. All right, are we done?
The reason why is because they probably filmed that without an audience.
Sure.
He moved it's part of the process.
Yeah.
Also, it's a funny fucking show.
It's funny, and what they're talking about is bizarro. Like that, we call my nephew Brandon Sheldon because he's like, you know, everything's like you have to do it a certain way.
He was an incredible character.
The way he shits on people,
Yeah.
and the way he does like saying things, and then like they'll have to remind him, oh, that's sarcasm, and he's like, oh, that, like you people, like, you're so
His methodology, his stance, his way of saluting, his concepts,
No,
the way he
shitty,
was.
stupid bullshit. Hey guys, my name's John J. Pershing. Is that Pershing Square? Actually, I think so. Okay, well, that's where the fucking
Imprinted consciousness of the most obscure private standing guard in some godforsaken
You hear that motherfucker? I've never seen Olive Street again.
village in Lorraine. He was.
Hi, everybody. This is Rabbi Rothschild. Look at this motherfucker go. Wicked, wicked, wild, Wild West, Jim West, Desperado.
our Army in 1917-18.
His tragedies were as vast as his victories. He was venerated and vilified. He was General of the Army's John J. Pershing. John Joseph Pershing was born in Laclede, Missouri in 1860. Young John dreamed of becoming a lawyer. But the financial panic of 1873 postponed his plans.
They had lost their money, and at the age of 13, John was told, no more school, forget about law school, the University of Missouri, forget about that. You are going to run a farm that we've held on to with your brother helping you. And for 3 years, John and his brother Jim ran the farm. Eventually, the farm was foreclosed, and John went to be a teacher.
His teaching talents went no further than giving assignments and then terrorizing students to learn them on their own. So when the local paper announced a competitive exam to get into West Point, he took it, passed it, and changed careers.
John was not interested in being a soldier. He knew nothing of West Point except that big names had gone there, Grant, Lee, Sherman, but it was a free education.
He entered West Point in June of 1882, where he and his instructors did not impress one another. Even so, its traditions and its old heroes finally got to him.
At one point, he walked out of his way in order to salute General Sherman. On another occasion, he passed by and grasped the hand of Grant.
Anything Pershing lacked as a scholar at West Point was more than compensated for by his performance in all things military. He was dogged on detail almost beyond the rational. His sense of command was total. He was elected class president all 4 years at the academy, and he achieved his first exalted position.
At West Point, he was first captain of the Corps of Cadets, which had been a position held by such luminaries as Robert E. Lee, and would in the future be held by Douglas MacArthur and William C. Westmoreland, our commander in Vietnam.
A classmate sized up Pershing as having regular but not handsome features, a robust, strong body, broad-shouldered and well-developed. He had keen, searching gray eyes. Pershing inspired confidence but not affection. Some thought otherwise. The ladies adored him, and the feeling was mutual. And so it would be through a long, lusty bachelorhood. In the last days of the Indian Wars, young Second Lieutenant Pershing's first assignment after graduation in 1886 was with the 6th Cavalry at Fort Bayard, New Mexico Territory. In chasing renegade Apache raiders, he performed well enough to attract the admiration of the commanding general in the Southwest, Nelson A. Miles.
Pershing was a very typical cavalry officer. His language was very salty, actually rather profane. He liked to drink, liked to gamble, and he loved the women. So as a young officer, he had a hell of a good time.
Pershing, with an eye to leaving a dead-end service, picked up a law degree during 4 years of detached duty as professor of military science at the University of Nebraska. He was called back to the field in October 1895, this time with the 10th Cavalry, a black unit immortalized as the Buffalo Soldiers. His unit did grueling work, pursuing Indians for 600 miles after an uprising. General Miles remembered his efforts by summoning him to Washington for his staff. The Pershing balloon suffered a rare puncture when he was assigned to West Point as a tactical officer responsible for discipline. He was rigid so far beyond the harshest traditions that the cadets rebelled.
They subjected him to a contemptuous silence when he appeared in the mess hall. Behind his back, they called him Nigger Jack, referring to his service with black troops. The name, contemptuous and in the bigoted spirit of the time, stuck to Pershing.
To jump ahead, he becomes the head of the American Expeditionary Force in 1917. You cannot in the newspaper say Nigger Jack Pershing goes to France to lick the Hun, so the newspapers made him Black Jack Pershing.
So fucking.
In February of 1898, the U.S. battleship Maine was anchored in Havana Harbor, showing the American flag at a time of great tension over Spain's repressive occupation of Cuba. When the Maine blew up mysteriously with heavy loss of life, America flew into a jingoistic rage. And John Pershing was soon going into war with the Buffalo Soldiers of his favorite old regiment, the Black 10th Cavalry.
In the Spanish-American War, Pershing went to Cuba as regimental quartermaster and adjutant of the 10th Cavalry Regiment. There he saw how not to run an expedition. Supplies were chaotic, the generals were overaged, and essentially out of it much of the time.
With 12 years of service behind him, and nearing 40 years of age as a lowly first lieutenant, Pershing saw a golden chance to earn promotion in battle. When the advance before the San Juan Heights bogged down in death and confusion, Pershing stepped from his role as quartermaster to take charge of the 10th Cavalry combat troops. He was as cool as a bowl of cracked ice, one observer noted. Pershing described the action before Keppel in San Juan Hill. It was a hot fight. The converging artillery and infantry fire made life worth nothing. Our losses were 20% killed and wounded. 50% of officers were lost. A fearful rate. The end of the short, hard war saw the United States take possession of the Philippine Islands. With them came all of Spain's troubles with insurrectionist guerrillas seeking freedom from colonial domination. When the tough rebels found out that they were exchanging one foreign master for another, they rebelled again, fighting as fiercely against the Americans as they had against the Spanish. Pershing, knowing that there was no advancement for peacetime officers from behind a desk, volunteered for a field assignment in the Philippines in 1899. He ended up on the large southern island of Mindanao, where Moros, a ferocious Muslim warrior society from the dawn of history, had bloodily repelled Spanish attempts to subdue them over centuries. Brutal U.S. Army methods were faring no better, but young Lieutenant Pershing had different ideas.
He would go among them unarmed, and to go among the Moros unarmed, who were brought up from childhood to believe the more Christians you slew, the closer you would be to the prophet in heaven. And also it was said that nothing would better fertilize a crop than a dead American.
The Moros didn't deal with governments. They dealt with people, and they respected Pershing as another warrior. He conferred with them as well as fought them. As part of indication of their respect, one tribe named him a Datu, a chieftain.
In 1901, after 15 years as a lieutenant, Pershing was finally promoted to captain. Word of his outstanding success in pacifying the Moros had spread to the upper echelons of the army. They broke precedent and juggled the chain of command to put him in charge of all major operations in the South.
Pershing went up there and he conducted this brilliant campaign as a captain, with assigned to him the equivalent of a position that a general would have held.
When Pershing was assigned back to Washington in 1903, he found himself famous in the military hierarchy for the job he had done. Clearly, he deserved promotion, and clearly, he did not have the seniority. But he had something better. He had President Teddy Roosevelt on his side. In 1903, John Pershing was back in Washington and about to add a political victory to his military triumphs in the Philippines.
President Roosevelt said, we've got to fix things up so that by merit, by industry, by attention to his duty, an officer can get promoted. Said a good example of this would be Captain Pershing, who did such wonderful work against the Moros. Listening to this speech was the daughter of the senior senator from Wyoming. Senator Francis Warren was the richest man in Wyoming. In her diary, she wrote, met Mr. Pershing of presidential message and Moro fame. Unspoiled girl, good-looking girl, nice girl. Everyone liked her. Good smile, good laugh. 4 days after having first met Captain Pershing, writes in her diary, he is a wonderful dancer. I have lost my heart irretrievably. Pershing goes and he wakes up one of his pals, who was indeed destined to be the best man at the wedding, and he says, I've met the girl God made for me. He was 20 years older than she, and she was rich, and he had nothing. He worried and worried and worried about that. Finally, she writes him, I'm tired of this money business. A perfectly good ring can be bought for $1, and if you don't have the dollar, I'll lend it to you.
John Pershing and Frances Warren were married in January of 1905 in one of the great Washington social events of the season. 2,500 people, including President Teddy Roosevelt, Supreme Court justices, and much of Congress and the diplomatic corps, attended the wedding of a lowly captain.
I bet this motherfucker sucked cock.
Pershing was on his way to the heights of glory and the depths of tragedy.
For dick sucking. Because on the west side, gangster.
In 1905, Pershing was sent.
Look at this move. YouTube. Is it called YouTube? No, it would be Language Reactor. California, here I come. Right back where I started from. Yo, dog. Remember when I was like, no, I don't want to fucking do that. Just fucking do it. Yo, dog. Language Reactor. Rabbi was singing the song called Language Reactor. And then he added it to Chrome, and everybody was like, oh, thanks, Rabbi. Nobody fucking speaks this goddamn chicken scratch ass language, but that's okay. Hey, Rabbi, I like when you told like a bunch of fucking people they had to change languages. Oh, okay, cool, dog. Hey, everybody, it's YouTube, and YouTube's amazing. Setup complete. Yo. Oh, hey, dog. You want to watch it in what? Telugu. Oh, yeah, everybody loves Telugu. Farisi? Dog. Everybody loves Telugu. Okay, so now what? You got your Hebrew thing. Now what? Is this shit gonna work? Guaranteed. Guaranteed it's not gonna work. 100,000%. If there's ever anything that wasn't gonna work, it would be this and nothing else. For sure. Yo, dog, remember when it was like, hey, everybody, you want to see my language reaction? Oh my fucking god, dog. Why does it have to be so fucking loud? Auto hide YouTube. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Dog. Dog.
He had a face made for money.
Dog.
That's where it ended up.
Dog.
And their stone and bronze were no harder
Dude,
than the smiling general they saluted.
Dude, no, I
He
want
moved
it
from a
not in
frontier
this shit.
Indian fighter chasing
Dog.
down Geronimo's band
Your subtitle
to
language.
become the builder of a United
Dog, quit with this bullshit.
States army that would shake the earth in war.
Remember when it would be like, hey everybody, this shit sucks. And then everyone was like, oh, for sure.
He was America's
For sure.
premier soldier. He held a higher rank than did Ulysses Grant.
Everybody
George
still kicked his
Washington.
ass.
His
Oh, yeah?
methodology,
Well, I'm the
his
best motherfucker of all
stance,
time. This
his way
motherfucker
of saluting,
sucks.
his concepts, the way he wore his uniform
Oh, this shit
were
sucks.
imprinted in the consciousness of the most obscure private standing guard in some godforsaken, mud-covered village in Lorraine. He was our army in 1917-18.
His tragedies were as vast as his victories. He was venerated and vilified. He was General of the Army's John J. Pershing. John Joseph Pershing was born in Laclede, Missouri in 1860. Young John dreamed of becoming a lawyer. But the financial panic of 1873 postponed his plans.
They had lost their money, and at the age of 13, John was told, no more school, forget about law school at the University of Missouri, forget about that. You are going to run a farm that we've held on to with your brother helping you. And for 3 years, John and his brother Jim ran the farm. Eventually, the farm was foreclosed, and John went to be a teacher.
His teaching talents went no further than giving assignments and then terrorizing students to learn them on their own. So when the local paper announced a competitive exam to get into West Point, he took it, passed it, and changed careers.
John was not interested in being a soldier. He knew nothing of West Point except that big names had gone there. Grant, Lee, Sherman. But it was a free education.
He entered West Point in June of 1882.
I don't give a shit about them. I care
He
about
and
Rabbi.
his instructors did not impress one another. Even so, its traditions and its old heroes finally got to him.
At one point, he walked out of his way in order to salute General Sherman. On another occasion, he passed by and grasped the hand of Grant.
Anything Pershing lacked as a scholar at West Point was more than compensated for by his performance in all things military. He was dogged on detail almost beyond the ration. His sense of command was total. He was elected class president all 4 years at the academy. And he achieved his first exalted position.
At West Point, he was first captain of the Corps of Cadets, which had been a position held by such luminaries as Robert E. Lee, and would in the future be held by Douglas MacArthur and William C. Westmoreland, our commander in Vietnam.
A classmate sized up Pershing as having regular but not handsome features, a robust, strong body, broad-shouldered and well-developed. He had keen, searching gray eyes. Pershing inspired confidence but not affection. Some thought otherwise. The ladies adored him, and the feeling was mutual. And so it would be through a long, lusty bachelorhood. In the last days of the Indian Wars, young Second Lieutenant Pershing's first assignment after graduation in 1886 was with the 6th Cavalry at Fort Bayard, New Mexico Territory. In chasing renegade Apache raiders, he performed well enough to attract the admiration of the commanding general in the Southwest, Nelson A. Miles.
Pershing was a very typical cavalry officer. His language was very salty, actually rather profane. He liked to drink, liked to gamble, and he loved the women. So as a young officer, he had a hell of a good time.
Pershing, with an eye to leaving a dead-end service, picked up a law degree during 4 years of detached duty as professor of military science at the University of Nebraska. He was called back to the field in October 1895, this time with the 10th Cavalry. a black unit immortalized as the Buffalo Soldiers. His unit did grueling work, pursuing Indians for 600 miles after an uprising. General Miles remembered his efforts by summoning him to Washington for his staff. The Pershing balloon suffered a rare puncture when he was assigned to West Point as a tactical officer. Officer responsible for discipline. He was rigid so far beyond the harshest tradition that the cadets rebelled. They subjected him to a contemptuous silence when he appeared in the men's hall. Behind his back, they called him Nigger Jack, referring to his service with black troops. The name, contemptuous and in the bigoted spirit of the time, stuck to Pershing.
To jump ahead, he becomes the head of the American Expeditionary Force in 1917. You cannot in the newspaper say Nigger Jack Pershing goes to France to lick the Hun, so the newspapers made him Black Jack Pershing.
In February of 1898, the U.S. battleship Maine was anchored in Havana Harbor, showing the American flag at a time of great tension over Spain's repressive occupation of Cuba. When the Maine blew up mysteriously with heavy loss of life, America flew into a jingoistic rage. John Pershing was soon going into war with the Buffalo Soldiers of his favorite old regiment, the Black 10th Cavalry.
In the Spanish-American War, Pershing went to Cuba as regimental quartermaster and adjutant of the 10th Cavalry Regiment. There he saw how not to run an expedition. Supplies were chaotic, the generals were overaged, and essentially out of it much of the time.
With 12 years of service behind him, and nearing 40 years of age as a lowly first lieutenant, Pershing saw a golden chance to earn promotion in battle. When the advance before the San Juan Heights bogged down in death and confusion, Pershing stepped from his role as quartermaster to take charge of the 10th Cavalry combat troops. He was as cool as a bowl of cracked ice, one observer noted. Pershing described the action before Keppel in San Juan Hill. It was a hot fight. Converging artillery and infantry fire made life worth nothing. Our losses were 20% killed and wounded. 50% of officers were lost. A fearful rate. The end of the short, hard war saw the United States take possession of the Philippine Islands. With them came all of Spain's troubles with insurrectionist guerrillas seeking freedom from colonial domination. When the tough rebels found out that they were exchanging one foreign master for another, they rebelled again, fighting as fiercely against the Americans as they had against the Spanish. Pershing, knowing that there was no advancement for peacetime officers from behind a desk, volunteered for a field assignment in the Philippines in 1899. He ended up on the large southern island of Mindanao, where Moros, a ferocious Muslim warrior society from the dawn of history, had bloodily repelled Spanish attempts to subdue them over centuries. Brutal U.S. Army methods were faring no better, but young Lieutenant Pershing had different ideas.
He would go among them unarmed, and to go among the Moros unarmed, who were brought up from childhood to believe the more Christians you slew, the closer you would be to the prophet in heaven. And also it was said that nothing would better fertilize a crop than a dead American.
The Moros didn't deal with governments. They dealt with people, and they respected Pershing as another warrior. He conferred with them as well as fought them. As part of indication of their respect, one tribe named him a Datu, a chieftain.
In 1901, after 15 years as a lieutenant, Pershing was finally promoted to captain. Word of his outstanding success in pacifying the Moros had spread to the upper echelons of the army. They broke precedent and juggled the chain of command to put him in charge of all major operations in the south.
Pershing went up there and he conducted this brilliant campaign as a captain, with assigned to him the equivalent of a position that a general would have held.
When Pershing was assigned back to Washington in 1903, he found himself famous in the military hierarchy for the job he had done. Clearly, he deserved promotion, and clearly, he did not have the seniority. But he had something better. He had President Teddy Roosevelt on his side. In 1903, John Pershing was back in Washington and about to add a political victory to his military triumphs in the Philippines.
President Roosevelt said, we've got to fix things up so that by merit, by industry, by attention to his duty, an officer can get promoted. Said a good example of this would be Captain Pershing, who did such wonderful work against the Moros. Listening to this speech was the daughter of the senior senator from Wyoming. Senator Francis Warren was the richest man in Wyoming. In her diary, she wrote, met Mr. Pershing of presidential message and Moro fame. Unspoiled girl, good-looking girl, nice girl. Everyone liked her. Good smile, good laugh. 4 days after having first met Captain Pershing, writes in her diary, he is a wonderful dancer. I have lost my heart irretrievably. Pershing goes and he wakes up one of his pals, who was indeed destined to be the best man at the wedding, and he says, I've met the girl God made for me. He was 20 years older than she, and she was rich, and he had nothing. He worried and worried and worried about that. Finally, she writes him, I'm tired of this money business. A perfectly good ring can be bought for $1, and if you don't have the dollar, I'll lend it to you.
John Pershing and Frances Warren were married in January of 1905 in one of the great Washington social events of the season. 2,500 people, including President Teddy Roosevelt, Supreme Court justices, and much of Congress and the diplomatic corps, attended the wedding of a lowly captain. Pershing was on his way to the heights of glory and the depths of tragedy. In 1905, Pershing was sent to Manchuria as an observer to the Russo-Japanese War. By 1906, he was military attaché to Japan, and his first daughter, Helen Elizabeth, was born in Tokyo. On September 8th, all the years of glacial promotion were forgotten.
President Roosevelt, tired of the idea that you could not be promoted unless somebody died in the rank above you, knowing that he, President Roosevelt, could appoint someone to be a general officer, promoted Captain Pershing to become a brigadier general. He jumped over hundreds of people. Every major lieutenant colonel and colonel in the army was suddenly the inferior in rank to someone who has been a career captain. Now, this produced, as may well be imagined, no small amount of jealousy. And the fact that he had just married the daughter of the Senate's Committee on Military Affairs did not go unnoticed by many officers over whom he had made this stupendous leap.
Brigadier General Pershing was sent back to the Philippines in 1907 as military governor of the Moro province in his old stomping grounds at Mindanao. He had his new family with him and was about to begin the happiest years of his life. In rapid order, Anne, Warren, and Mary Margaret were born to complete the family. From 1909 to 1913, Pershing completed a vastly successful tour as military governor in the unruly southern Philippines. With 500,000 people under his responsibility, he gained priceless experience in military and political administration and in war. Pershing personally led his troops in the Battle of Budbagsak, later writing, "The Moros fought like devils. Once committed to combat, they count death as a mere incident. Over 500 Moros and 15 Americans would die before the position fell." For his upfront leadership in the Battle of Budbagsak, Pershing was recommended for the Medal of Honor, which he emphatically declined, believing that danger was a soldier's duty. But his battle experience had immense value.
At a time when generals were involved in peacetime activities, Pershing was the one general winning battle stars.
In 1914, flush with professional success and personal happiness, Pershing and his family returned to the United States to a command and home in the beautiful setting of the Presidio at San Francisco. His rest was short.
Yo, dog. This shit sucks.
When the Mexican insurgent Pancho Villa made a threat against El Paso, Pershing's brigade was ordered to the Mexican border at Fort Bliss, Texas. Pershing and Villa met during negotiations and came to a guarded mutual respect during what would be an uneasy 2-year standoff. Pershing's greatest privation was his separation from the wife and family he adored beyond what anyone imagined.
He wrote every day, sometimes twice a day. No letter that I have seen, and I have gone through thousands, fails to express their love. I love you, my dearest Jack. When can we be together again? I'm so lonely for you, your loving Frankie. The reply would come back, my dearest, darling wife, Frankie. I think of you all the time. I go to sleep at night thinking about you. I wake up thinking about you. Love, your darling Jack.
Tragedy waited to strike John Pershing, a blow from which he never recovered.
In August 1915, while Pershing was in Texas, Mrs. Pershing and the 4 children were living at the Presidio in San Francisco. She had a house guest who had 2 children, as I recall. That night there was a fire, and the house guest and her children escaped. And people thought that was Mrs. Pershing and her children, so they didn't bother to go back and try to rescue anybody. Only Warren, the son, escaped. Mrs. Pershing and the 3 daughters died.
Everybody was like connecting. One time, everybody was like connecting.
They're all gone. And he, this 55-year-old, is left with the 6-year-old in the memory of the 10 years of paradise with Frankie and the girl. He appears to have dealt with the whole thing by never discussing it. His son Warren never heard from him a single word as to what happened at the Presidio.
Little Warren would be raised in the loving care of Pershing's sister, Bessie. The boy would be the treasure of his father's life, the one enduring center of affection. In March 1916, a grieving Pershing was granted the dubious distraction of war.
This shit sucks. Pancho Villa raided Columbus, New Mexico, and killed several American soldiers as well as civilians. President Wilson ordered an intervention. Pershing was the man on the scene in Fort Bliss, so he was given command of this punitive expedition that numbered around 10,000 people to go after Villa. So for a period of several months, Pershing was in Mexico chasing Villa.
Now a major general in the spring of 1916, Pershing found the political battles in Mexico even more frustrating than the sparse military battles as he pursued his elusive foe. Crossing the Mexican border without permission from a fractured Mexican government, he found himself fighting both Villa's guerrillas and the government they were trying to overthrow. Pershing's columns of men, horses, planes, and trucks were accused by newspapers of floundering vainly in pursuit of Pancho Villa. But his dogged persistence in the face of miserable weather, terrain, and Mexican government interference quietly did its assigned work. In 11 engagements, Pershing's men killed 273 of Villa's 485 Columbus raiders and captured 19. Survivors were pushed into the hands of the Mexican government. Villa and 108 of his men were wounded. In June, Pershing got the order to pull out of Mexico and made a difficult and bloody withdrawal, hounded by Mexican troops. Deeply bitter about the political handling of the campaign, Pershing led his men home. His greatest victory, it would turn out, was in his ability to hold his tongue. On April 6, 1917, barely 2 months after General John Pershing had returned from his Mexican campaign, the United States joined a war of unimaginable size and fury at a critical juncture.
Hey, how are you? Do you like my song? All right, that's tight.
1914, the greatest nations of Europe had flung huge armies against one another.
Dog, this song's amazing. I get my weed from California. Oh, that shit. I get my man from California. Yo. No, I don't want that. Do you want any of this shit? No. I get my weed from California. All that shit. More karaoke? Okay. Oh, sorry, hey. Say I'm here, dog. Yo, Loki, 30 days ago. It's forever. Yo, dog. What are we doing? Look at this move. Do you think you'll be able to get him? Or is he going to win? Dog. This ad sucks. Hey! There you go, shitbag. Hey, everybody. Where are you going? It goes General. Welcome. being there. Damn.
$500 million grant from the EPA is to be used to improve local air quality. Federal and local officials accepted the EPA's largest gift to the country from the agency's climate
Turn off their video.
South Coast Air Quality Management District Board Chair Guinness
Dog.
the agency will use the $500 million.
Why can't I ban it? Remove it.
Trains that transport these goods are traveling through and around our most vulnerable communities.
The award was presented in a park in Commerce surrounded by highways and railway. Michael Lung's KFI News.
No one knows. That's tight though. Let him come back in and be a douche.
Artillery, the whole United States had enough ammunition, it was estimated, to fight one day under Western Front conditions, and then there'd be no more ammunition. They had no logistics. They had no officers who had commanded anything hardly more than a battalion. They had no staff. They had no machine guns. They had no anything. The idea of the Allies was, we French and we British have experienced company-grade officers. We got field-grade officers. We got high field marshals. We've been at this for 2.5 years. The thing to do is for them to serve under us. They don't need any staff officers. We'll take care of them. They don't have to have any subtleties or anything of nature beyond machine gunners and infantry privates. This was not General Pershing's idea. Pershing said the United States Army will fight under its own officers and without the contribution of the French and British. The French and British are on their last legs. Field Marshal Foch, the Generalissimo, asked Pershing if he intends to hold his army forever until the French and British are licked, and then, as Foch put it, march over our dead bodies to finally fight the Germans.
Only somebody with Pershing's strength of character could resist all the free advice, all the pressure that he received both from Americans and from foreign officers.
The Allied governments consistently tried to go over Pershing's head. They wanted to deal with people their equal.
President Wilson and Secretary of War Baker gave him almost sovereign powers. He was in charge of the American war effort in Europe, period. The Europeans had to negotiate with Pershing almost as if he constituted a sovereign nation.
But he knew talent. When a young captain named George Marshall flared up and grabbed the arm of the fearsome Pershing for unfairly berating an officer, all expected Marshall's career had ended. Instead, Pershing brought him onto his staff. Marshall would perform brilliantly for the U.S. in 3 wars.
He represented a degree of selfless professionalism that was really unknown in the Army before his time, putting the interests of the Army first and that of families and careers and personal likes and dislikes certainly secondarily.
Although Pershing didn't have enough soldiers or equipment in the autumn of 1917, he did have enough stars to stand up to his rank-heavy Allied counterparts. He became a 4-star general. Now, his allies muttered, if only he had a fighting army.
I want to learn.
As the year 1917 closed, the communists who had seized control of Russia moved to take the great Eastern power and its huge armies out of the war. There began a shift of German troop power to the Western Front that tilted the balance against the Allies. The next 200 days would test Pershing and all of Western civilization as torrents of high-explosive hell descended on a battlefield of millions.
Rothschild, the biggest pimp of all time. Be like, yeah.
Confused and faltering tide of shipping began to win the struggle to transport and build a brawny American expeditionary force in Europe. Rise for American troops in massive numbers under European command grew to a crescendo. But there was only limited assignment of such forces. Pershing understood Wilson's political motives and took advantage of them.
Wilson had entered the war reluctantly, but his reluctance had been overcome by his belief that he was the right man to dominate the peace conference to make a better world. And if there didn't exist an independent American army at the end of the war, Wilson's influence over the peace process would have evaporated, so that Wilson's ultimately standing by Pershing probably rested on that principle.
Late March saw the start of the first of 5 crushingly powerful German offensives, some of them penetrating Allied lines deeply. The British lost 164,000 men in the first battle alone. French Marshal Ferdinand Foch was made generalissimo of the Allied armies, but the European Allies' hopes of jurisdiction over Pershing's Americans were dashed when Foch was given only strategic, not tactical authority. Pershing would still have his way. Pershing's Americans finally got into offensive action with the 1st Division at Cantigny on May 28th. The battle wasn't huge or significant, and it was loaded with bloody operational mistakes. But its symbolism was outsized.
Cantigny was the first demonstration of what the promise of the American army was going to be. It was not an easy victory by any stretch of the imagination. After the Germans lost Cantigny, they quickly came in with very heavy, well-orchestrated counterattacks. 4 of them. They wanted to humiliate the Americans, and they failed to do it. The 1st Division held on to Cantigny.
In late May of 1918, Pershing's forces had a high-profile victory at Château-Thierry and Belleau Wood. A German exploratory probe at a bridge across the Marne was seen as a major threat to Paris, unleashing a horde of refugees and retreating French soldiers. When elements of the U.S. 2nd Division, including the Marine Brigade, moved up through the retiring French to counter the move, their hard-fought success in blowing the bridge and holding the Germans was seen as the salvation of Paris. By September, with the last of the great German offensives running down, Pershing had 20 divisions in place. He now created the American First Army and planned the first American-led attack to eliminate the German-held wedge into the Allied lines at Saint-Mihiel. His army was beginning to hit its massive stride. Pershing's first big offensive went well, partially because the Germans were caught in the act of withdrawing from the salient, and partly because the freshness and belligerence of Pershing's forces made up for their still pitifully wasteful tactics.
The Americans were attacking almost shoulder to shoulder in waves. They were being mowed down by German machine guns. It was as if nothing had happened between 1950 and 1970.
Pershing was no Napoleon. The brilliant maneuvering of armies was not part of him, even if the Western Front had permitted it. But he brought enormous force to the building of an army from nothing to where it was a huge, unfinished hammer of enormous power. After Saint-Mihiel, Pershing had to make a difficult shift of his army north to join the French in a far bigger battle. It would be there, in the bloodbath of the Meuse-Argonne, that the United States Army would come of age. Marshall, Pershing's protege, pulled a logistics miracle, moving the U.S. forces out of Saint-Mihiel and into the huge offensive that would decide the war. In the Meuse-Argonne offensive that began on October 4th, 1918, Pershing found himself in the greatest battle that the Americans had ever fought. In the number of U.S. troops involved and casualties suffered, It was bigger than any American battle before or since. Things began well with the fall of the important town of Montauson.
Pershing kept pushing. He was ruthless. He gave one order, shoot stragglers. The first week of November was the one where they really made a breakthrough in the U.S. Army. By the 1st of November, the AEF was a veteran army. They knew the ropes of combat, and the last week showed that in the breakthrough.
But even as he began to see that the war would be won, he began to see a terrible danger that the peace that followed would be quickly lost. As the German army began to collapse and talks of armistice filled the air, Pershing was adamant and ultimately dead right in wanting to fight on to unconditional surrender.
He thought that unless the German army was very obviously beaten and driven back deep into Germany, the whole performance would have to be repeated in another quarter century. Because he was so right about what the future held.
Wilson overrode his views, and Pershing just barely managed to remain quiet as the armistice was signed and World War I ended. Pershing was cheered throughout Europe, looked to the return of his armies, and headed home.
He was at sea when the word came that he was now general of the armies of the United States, entitled to wear 6 stars above anyone before or since.
No United States general ever returned to his country a greater hero than John J. Pershing. Whatever the limits of his military genius, he had built a tiny 128,000-man regular army into a 4-million-man juggernaut that, for all its crudeness, had learned fast and supplied the difference in the Allied victory. Pershing had led his country to center stage for good. With Pershing about to reclaim a life of his own, it became apparent that a previous romantic attachment to one Nita Patton, the sister of his army colleague George S. Patton, had slid away during the war. What had dashed Nita's hopes was a pert young French illustrator named Micheline Resco. Pershing had met her early in his stay in France and had quickly begun an affectionate liaison that would last a lifetime. Like many a great general before and after, Pershing was bitten by the presidential bug. But his ineptitude as a communicator and his reputation for stiffness quickly doomed his hopes for a 1920 nomination. His service as Chief of Staff from 1920 to 1924 was not rewarding. Although he established first-rate professional schools for the Army, his sensible suggestions to end America's chronic unpreparedness would come to nothing. Noteworthy was his making certain that no future field commander would enjoy the power that he had enjoyed in France.
He worked on memorials to the American Expeditionary Forces in France. He had his social life. He worked on his unpublished personal book. He grew older. Gave speeches to the American Legion, and the boys found him far more approachable.
He would stay close to his son Warren, watching him grow into a fine man with his mother's easy charm. A regular part of Pershing's routine was 6 months in Europe each year, in which he would attend commemorative ceremonies, see wartime colleagues, and mostly come back into touch with Micheline Resco. She also visited him in New York. As the war in Europe was taking shape in 1939, Pershing dreaded America's involvement in a war he had warned about 22 years earlier.
It is the hope of all peoples that another world conflict may be averted. This nation, as one of the great powers, can do no less in the fulfillment of its manifest duty to humanity than to make the most earnest and devoted effort for the preservation of world peace.
When America entered the war in 1941, he offered his services to President Roosevelt. But age finally had its inevitable way. He began to grow infirm and forgetful, and moved into Walter Reed Hospital in Washington. As a new world war began for America, the great men who had patterned themselves after him came to visit.
Right before shipping out, Patton called upon Pershing, who by then was a very old man, and Georgie, as he was called in the old army, got down on his knees in front of the old general and took the old general's hand and kissed it. Got up, saluted, and Pershing saluted, Patton wrote in his diary, as if 25 years had fallen away and he was still the old commander, the Iron Commander, the impeccable officer.
In a secret ceremony in 1946, he performed his last official act. He married his longtime friend and love, Micheline Resco. General of the Armies John Joseph Pershing died on July 15, 1948, at the age of 88. 30 years after his days of glory ended at the close of World War I. Fully 50% of the population in the District of Columbia attended his funeral. He was put to rest in Arlington, requesting only the simple stone given an enlisted man. Barely 20 years later, the General of the Armies would share his sequestered spot on a knoll with another tragic marker belonging to the lowliest of officer ranks. It belonged to Second Lieutenant Richard Pershing, his grandson, killed in Vietnam. He went to the sound of the guns for his country throughout his life. He fought through Indian wars, colonial wars, and guerrilla wars. And finally, to a war that shook a continent and made America an international power. He was not a beloved figure or an elegant strategist, but to every crisis he brought his trademark coolness, iron will, and utter integrity. With those rugged tools, John J. Pershing became, for a crucial time, the symbol not only of American victory, but of America itself.
The son of a junk man, he reigned in Hollywood for more than 25 years.
Louis B. Mayer was probably the most important figure in the history of Hollywood.
He made MGM the greatest studio, the most glamorous studio.
It was the Tiffany of movie studio.
Why? It's just incredible. I've never seen such athleticism. That's fine.
He was the ultimate star maker, but he was also manipulative, violent, and corrupt.
Think of The Godfather. If he liked you, he loved you. If you crossed him, you were dead.
The most powerful movie mogul Hollywood had ever produced. The fascinating story of Louis B. Mayer. The year is 1924. 39-year-old Louis B. Mayer has recently been hired to head the greatest dream factory in Hollywood, one which will now bear his name, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. He takes over the studio just as the biblical epic Ben-Hur, slated to be one of the biggest silent movies of the year, goes into production in Italy.
This great novel was going to be shot in Europe, and it was budgeted at $1.5 million, which was a huge amount in the 1920s, and everyone thought this was excessive and crazy.
It had just the right combination of Christianity and sex to make it a valuable property.
Mayer's reputation is riding on the success of the film, but the studio boss is a relative newcomer to the industry.
At the time that Louis B. Mayer was hired, he was virtually an unknown person. He had his own film company called the Louis B. Mayer Film Company, but he had only made a few feature films, and none of them were that popular. This was really a gigantic project, the first gigantic project, I would say, that he was given.
But he has inherited a troubled production. After many disastrous casting choices and delays, Ben-Hur is over budget and floundering.
The shooting of Ben-Hur at the beginning was an outright disaster. A very bad actor, George Walsh, who had never made a picture before and couldn't act his way out of a paper bag, as Ben-Hur himself. His opponent, Francis X. Busham, was equally wooden. It was like two bedposts in conflict. It was ghastly.
The fascist movement was taking hold, so the workers were forever striking. Things were being stolen off the set, they were being robbed blind. It was just a mess.
With nearly $2 million spent, a vast fortune in 1924, the studio's most anticipated film of the year is nowhere near completion.
And Louis B. Mayer, in desperation, had to go to Rome to try to fix things up.
Mayer sails for Italy. After a long and arduous journey, he arrives only to discover that the production is in even worse shape than he expected. Sets for a battle scene at sea sink in the night and need to be rebuilt. A galley ship catches on fire, nearly killing the terrified extras.
Everything about it was chaos.
And Mayer's gut feeling was, this isn't going to work.
Furious, Mayer halts production and makes some bold decisions. He replaces the director and fires the lead actor, casting instead a charismatic new star, Ramon Navarro. Most radically, he decides to move the entire production back to Hollywood.
Everything was ordered back under the watchful eye of Louis B. Mayer.
Essentially, what they did was almost start from scratch over in Los Angeles.
A huge amount of money has already been spent, but with his credibility on the line, Mayer spares no expense to salvage the project.
This was one of the most lavish sets ever made up in Hollywood history. Everything was built. The Colosseum, the chariots, the ships that were used. He recreated ancient Rome.
Particular attention is paid to the film's spectacular climax.
Ben-Hur had an enormously elaborate sequence of a chariot race in the final scenes. And there were thousands of people, actually, it was not faked, in the arena.
They offered a prize. The stuntman who came in first would earn $150 more. Second place got $100, and the third was $50. So they were really racing. And when you saw wheels fly off of the chariots, they really flew off of the chariots.
There are even rumors that the stuntmen were killed in the course of shooting the Great Chariot Race.
By the time the film is finished, it has cost nearly $4 million, a colossal amount for 1924, making it the most expensive silent film ever made. Just days before its world premiere, changes are still being made. When the film finally opens on December 30th, 1925, Nair waits anxiously for the public's reaction. His success will depend on their verdict.
Ben-Hur was an enormous public success. It had rave reviews. It was considered a masterpiece. And today, even now, it's very impressive.
Nair's make-or-break gamble had paid off.
The Great Chariot Race became stuff of legend. It put MGM on the map and stamped the studio as the place that presents big movies, epics. And the reputation stuck.
Almost overnight, MGM became a household name, and at its center, Louis B. Mayer. Mayer's taste for lavish musicals, epic extravaganzas, and wholesome family
Kiss Me, Kate.